Everyone was looking for a killer. No one noticed the girl who disappeared. This is The Girl No One Found, a gripping mystery thriller about a brutal double murder, a missing witness hiding from a ruthless killer, and an investigator who must uncover the truth before another innocent life is lost. The bakery should have smelled of warm bread and fresh coffee. Instead, it smelled of fear. The display cases stood untouched. The chairs were overturned. Behind the counter, 2 white sheets covered 2 young women who would never leave the shop alive. Claire, the bakery owner, could barely speak through her tears. Before Special Agent Nikki Hunt had even finished examining the scene, the whispers had already begun. They had their suspect, Mark, Nikki's brother-in-law, the man who had only recently started dating Claire, the same man many people in Stillwater had never forgiven after an old murder investigation that nearly destroyed his life. Everyone seemed certain history was repeating itself. Everyone except Nikki. She had fought to prove Mark's innocence once before. Looking into his terrified eyes across the interrogation table, she feels the same certainty now. He's hiding something, but it isn't murder. Then Nikki discovers evidence that someone else had been inside the bakery that night. A teenage girl, homeless, invisible to almost everyone. Now she's vanished without a trace. If she's still alive, she's the only witness who knows what really happened. If she's already dead, the killer is still one step ahead, because somewhere in Stillwater, a frightened girl is running out of places to hide, and before Nikki can find her, another body is discovered. Chapter 1. Then. Isla moved quickly past the Science Center, her shoulders hunched against the bitter cold. The wind cut straight through her thin jacket, turning her hands numb and her feet into blocks of ice that barely felt the pavement beneath them. She slipped into the parking garage, grateful for even a slight break from the wind, and scanned the dim rows until she spotted a narrow alcove tucked behind a half wall meant for overflow parking. She climbed onto the low concrete column, scraping her knees, and edged back until her spine pressed against the cement. She unwrapped the cheeseburger with stiff fingers and took the biggest bite she could manage. Grease coated her tongue, heavy and sour, and her empty stomach lurched in protest. She forced herself to chew and swallow, reminding herself that it didn't matter what it tasted like. She finished the burger in a few quick bites, her stomach twisting as the last of the grease settled. The garage swallowed the city noise, leaving only the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead. The chill still seeped into her bones, but at least the wind couldn't reach her here. She pulled her jacket tighter and tried to steady her breathing. Headlights swept across the concrete. A compact car rolled in, tires whispering on the wet floor, and parked a few spaces away. A girl about Isla's age stepped out, flipping her hair back as she checked her reflection in the side mirror. Isla wondered what brought her here at this hour. The city felt unusually still, a quiet that made every sound echo. Minutes passed. The girl leaned against her car, scrolling through her phone. Then another set of headlights cut through the dimness. A dark sedan glided in, its engine low and steady, and pulled up beside the girl's car. She hesitated before opening the passenger door and sliding inside. Isla straightened, her breath catching. The man behind the wheel leaned toward the girl, his mouth moving quickly. Isla couldn't hear the words, but the way he crowded her made Isla's skin prickle. The girl jabbed a finger at him, her expression defiant. Good, Isla thought. Don't let him push you around. The man's hand snapped out. One strike, then another. The girl's head jerked violently before slumping against the seat. Isla's stomach dropped. Her fingers dug into the concrete at her sides. The man got out and moved around the car. He shoved the passenger door wider and adjusted the girl's limp body with the seatbelt. With a look of irritation, he reached into the girl's coat pocket and pulled out her phone. Isla felt her pulse spike. He slammed the door shut, scanned the garage once, then walked to the nearest trash can. He used the sleeve of his jacket to cover his hand as he dropped the phone inside, careful not to touch it. The gesture was deliberate and practiced, movement that didn't belong to someone acting on impulse. A cold certainty slid through Isla's chest. He's going to kill her. Isla needed to do something, but before she had a chance, the man returned to the sedan and slid behind the wheel. The engine revved, headlights cutting through the dim light as he pulled forward. As the car rolled past Isla's hiding place, his gaze lifted. For a single suspended heartbeat, his eyes locked on hers. Isla pressed back against the wall, her heart pounding so hard it hurt. Panic clawed at her throat, but she didn't move. The sedan disappeared into the night, its taillights streaking red across the wet concrete. She stayed frozen in place, breath shallow, every muscle trembling. Chapter 2. Mary startled awake on the couch, her neck stiff and her cheek pressed against the throw pillow. The television cast a pale blue glow across the living room, the laugh track echoing thinly through the quiet house. She blinked several times, trying to clear the fog from her mind. The room felt wrong, too still, too dark. Leslie should be home. Mary sat up, her heart giving a quick thud. She held her breath and listened. The house remained silent. No footsteps in the hallway, no door opening, no teenage voice calling out that she was back. She pushed herself to her feet, legs unsteady from sleep, and moved through the living room. The quiet pressed in around her as she stepped into the kitchen. The counters were bare, the chairs tucked neatly under the table. She opened the refrigerator, letting the biting air spill out across her face. No note or sign Leslie had been there. She closed the door harder than she meant to, the sound echoing through the space. Her pulse quickened as she walked down the hall. The bathroom was dark. She flipped the switch, the bulb buzzing faintly before it steadied. She pulled the shower curtain back, her breath catching for a moment, even though she knew what she would find. Nothing. She opened Leslie's bedroom door. The bed was made, the blankets smooth and untouched. No jacket draped over the chair. No backpack on the floor. No shoes kicked aside. The air smelled faintly of detergent, clean and still, as if the room had been waiting for someone who never arrived. "Leslie!" Her voice cracked in the silence. She checked the laundry room and then stepped onto the back porch, cold air rushing in and sleet tapping against the wooden boards. The yard was empty. She closed the door quickly, her heart beating harder now. She opened the garage. The smell of oil and concrete drifted out. Shadows stretched across the floor. Each room felt colder than the last. Each empty space made it harder to breathe. Her breathing grew shallow and harsh around the edges. She returned to the living room, panic rising in a slow, steady wave. She grabbed her phone from the coffee table, her hands trembling as she dialed. Voicemail. She tried again, pressing the phone harder against her ear, as if that could force Leslie to answer. Voicemail again. Leslie never let her phone die. She never ignored her mother's calls. Mary dropped the phone onto the couch and pressed both hands to her face. Her chest rose and fell too quickly. She tried to breathe deeply, but her lungs refused to cooperate. She moved through the house at rocket speed, once again checking the closets and Leslie's room for any sign that she'd been home. No shoes at the door, no backpack, no answer. Mary walked back to the living room and checked the front door. The lock was still set. She opened it and looked out into the night. Sleet fell in thin needles, stinging her cheeks. The street was empty. No headlights. No sound except the steady hiss of ice hitting the pavement. She closed the door and locked it again. She leaned her forehead against the wood, her pulse thundering in her ears. She turned slowly, scanning the room as if Leslie might suddenly appear. She picked up the phone again and stared at the screen. She knew the call would go to voicemail, but she pressed the button anyway. Voicemail. Her hand shook. She ended the call and dialed again. Same result. She pressed the phone to her chest and closed her eyes. She's only 15. Mary swallowed hard, scrolled to the bakery's number, and pressed call. The phone rang to the owner's cheery voicemail. Mary tried again, pressing the phone tightly against her ear, willing someone to pick up. Her pulse hammered in her throat, in her wrists, in her temples. She paced the living room, the phone clutched in her hand. She glanced toward the window. Her reflection stared back at her, pale and wide-eyed, hair mussed from sleep. Outside, sleet tapped steadily against the glass. She stopped pacing and scrolled to Claire Moran's number. "Mary?" Claire asked in surprise. "Leslie never came home," Mary said. The words tumbled out too fast, too desperate. "She's not answering her phone. I called the bakery and no one picked up." "Mary, no one should be there now. It's closed." "She would have answered me. She always answers." Mary's voice cracked under the weight of panic. "Please, can you check? You live close. Just, please." Silence stretched between them. Then Claire exhaled softly. "All right, I'll drive over. If she's not there, we'll call the police." Mary clutched the phone, staring at the dark window. Her reflection stared back, pale and hollow. Not Leslie. The storm had thickened by the time Claire pulled into the small lot beside the bakery. Sleet hissed across the windshield, blurring the streetlights into pale halos. She turned off the engine and sat for a moment, letting the heater run until the vents blew lukewarm air. Her hands were still cold. Her whole body felt frigid in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. Mary's voice lingered in her mind, thin and frantic, cracking under the weight of fear. Claire had tried to reassure her, but even as she'd said the words, she'd felt a knot forming low in her stomach. Kids stayed out late. Phones died. But Mary wasn't the type to panic without reason, and Leslie wasn't the type to ignore her mother's calls. Claire pulled her coat tighter and stepped out into the storm. The sleet stung her cheeks and soaked into her hair within seconds. She hunched her shoulders and hurried toward the bakery, slipping slightly on the icy sidewalk. Behind her, her boyfriend stayed in the car, the heater still running, the faint glow of the dashboard lighting his silhouette. She glanced back once, then turned away. The street was empty. Just the steady hiss of sleet on pavement and the occasional gust of wind rattling the loose sign above the bakery door. The windows were dark, the interior swallowed in shadow. Claire's breath fogged in front of her as she reached the door. She fumbled with the keys, her fingers stiff from the cold. The metal scraped against the lock, too loud in the stillness. She paused, listening. She turned the key. The lock clicked open. Warm air rushed out, carrying the faint scent of sugar and yeast. The usually comforting scent felt wrong now. The warmth that usually lingered in the bakery had vanished. The air felt hollow, as if the building itself were holding its breath. Claire stepped inside. Her shoes squeaked on the tile. She reached for the light switch, her hand trembling. The lights flickered on. Her scream tore out of her before she could stop it. It ripped through the empty bakery, bounced off the walls, and spilled back out into the storm. Her knees buckled. She caught herself against the wall, her breath coming in ragged bursts. The room tilted, her vision narrowing to a tunnel of bright light and shadow. She pressed a hand to her mouth, trying to swallow the sound, but another sob escaped, raw and broken. Her phone slipped from her pocket and clattered across the floor. The sound echoed in the silence. She stared at it, unable to move, unable to look away from the thing she'd never be able to unsee. Claire forced herself to bend, reaching for the phone. Her fingers shook so badly she dropped it twice before she managed to close her hand around it. The plastic felt slick against her palm. She pressed it to her chest, trying to steady her breathing. The lights buzzed overhead. The refrigerators hummed. The smell of sugar clung to the air, cloying now, mixed with something else she didn't want to name. She squeezed her eyes shut, but the image was still there, burned into the back of her mind. She couldn't look again. She couldn't make herself turn her head. Her body refused to move. Her breath hitched. She pressed her back to the wall, sliding down until she was sitting on the cool tile. Her legs trembled, her hands trembled, her whole body trembled. She forced herself to lift the phone. Her thumb hovered over the screen. She couldn't bring herself to look up. She couldn't bring herself to look down the length of the bakery again. She dialed Mary. The phone rang once. Claire swallowed hard, her throat tight. Mary answered on the second ring. "Claire? Did you find her?" Claire opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her breath shuddered. She pressed her free hand to her forehead, trying to steady herself. "Claire?" Mary's voice sharpened. "Claire, what's wrong? What happened?" Claire squeezed her eyes shut. "Mary, you need to come. You need to come right now." "What do you mean? Is she there? Is she hurt?" "Just come," Claire whispered. "Please." She ended the call before Mary could ask anything else. She couldn't say the words. She couldn't form them. They stuck in her throat like shards of glass. She stayed on the floor for a long moment, listening to the storm batter the windows. The sleet hit the glass in steady, relentless bursts. The wind howled down the street, rattling the sign above the door. The bakery felt too bright, too exposed. Every shadow stretched long and thin across the tile. She pushed herself to her feet, legs unsteady. She backed toward the door, keeping her gaze fixed on the floor, refusing to look up. She reached the threshold and stepped outside, the air hitting her like a slap. Her boyfriend opened the car door and ran to her. "Claire? What happened? Are you okay?" She shook her head, unable to speak. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to hold in the shaking. "Claire?" he said again, softer this time. "Talk to me." She looked at him, her eyes wide, her breath still coming too fast. "I've got to call Nikki right now." He stared at her, stunned. "What?" Her hands shook as she scrolled for Nikki's name. She hit the green button and turned to look back at the bakery, staring at the light now blazing out of the windows. How could this have happened? Chapter 3. Nikki shut the oven door and felt the warmth roll out across her shins. The scent of rising bread filled the kitchen, rich and comforting. Onions hissed in the skillet as Rory added a handful of green peppers, the colors bright against the cast iron. He stirred them slowly, letting the heat coax out their sweetness. Lacey sat at the kitchen table with her math book open, pencil tapping lightly against the page as she worked through a set of equations. Her hair fell forward in a curtain, and she tucked it behind her ear without looking up. The quiet rhythm of her pencil blended with the soft hum of the oven and the steady sizzle from the stove. It was the kind of evening Nikki treasured, the kind that felt borrowed from a life she rarely got to live. Her schedule was unpredictable, her cases demanding, and moments like this felt like something she had to hold carefully, as if they might slip through her fingers if she wasn't paying attention. Rory glanced over his shoulder, spatula in hand. "You should have seen the mess at the site today. Half the crew forgot their gear, and I ended up hauling lumber myself." He shook his head, stirring the peppers in slow circles. "Some days I swear I'm more babysitter than owner." Nikki smiled faintly as she slid the chopped lettuce into a bowl. "At least you got to be outside. I spent the afternoon buried in reports. My eyes still feel like sandpaper." He chuckled, the sound warm and familiar. "Trade you. I'll take paper cuts over splinters any day." Lacey didn't look up, but her pencil kept tapping, steady and soft. The presence of her daughter at the table grounded the room, a quiet anchor that made the house feel full. Nikki opened her mouth to reply, but her phone buzzed against the counter. The sound cut through the warmth of the kitchen like a sudden draft. She wiped her hands on a towel and reached for it, expecting a message from Miller or Chen. Instead, Claire's name flashed across the screen. She answered immediately. "Claire?" The voice on the other end shook. "They're dead, Nikki. The girls are dead. Both of them." Nikki's stomach clenched. She knew exactly who Claire was talking about. The knife slipped against the cutting board, the sound loud in the quiet kitchen. "Claire, listen to me. Where are you?" "At the bakery." Claire's breath hitched. "I'm at the bakery." "Call 911 right now. I'm on my way." Nikki kept her voice steady, but her pulse hammered in her throat. She turned to Rory. Her face felt drained of color. Something happened at the bakery. Rory froze, spatula hovering over the skillet. His jaw tightened, and his eyes narrowed with a protective edge she had seen only a handful of times. "Do you need me to come?" His voice was low and steady, already bracing for whatever she was about to walk into. Nikki shook her head and grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair. "I'll handle it." She crossed to the table and placed a hand on Lacey's shoulder. "I'm sorry. I have to help Claire." Lacey lifted her eyes from the notebook, the pencil stilled in her hand. Her face was too serious for her age. She didn't ask questions. She didn't need to. Her silence carried weight, as though she already knew what sort of terrible thing must have happened. The air in the kitchen shifted. The warmth from the oven and the stove felt distant now, replaced by a cold dread that settled in the space between them. Nikki kissed the top of Lacey's head, squeezed Rory's arm, and stepped into the mudroom. She pulled on her boots, zipped her coat, and grabbed her keys. The house felt too quiet as she left, the door clicking shut behind her. Outside, she dodged sleet as she hurried to the Jeep. She ignored the cold seeping through her winter coat. Claire's voice echoed in her mind, fractured and terrified. "The girls are dead, both of them." She started the engine and pulled out of the driveway, the wipers struggling to keep up with the sleet. The streets of Stillwater were nearly empty, the storm keeping most people inside. The lamps along the sidewalks cast a muted orange glow across the wet pavement, turning the road into a sheet of glass. The wind funneled between the narrow storefronts, rattling signs and sending loose snow skittering across the asphalt. Nikki gripped the wheel tighter. She tried to piece together what could have happened. She was sure the bakery's register rarely held more than a couple $100. A robbery didn't make sense, not one that ended like this. She hadn't pressed Claire for any more details, instead urging Claire to call the police. Hopefully, Claire hadn't gone too far into the bakery and contaminated the scene. Nikki eased the Jeep to the curb a block from Hearth and Scone. She cursed the early darkness, wishing daylight savings time would hurry up and arrive. The bakery sat at the end of the block, its windows lit by the flashing red and blue of police lights. Yellow tape fluttered in the wind, stark against the glass fronts of the closed shops. She killed the engine and sat for a moment, listening to the hiss of sleet against the windshield. Her breath fogged the glass. She felt the weight of what she was about to walk into settle across her shoulders. She assumed Claire was talking about Leslie and Faith. They were the young girls who worked at Hearth and Scone. 2 families destroyed. Claire shattered. Did Leslie's mother, Mary, know? She shook her head. Maybe she was wrong in her assumptions. Perhaps it wasn't them. Maybe Claire had made a mistake. She zipped her coat to her chin, grabbed her bag, and stepped out into the storm. The sleet hit her face. She moved carefully across the slick concrete, her feet sliding slightly with each step. Mark and Claire stood beneath a large umbrella near the crime scene tape, both bundled in winter coats. Claire's arms were wrapped tightly around her chest, Mark's arm around her shoulders. She looked small beside Mark, who stood an inch taller than his brother, Rory, and broader through the shoulders. "Nikki, thank God you're here." Claire's eyes were still dilated with shock. "Have you spoken to the police?" Nikki asked. "Who's in charge?" Claire swallowed hard. "Stillwater police got here about 10 minutes ago. They told us to wait here. One of them went inside, looked around, and then put up the tape. They said investigators are on the way." She wiped tears from her cheeks. "They're dead, Nikki. Mary showed up, Leslie's mom. She was hysterical, screaming." Claire's voice broke. Mark tightened his arm around her. "One of the officers took Mary to the station." Nikki's stomach twisted. She couldn't imagine the pain Mary was in. She looked toward the 3 officers huddled near a cruiser. She had worked with Stillwater police several times over the years, but she didn't recognize any of these young men. The nearest officer couldn't have been more than 22. His breath fogged the air, and his hand flexed nervously on his belt. His eyes kept drifting toward the bakery, then back to the ground. Nikki approached him and flipped open her badge. "Special Agent Nikki Hunt. The owner is a friend. She called me." The officer shifted, his weight moving from one foot to the other. "Ma'am, I can't let anyone in. My superior said to keep the scene clear." Nikki studied him. He was a rookie, following orders. She could push, but it would only get him in trouble. "I understand," she said. "I'm not here officially. Once your superior arrives, I'll explain." Headlights swept across the block. A dark sedan pulled up, brakes squealing to a stop, and Lieutenant Chen stepped out of the driver's seat and headed over to Nikki. One of the three officers on scene strode toward them, his expression already tight, his gaze locked on Nikki. "Why is the FBI here? This is Stillwater's case." Nikki blinked, steady. "And you are?" "Officer Josh Ripken." His tone was territorial. "Since when does the FBI show up uninvited?" Nikki kept her voice even. "Claire called me. She's a friend. I'm not here to take over." Ripken's gaze flicked toward the tape. "That friend of yours is standing with Mark Todd. Isn't he a convicted felon? Did he have access to the bakery?" The words landed like a blow. "If you recognize Mark Todd on sight, then you know he was wrongfully imprisoned." "Aren't you his sister-in-law?" Ripken asked. "That's a conflict of interest." "Ripken, why don't you go take Claire's statement?" Lieutenant Chen had joined them, his voice calm but firm. Nikki had worked with him on several cases, including the disappearance of two sisters a few summers ago. He was smart, fair, and well-connected. Ask for Mark's alibi and leave it at that. Ripken hesitated, then turned and walked away, shoulders stiff. The wind gusted, sleet stinging Nikki's face. She pulled her coat tighter. Chen looked at her with a weary expression. "Sorry about him. He's a transfer from Woodbury and a pain in my ass." He glanced toward Claire and Mark. "When I heard the location, I figured you'd show up." "Claire called me first," Nikki said. "She was in shock. She didn't even think to call the police until I told her to. I just came to be here for them. I don't want to step on your toes." Chen scowled. "I'd rather have you working this case with me than him. Let's go." He handed her a pair of booties and latex gloves. Nikki pulled them on, the cold making her fingers clumsy. Once they were both ready, they ducked under the tape and crossed the sidewalk. The lights inside the bakery glowed harshly against the storm-darkened street. Claire had left the door cracked open when she fled. Nikki's pulse quickened as they reached the entrance. The air felt heavy, charged with something she couldn't name. Chen pushed the door open. Nikki followed Chen inside, the door creaking softly as it swung open. Claire had left the lights on, and the brightness felt wrong, too sharp against the storm-darkened windows. The bakery looked exactly as it always did. Chalkboard menus still listed the day's specials in Claire's looping handwriting. Mugs lined the shelves in neat rows, each one chosen with care. The tables were clean, chairs tucked in, the floor swept. It looked like a place that should be warm and busy, filled with the hum of conversation and the clatter of plates. Nikki paused just inside the doorway. She had walked into countless death scenes over the years, and each one carried its own brand of stillness. Deeper than silence, it was a shift in the air, a heavy weight that settled over everything and sucked all the air out of the room. Even when investigators filled the space with movement and noise, the stillness lingered beneath it, a quiet acknowledgement of what had been taken. She felt it now, pressing against her ribs. "Did Ripken say where the bodies were?" Nikki asked. She hated that the inexperienced officer had been the one to first approach Claire. He shouldn't have been anywhere near her in that state. Chen moved beside her, scanning the room with a practiced eye. "One behind the counter, one in the kitchen." Nikki nodded, though her chest tightened. She forced herself forward, her booties squeaking softly on the tile. Her gaze drifted toward the table where she and Lacey always sat. the one near the window with the chipped corner. She remembered Lacey's laughter, the way she always ordered the same pastry, and how Claire always slipped her an extra cookie when she thought Nikki wasn't looking. She pushed the unwelcome memory down and kept walking. As they neared the counter, Nikki's breath caught. A pair of Converse sneakers stuck out from behind it, the familiar black and white pattern stark against the tile. Her heart jumped to her throat. She crouched slowly, bracing herself. Leslie Nelson lay curled forward, her arms bent as if she had tried to scramble away. The back of her head was matted with blood. She was 15. Nikki had seen her here countless times, laughing with Faith, wiping down tables, teasing Claire about her playlist choices. Now she was still, her body folded in on itself. Nikki swallowed hard. She forced herself to look at the register. It sat untouched on the counter, the drawer closed, the display dark. "No signs of a struggle," she said quietly. "Not one thing is knocked over." Chen's voice was flat. Execution. The word hung in the air. Nikki forced herself to catalog the details. She had learned long ago that if she didn't approach scenes like this with clinical detachment, the grief would swallow her whole. "She probably tried to hide," Nikki said. "He shot her right here. No blood trail." Chen nodded. "Let's check the kitchen." They moved through the open door. The kitchen was bright under the fluorescent lights, the stainless steel counters gleaming. The smell of sugar lingered in the air, but beneath it was something metallic. Faith Wright lay face down near the prep table, her apron still tied neatly around her waist. Blood matted the back of her hair. Nikki stopped short, her breath catching. She had spoken to Faith just last week about her criminal justice courses, about internships and the future she was so eager to chase. Now she lay still, her body twisted slightly as if she had been running. "Another shot to the back of the head," Chen murmured. She was obviously running. Nikki crouched beside Faith, her throat tightening. Boxes had been knocked over near the prep table, scattered across the floor. Was she running for the back door, she asked. They walked past the walk-in freezer toward the back of the bakery. The door stood ajar, sleet blowing in and dampening the floor. Nikki touched the frame. The wood was warped, splintered around the lock. Beside it, a security camera hung crooked, wires dangling loose. She shook her head. "I told Claire months ago to fix this." "So we've got nothing," Chen said. "No footage, no witnesses." "Claire has a camera over the front door," Nikki said. "We'll be able to go through that and see who came in tonight, and make sure they left." Chen crouched to examine the lock. "This should have been replaced too. See how the wood frame is busted around it? Probably used a crowbar." He stood and looked toward the kitchen. Was this a burglary gone wrong? Nikki felt a chill that had nothing to do with the sleet. It's not the type of place you'd expect to find a lot of money. The front door dinged. Nikki and Chen hurried back through the kitchen in time to see the medical examiner enter, her coat dusted with sleet, medical bag in hand. Dr. Blanchard's face hardened as she took in the scene, the professional mask sliding into place. "2 victims?" she asked quietly. Nikki nodded. "Both shot. First one's behind the counter." Blanchard set her bag down and pulled on gloves. "Let's get started." The front door opened again, sleet gusting in with the bitter air. Ripken stepped inside, his coat damp, his expression loaded with self-importance. He walked with the swagger of someone who believed he had something to prove. "I sent Mark and Claire to the station for further questioning," he announced, his voice carrying across the room. He didn't wait for acknowledgement. He moved toward Blanchard, eyes narrowing on the bodies. "So, what's your theory here? What do you think happened?" Blanchard snapped on another pair of gloves. She didn't look at him. "I don't speculate. I document." Ripken hovered closer, pressing. "Come on, you've seen enough scenes. You must have an idea." Blanchard moved with purpose, irritation flashing in her eyes. She bent over Leslie's body, deliberately ignoring him. Chen stepped forward, his voice clipped. "Ripken, start taking photos of the back room, Faith's body, the counters, everything. And make sure the crime scene techs sweep the alley. We need every inch covered." Ripken hesitated, his mouth opening as if to argue, but Chen's stare held firm. The tension in the room thickened, the hum of refrigeration filling the silence. Finally, Ripken muttered something under his breath and moved toward the kitchen, pulling out his camera. Chen turned to Blanchard. "Front door was locked when Claire arrived. Back door is busted. Second victim is in the back, looks like she was running. First one hid behind the counter." Blanchard crouched by Leslie's body. Nikki stood over her shoulder. "No sign of self-defense," Nikki said. "She was hiding. So why kill her if this was a burglary? She'd likely have let someone take what money they wanted from the cash register. Why bring a gun? Were they worried about being identified?" Blanchard leaned closer, her voice low. "Bullet wound to the back of the head. Crouched, slumped. He didn't give her a chance." They moved into the kitchen. The smell of copper under sugar hung heavily. Blanchard walked over to the prep table where Faith lay. "Back of the head," Blanchard said. "Execution style." Nikki pointed to the knocked-over boxes. "Is it possible that she didn't die immediately?" Blanchard looked down at the body and nodded. "I'll find out soon enough. We'll swab her nails for DNA just in case she made contact with her assailant." Chen stood near the back door, his coat damp, his jaw jutting out as he studied the warped wood. He turned to Nikki, lowering his voice so it wouldn't carry beyond them. "I hate to ask this," he said, rubbing the back of his neck, "but I need you to head to the station. We've got interviews piling up and we're short-staffed. I don't want Ripken talking to people." Nikki frowned, her gloves flexing against the lock she'd just examined. "You want me to leave the scene?" Chen nodded, his expression strained. "I need to stay here, lock down the details. Ripken's already circling and he's not good with interviews. He's got an issue with Mark and I don't trust him not to let that bleed into the statements." Nikki studied him, cataloging the frustration etched in his face. Interviewing grieving parents was miserable, and she knew Chen wouldn't ask her unless he truly believed Ripken couldn't handle it. Chen exhaled, his breath fogging in the wind. "You shouldn't have to clean up after him, but if Ripken handles those interviews, we'll lose control before this case even starts." Nikki glanced out the windows, the tape fluttering in the gusts, then returned her gaze to Chen. She didn't want her brother-in-law to get pulled into the investigation. His role was to support Claire and nothing else, and she wanted to do anything it took to help these two grieving families. "I'll go." Chen's shoulders eased, though his eyes still carried the weight of the night. "Thank you. I owe you for this." Nikki slipped out the open back door. The sleet hit her face in bursts as she crossed the alley. She moved carefully, the ground slick beneath her feet. She penguin walked in an effort not to fall on her butt. She yanked the Jeep's door open, jumped in, and slammed it shut. The interior was freezing, the ice-cold leather cutting through her pants. Her breath fogged the windshield as she started the engine and waited for the heat to kick in. She rested her hands on the steering wheel, letting the hum of the engine fill the silence. The night closed in around her. She put the Jeep in gear and pulled away from the bakery, the crime scene lights fading in her rearview mirror. Chapter 4. Nikki steered the Jeep through Stillwater's narrow streets, cursing the weather. The short drive to the police station felt longer in the storm, the tires humming over slick pavement, the wind pushing at the Jeep in steady, freezing bursts. Her thoughts ran on overdrive. The absence of robbery, the lack of any obvious motive, the precision of what had happened at the bakery, all of it gnawed at her. Those shots looked strange to her. Their precision suggested experience. They had to be looking for someone with experience wielding a gun. Shooting a person point blank in the head was cold and removed, as though the girls were victims of a mob hit. Violence without a clear purpose was always harder to pin down. It left too many open doors, too many possibilities. She had seen spree shooters before, and their patterns were unmistakable. Escalation, chaos, a hunger for attention. This didn't feel like that. But she was glad Chen had his eyes open to the possibility. Better to prepare than dismiss. The station came into view, a squat brick building tucked between the courthouse and the library. Its facade glowed under the sodium streetlights, the windows reflecting the storm in fractured streaks. The flag out front snapped in the wind. Ice crusted the pole. Patrol cars lined the curb, their roofs glistening under the sleet. Nikki thumbed her phone and hit Rory's number as she turned into the lot. He picked up on the second ring. "Hey, have you heard from Mark?" Nikki's voice felt tight, stretched thin by the night's stress. "He texted about 10 minutes ago and said he went to the station with Claire. It's so awful, Nikki. I don't know how you deal with this time after time." Nikki steered the Jeep into a space near the entrance. Chen needs help with interviews. They're short-handed, and he wants someone who knows what they're doing. She hesitated. Ripken's comments flickered through her mind. She debated telling Rory, but decided against it. He had enough to worry about. "I'm going to be really late," she said instead. "Don't wait up." Rory was quiet for a moment. "Do you think this is the beginning of something? Should we be worried about someone running around doing this again?" Nikki stared through the windshield at the sleet bouncing off the hood. "I can't rule it out," she said, "but this feels more targeted, more controlled. I can't say more right now. I just wanted to check in. Is Lacey getting ready for bed?" "Yeah, she's in the shower. Be careful." "I will." She ended the call and sat for a moment, listening to the sleet drum against the Jeep. The storm had started before the bakery closed, so the shooter wasn't afraid of the weather preventing his escape. Had he left on foot or had a car waiting? Chen would pull all the surrounding CCTV, but it would be tomorrow before they had any answers. She pushed the door open, the wind biting her face, and headed toward the station's glowing entrance. Inside, the air smelled faintly of coffee and disinfectant. She shook the wetness from her jacket and approached the front desk. The desk sergeant looked up from a stack of reports, recognition flickering across his face. "Agent Hunt? Lieutenant Chen called, said to expect you." Nikki nodded, brushing sleet from her hair. "Thanks, I'll head back." She moved past the desk, the knot in her chest tightening as the hum of phones and voices carried down the hallway. The night's work was only beginning. As always, cold air filled the conference room. A chill seeped into Nikki's skin. The overhead light buzzed faintly, a low hum that filled the silence. Nikki closed the door behind her, the latch clicking into place with a sound that felt too loud in the stillness. Two women sat at the table. It was easy to tell which one was Mary Nelson. She sat slumped forward, her shoulders rounded. She twisted her hands in her lap. Her knuckles were white, her fingers restless, pulling at each other as if she could wring the grief out of her body. Her eyes were red, and her mascara clumped. Beside her sat a woman with the same eyes but sharper edges, her posture rigid and her jaw tight. Nikki pulled out a chair and sat across from them. She kept her voice low and steady. "I'm Special Agent Nikki Hunt. I'm very sorry for what you're going through." Mary nodded, her breath catching. She gestured faintly toward the woman beside her. "This is my sister, Rita." Rita gave a curt nod, her gaze fixed on Nikki. She reached over and squeezed Mary's hand. Nikki leaned forward slightly, her elbows brushing the scarred tabletop. "I know this is incredibly difficult, but I need to ask you some questions." Rita nodded, putting an arm around Mary. "When was the last time you spoke to Leslie?" Mary's voice was thin, almost a whisper. "A little after 5. I texted her to ask how her shift was going. She was working until 6. She said she was fine. She was in a good mood." Her voice cracked. "I must have fallen asleep on the couch. When I woke up, she wasn't home." Her breath hitched. She pressed her hands to her face and began to cry. Nikki pushed a box of tissues across the table and waited. The sound of Mary's sobs filled the room, raw and unfiltered. It pierced Nikki's resolve, settling heavily in her chest. Cases involving young girls had always been hard, but now that Lacey was older, the weight of them sank deeper. She felt it in her throat, in her ribs, in the space behind her eyes. When Mary finally steadied, Nikki spoke again. "I know this is painful, and I'm sorry to press, but everything you can tell me is important. How has Leslie been recently? Has she mentioned anything you think could help the investigation?" Mary shook her head quickly, tears welling again. "No, she loves working at Hearth and Scone with Faith. She was happy." Nikki let the quiet sit for a moment. Mary looked like she was about to continue speaking, then hesitated. Her lips parted, but no words came. Rita didn't wait. "You should tell the detective about Toby." Mary's face crumpled. "No, Toby would never hurt her." "I know," Rita said, her voice firm, cutting through Mary's denial. "But what about what you told me? The things he's into? He's Mary's ex-husband, Leslie's stepfather." "What kind of things?" Nikki asked. Rita didn't flinch. "Drugs. He's a dealer. Mary kicked him out and filed for divorce, but he's been in Leslie's life since she was 3. They get along. She still spends time with him. I think it's because she and her friends know they can do whatever they want at his place." Mary's tears spilled over again. "He loves her. He wouldn't do anything to hurt her." Nikki cut in gently but firmly. "Do you know if Leslie was taking anything?" Mary's voice broke. "No, I don't think so." Rita leaned forward, her voice low but steady. "A few months ago, someone came by looking for him. Toby wasn't home. The man gave Mary a warning, said Mary was hanging around the wrong kind of people." Adrenaline rushed through Nikki. She stood and smoothed her coat with one hand. The interview wasn't over, but she knew she needed to get this information to the rest of the team ASAP. "An officer will take you home. A victim's advocate will check in with you, and will need to interview you again. But this information is important to the case. I need to share it with my team right away. Is there anything else you need to tell me?" Mary shook her head, broken, her shoulders shaking. Rita held her upright, one arm around her, steadying her as if she might collapse. Nikki opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the air colder out here than in the room. She pulled her phone from her pocket, her thumb already moving in search of Chun's number. When he answered, she quickly filled him in. "I want to talk to Claire first, see what she knows. Then I'll track down Toby Nelson." She ended the call and stood still for a moment, letting the weight of the night settle around her. Outside, the storm battered the windows, the wind howling down the street. She took a breath, squared her shoulders, and headed down the hall. Someone had placed Mark and Claire in the smaller interview room, with no window and no sense of air. Nikki paused outside the door for a moment, her hand on the knob, irritation tightening in her chest. She knew exactly why officers used this room. It was designed to wear people down. The walls were bare and close, the paint chipped in places, tables scarred from years of elbows and fists and nervous hands. The overhead light made her eyes hurt, throwing a harsh glare across the surface that made every shadow look more ominous than it should. There was no reason to put Mark and Claire in here. They weren't suspects, not even close. And yet, someone had boxed them into a space meant to make people crack. Ripken was still at the scene, so it couldn't have been him. Nikki shook off the frustration and focused. She had to do her job and clear Mark and Claire so they could move forward in the case. Nikki pushed the door open. Mark sat with his arm wrapped around Claire. His jaw was locked, his eyes fixed on the table. His hand moved in slow circles across Claire's back, steady and deliberate, as though he could anchor her by sheer will. He looked like a man holding himself together by threads. Claire trembled beside him. Strands of damp hair clung to her face, her coat still wet from the sleet outside. Drops slid from the hem onto the tile, forming a small, uneven pool beneath her chair. "Sorry to make you guys wait." Nikki stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind her. Mary Nelson's grief still clung to her like static. The woman would be in hell for the rest of her life. "What's happening?" Claire said. "What can we do to help find out who did this?" Her hands shook more than her voice, but her eyes shined with anger. Who could do this? Nikki pulled out a chair, the legs scraping against the tile, and sat across from them. The worst kind of people. She opened her notebook. Listen, I have to tell you this is a preliminary interview. Since Mark is my brother-in-law and Claire and I are friends, we'll need someone else to follow up. She hated to make them talk to the authorities twice, but they weren't far behind the murders right now, and Claire might have vital information. Nikki knew the basics. Claire had owned Hearth and Scone for decades, and both Leslie and Faith had worked there since last summer. Claire had told Nikki it was both of their first jobs, learning the ropes about how to deal with customers at a cozy local bakery their friends could frequent. Claire knew both their mothers well. She needed to get to the most important details and help find justice for these families. Claire, how long have Leslie and Faith been closing the shop without you? Claire's voice was barely above a whisper. 2 months. They've both been great. Her breath hitched, and she pressed her lips together as if trying to hold herself steady. Nikki nodded slowly. The hum of the vent filled the pause, pressing into the silence. Who else would know the girls' routine, their closing schedules? Claire worried her bottom lip, her eyes darting toward Mark. He gave her a small nod, urging her on. She took a breath. You already know we close at 6:30. If it was slow, they finished early but usually stayed open. The girls got along, no problems. Nikki leaned forward, her elbows pressing into the scarred wood. Other employees? Anyone else who's worked there recently? Claire hesitated, her voice catching. It's just me and the girls. Jimmy Barons used to work some morning shifts. He started out as a good employee, although your typical cocky 21-year-old guy who thinks he knows everything. She swallowed. Faith stopped in on her day off and he made comments. Sexual comments. I fired him. That was 3 weeks ago. Nikki's eyes narrowed. Did Jimmy cause issues with Leslie too? Not that I know of. Claire's hands twisted in her lap, fingers knotting together. I can't see him coming in there and doing something like this. He's more bark than bite when it comes down to it. Is there anything else I should know about? Claire hesitated and then shook her head. No problems with customers. The place has been a dream. Her voice cracked on the last word. The silence stretched. Nikki let it hang, the hum of the vent filling the space, before pressing again, softer but insistent. Think carefully, Claire. Is there anyone who might hold something against you? Claire's shoulders slumped. She stared at the table, her voice low. No, I can't really think of anyone else. She glanced at Mark, who shrugged. We'll need all the security videos from your front camera from the last 30 days. You keep them stored, I hope. Yeah, it's actually on a 45-day reset. Mark spoke for the first time. It'll take a little bit of time, but I can get them all in a zip file and email them to you. Perfect, Nikki said. We'll also be pulling CCTV and security footage from every building nearby, and officers will go door to door. I should have fixed the back camera like you've been telling me to. Claire's voice trembled. The front door was locked, so he had to have gone out the back. If I'd listened and had that damn thing fixed, you'd already have him. Stop! Mark squeezed her shoulders. Don't do that to yourself. Claire nodded, her eyes wet, her shoulders trembling. She nodded toward Nikki before facing Mark. Mark shook his head. Claire looked back at Nikki. The cop who sent us here questioned Mark. He asked about his alibi like he wanted to trap him. Nikki's expression softened. Don't worry about it. He's just hostile. That's how he works. Mark's eyes flicked up, dark and simmering. He didn't speak, but the anger in his expression was unmistakable. Nikki held his gaze for a moment, letting him see that she understood. Nikki stood, the chair legs scraping against the floor. Like I said earlier, someone else will interview you because I'm Mark's sister-in-law. We have to make sure everything is done by the rules for the jury, assuming we get the killer to trial. She glanced at Mark, but his expression was unreadable. That's all for now. Go home. Rest. We'll be in touch. Claire rose on unsteady legs. Mark stood with her, his arm firm around her shoulders. She leaned into him, her body sagging against his. Nikki guided them out of interview room B and signaled to a nearby uniformed officer. "Walk Mark and Claire out to their vehicle, please. Stay with them until they're on the road." "Yes, ma'am." She watched the officer lead them down the hallway. Claire kept glancing back, her eyes wide and uncertain. Mark didn't look back at all. His shoulders were hunched, his jaw tight, his grief simmering just beneath the surface. Nikki felt a pang of protectiveness. He wasn't a suspect. He was family, and he was hurting. Nikki rubbed her temples. At least they already had two suspects, Jimmy Behrens and Toby Nelson. She pulled out her phone, her thumb hovering over the screen, searching through public records. The overhead light buzzed faintly above her. Toby Nelson was her first stop. She turned, ready to head toward the bullpen to grab her coat and get back out into the night. She was halfway down the hall when a male voice cut through the quiet. "Hunt, got a minute?" Ripken stepped out from a side corridor, blocking her path with the casual entitlement of someone who believed the hallway belonged to him. His badge hung from his belt, his jacket unzipped, his expression tight with something between irritation and self-importance. Nikki forced a polite smile. "I'm on my way out to talk to suspects, but I've got a few moments. We've got an ex-coworker who made sexual advances and a stepfather involved in dealing drugs. Promising." Ripken nodded, though he didn't look grateful for the information. He looked like a man preparing to deliver a lecture. "I'm going to be straight with you," Ripken said, lowering his voice. "I don't think you can be objective with Mark Todd." Nikki blinked once. "Excuse me?" "You're his sister-in-law," Ripken said. "That's a conflict of interest, and everyone knows it." Nikki kept her expression neutral, though irritation flickered at the edges. "Mark isn't a suspect, and even if he were, I'm capable of doing my job." Ripken snorted softly. "You say that, but you're already giving him a free pass." "Why do you think Mark is a suspect?" Nikki asked. "Have you even asked about his alibi? Because I have. He was with Claire." Ripken's eyes flicked away for a moment as he recalculated. "I don't know if Mark's a suspect," Ripken said finally, "but his history and his proximity to the crime can't be ignored." "I'm not ignoring it," Nikki said. "I'm following the evidence." "Are you?" Ripken asked, leaning in slightly. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're protecting family." Nikki inhaled slowly, letting the breath settle in her spine. "I appreciate your concern," she said evenly, "but I'm not the only one interviewing Mark. I spoke to them tonight so that we could get suspect information and not be even further behind the killer than we are. I'll make sure Chen talks to them separately tomorrow. They're expecting another interview." Ripken's eyebrows shot up. "Chen doesn't want me doing interviews. Otherwise, I'd have talked to Mark Todd tonight." Nikki didn't rise to the bait. She refused to give him the satisfaction. Ripken's face reddened slightly. "You know what? I'm going to talk to the chief about this." "Do whatever you feel is necessary," Nikki said, stepping past him. "I've got work to do." She didn't wait for his response. She didn't need to. She could feel his indignation radiating behind her like a space heater on full blast. The hallway stretched ahead, long and empty, and she walked it without looking back. Her boots clicked steadily against the floor, each step pulling her farther from Ripken's posturing and closer to the work that actually mattered. As she reached the end of the hall, Nikki felt a small pulse of relief. She was glad she'd had Mark and Claire escorted out. Ripken would have cornered them, interrogated them, maybe even tried to intimidate Mark into saying something incriminating. He was wound too tight, too eager to prove himself right, too convinced that proximity equaled guilt. She understood his concern. She really did. Everyone was on edge. 2 young girls gunned down. But concern didn't excuse attitude, and it didn't excuse sloppy thinking. Ripken was letting emotion drive him, and that was the last thing this investigation needed. She pushed through the double doors into the bullpen, the hum of computers and low murmur of voices washing over her. The night shift was settling in, officers hunched over desks, phones ringing intermittently. Outside the windows, snow drifted past the streetlights in slow, lazy spirals. Tomorrow, she'd deal with Ripken. She'd talk to Chen about keeping him away from Mark until the dust settled. And she'd make sure the chief understood that Ripken's interference was a liability. But right now, she had suspects to track down. Chapter 5. Toby Nelson's neighborhood was quiet, with rows of modest homes pressed shoulder to shoulder, their porch lights glowing against the dark. The houses looked nearly identical, their siding dulled by years of Minnesota winters, yards edged with snow that glowed like glass, and patches of ice that caught the faint light. A Toyota Tacoma sat in the driveway, its hood dusted with frost, the shimmer catching the glow of the porch lamp. Nikki carefully shuffled her feet across the sidewalk, trying not to slip. She paused for a moment, scanning the street. She tugged her coat tighter, pulling the collar higher against the wind, and forced herself forward. The door opened before she reached it. Toby Nelson stood framed in the doorway, his shoulders slumped, his eyes red. His face was blotched, nose raw, the unmistakable signs of a man who had been crying. His posture sagged, as though grief had hollowed him out, dragging him into the frame of the doorway like a shadow. Nikki introduced herself, holding her badge where he could see it. The metal caught the porch light, gleaming briefly before she lowered it. Toby shook his head, his voice rough, hoarse. "Mary called. This can't be real." His grief looked genuine. According to Mary, her daughter had a good relationship with Toby. He'd been her stepfather since she was 3. But grief did not erase the past, and it did not mean this was unrelated to his drug business. Nikki steadied herself, forcing her tone into something clipped and professional. She decided not to circle the issue. "I'm not going to beat around the bush," she said, her voice firm. "Are you in trouble with anyone who would hurt Leslie to get to you?" Toby's eyes widened, the shock raw in his expression. He shook his head hard, his voice rising. "No, I've been working at a tire shop not far from here. I can prove it. I haven't been dealing." Nikki studied him carefully, her gaze steady. She watched the tension in his jaw, the way his hands twitched at his sides, the way his breath came in uneven bursts. "I'll take all that information, including your alibi for tonight. That's protocol." He nodded, his jaw tight, the muscle twitching. "I was at work until 6:30. "That makes it difficult for you to be involved," Nikki said, her tone even. "But not impossible. Did you come straight home?" Toby's frustration flared, his hands clenched at his sides, knuckles pale against the porch light. His breath came faster, fogging in the air. "Why are you wasting your time here, when the person who did this is out there?" "Yes, he is," Nikki looked at him. "I'm going to find him. But even if you're no longer involved in the drug world, you have enemies. Think carefully. Is there anything you were into that could come back to haunt you? If you hold back, I can come back and charge you with obstruction." Toby's shoulders sagged, his anger draining into something heavier. He rubbed his face with both hands, dragging them down slowly, his voice low and unsteady. "My supplier threatened my family not long before the divorce. Worrying about Leslie's safety was one of the reasons I got out." Nikki leaned in slightly, her breath fogging between them. "Where can I find him?" Toby shook his head, his eyes darting away, refusing to meet hers. "I don't have contact with him anymore. I'm out of that, and have been for months. Supplier and I only met face-to-face once, and I don't even know his name. After that, everything was handled through a storage locker. I won't tell you where, but that's how he kept it clean." "And you don't think there's any chance the supplier had a grudge?" Nikki asked. "If he did, wouldn't he have threatened me since I quit?" Toby demanded. "I swear on my life I'd tell you if I thought anyone connected to my past is responsible. It's just not possible." Nikki studied him, waiting for him to look away or give some sign of deceit, but Toby held his chin high, defiant. They'd check on the supplier, have Chen check in with informants, but she believed Toby. She turned to leave, but Toby stopped her, his voice raw, breaking. "You should also talk to Mary's boyfriend, Chet Fassler. Leslie was uncomfortable around him. That's part of the reason she liked hanging around here more than home lately." Nikki froze, the words cutting through the night. Mary had not mentioned another adult in her daughter's life. The omission felt deliberate, or maybe desperate. Either way, it mattered. She stepped back outside, determination settling in her chest like steel. The porch light buzzed overhead, casting a pale glow across Toby's face. The Tacoma gleamed faintly in the dark, frost catching the light. She lingered for a moment, scanning the street again. Curtains shifted in one of the houses across the way, a faint movement behind glass. A dog barked somewhere down the block, high-pitched and sudden, before falling quiet. Nikki pulled her collar higher and forced herself back toward the Jeep. She opened the door and slid inside, her breath fogging the windshield. Toby Nelson wasn't lying, but he also wasn't a mind reader. Chen had informants across the city, so hopefully he could track one down that knew enough to back up Toby's story about the supplier. If someone in the drug world did have an axe to grind against Toby, the informants had likely heard about it. She rested her hands on the steering wheel for a moment, letting the weight of the night settle. The case had shifted again, the path ahead branching in new directions. She started the engine, the Jeep rumbling to life, and pulled away from the curb. The rental building sat wedged between two older brick storefronts, as if it had been placed there decades ago and then forgotten, left to sag into itself until the structure no longer remembered how to stand straight. The siding had faded to a tired gray, and the gutters bowed under the weight of old ice that had never fully melted. A small sign above the entryway read Riverside Flats, though the river was several blocks away, and the building looked as though it hadn't been updated since the early 90s. Stillwater had many places like this, buildings that had survived too many winters and too many tenants, patched together with mismatched repairs and the stubbornness of age. Nikki stood on the sidewalk for a moment, taking in the building's shape, its proximity to the bakery. Hearth and Scone sat only a few blocks behind her, close enough that someone could walk the distance in minutes. Close enough that Claire's ex-employee, Jimmy Behrens, could have slipped out at any time without drawing attention. The thought settled in before she even reached for the door. If he'd sexually harassed Faith and been rebuked, Jimmy could have obsessed over the embarrassment and job loss and decided to punish Faith. Leslie could have been a casualty of Jimmy's ego. Nikki pulled the glass door open. It rattled in its frame, the hinges releasing a long, thin squeal that echoed up the stairwell. Warm air drifted out in a tired wave that smelled of fried onions, stale smoke, old carpet shampoo, and something sweet that had begun to sour, the lingering scent of a forgotten takeout bag. A metal mailbox cluster lined one wall, the doors dented and scratched, stickers half peeled, names written in several different hands as tenants came and went. She paused inside the entryway, letting her eyes adjust to the dimness. The building wasn't silent, but filled with the layered sounds of old structures that had absorbed years of living. A radiator clanked somewhere above her. Pipes ticked behind the walls. A faint thump of bass drifted from a distant apartment, muffled by drywall and insulation. The air felt as though the building had absorbed the weight of every argument, every late-night phone call, every slammed door. She started up the stairs. The carpet had been worn to a flattened nap, dark patches marking the path most walked. The edges frayed where the fibers had surrendered. Her feet thudded in a rhythm that made the stair treads groan. The banister paint had chipped enough that her fingertips brushed bare wood, a splinter catching her skin. She pulled her hand back, flexed her fingers, and hooked her thumb inside her coat pocket to keep from touching it again. Above her, a single bulb buzzed and stuttered, the light thin and watery, barely keeping the shadows from swallowing the hallway. Somewhere behind a closed door, a television murmured at low volume. Farther down, someone coughed twice and then fell silent. Nikki climbed to the second landing. A draft slid along the floorboards, carrying a faint thread of cigarette smoke. The third floor narrowed, the paint along the trim peeling in curled ribbons, as if the building had shed a skin it never bothered to clean up. A window at the far end sat cloudy with old condensation, pale light pressing against grime and failing to break through. She walked the corridor, reading the numbers stamped onto brass plates, 3A, 3B. The plate for 3C sat crooked, one screw missing, the remaining one over-tightened so the metal bent in a warped grin. She knocked. The sound was dull, swallowed by the carpeted hallway and old plaster. Behind the door came a pause, then the faint squeak of chair wheels, and finally, the lock turned. A young man stood with a headset looped around his neck, the pads resting against his collarbones. Blue light from a monitor spilled across his face, bleaching his skin and carving shadows beneath his eyes. His voice carried the tone of someone pulled out of a thread mid-game, irritated and distracted. "Yeah?" Nikki held her badge in the slice of light. "Special Agent Nikki Hunt. I need to speak with Jimmy Behrens." He blinked once, tugged the headset down so it hung against his chest, and frowned. His gaze stayed fixed on the badge. "He's not here." He leaned into the doorframe, arms slack, curiosity edged with suspicion. "What's the FBI want with Jimmy?" Nikki let the silence settle first. The building seemed to listen with them, one door latch clicking somewhere down the hall, the bulb above them scratching its buzz into the pause. She kept her tone clipped and professional. "Do you have his phone number?" "Yeah, but he never answers." He pulled his phone from his pocket, his thumb moving with practiced speed. The screen lit his features in hard white, a scroll of unanswered messages marching past. He tilted the phone so she could see the thread, a series of short reminders and check-ins that had gone ignored. Nikki scanned the timestamps, the cadence, the pattern of being dismissed. She didn't comment. She took a card from her pocket, its edges crisp, and slid it onto the small table beside the door, its laminate chipped and marked with 3 water rings. "Have him call me, or expect another visit." She didn't step back. "What's your name?" He shifted, as if the question required him to redistribute his weight. "Mike." Nikki nodded. "When was the last time you saw Jimmy?" Mike leaned into the frame, the headset cord dangling like a loose vine. His tone flattened further, somewhere between bored and mildly inconvenienced. "He was here when I got home from work a couple hours ago, hung around for a bit, then left for a party not long after." Nikki's gaze drifted past him, taking in the apartment interior. A couch with sagging cushions sat beneath the window. A coffee table was scattered with takeout wrappers folded into boats. 2 controllers lay on the floor, and a ring of light from the monitor burned into the dim room like a portal. There was no smell of gun oil, no polish, no locked case visible, just the burnout of young men ending their day by feeding the screen. "Does Jimmy own any guns? Any weapons?" Mike shook his head, the motion easy and untroubled. "Not that I know of." "If you think of anything, call me." Nikki kept her voice level, a tone that didn't invite argument. She shifted her stance slightly, grounding through her heels. "What kind of car does Jimmy drive?" "Black Nissan." He shrugged, the words delivered like an item on a grocery list. The headset wire swayed and settled. Nikki tucked the detail away. She could already picture the truck against the map in her mind, placing it along the grid of streets near the bakery, imagining how it would look under the street lamps, how easily it could blend into the neighborhood. "Why isn't Jimmy working at Hearth & Scone anymore?" Her tone remained even. Mike's expression didn't change. He glanced back toward the blue glow for a moment. He said Faith came on to him, then lied to Claire. Claire believed her. That's all I know. Nikki measured the shape of his answer. She held his gaze a moment longer. He didn't look defensive. He looked detached, like someone who lived in parallel rather than in partnership, intersecting only at rent day and trash schedules. The headset around his neck told her his attention had a gravity she wouldn't displace. The way he casually flipped his phone toward her told her he wasn't on guard, wasn't building a wall to protect Jimmy. This wasn't loyalty. it was distance. She picked up her card from the table and placed it directly into his hand, pressing the edge lightly against his palm until his fingers closed around it. "Keep this where you'll see it." Mike nodded, his eyes already drifting toward the monitor. The door remained cracked, the hall bulb buzzing like an insect that refused to die. Nikki stepped back into the corridor. The smell of smoke lived in the air here, tucked into the carpet fibers, into the wall paint, into the wood grain below. The bulb overhead flickered once and then steadied, casting a thin wash of light across the peeling trim. She stood for a moment, listening to the building's sounds, a faucet opening and closing, a distant laugh, the creak of someone shifting on an old bed. On the far wall, a bulletin board held a paper about quiet hours, scotch-taped at 3 corners, the 4th peeled away and curled. The building asked people to respect neighbors, and quietly admitted no one really did. She descended the stairwell. The steps complained with each footfall, a weary series of groans that matched the slow rhythm of her breathing. Her hand hovered near the banister, but never settled. At the first landing, she paused, listening to the faint shiver of wind finding seams in the window frame. Beyond the fogged glass, the street lamps cast long smears of light across the wet pavement, and the dark line of the river sat beyond the shops. It was going to be a long night. She continued down, her footsteps thudding softly, the stairwell amplifying each step like a metronome. Fortunately, she had a way to track Jimmy Barron's. She just didn't like using it. License plate reader systems were controversial, but in cases like this, they could make or break a case. At the bottom, she pushed the door open and felt the hinges drag. Cold air rushed in, washing away the smell of smoke and replacing it with the clean sting of night. She stood at the threshold for a moment, letting the chill pick up the edges of her fatigue. The sidewalk ran wet and dark, reflecting glints from the lamps. The storefronts across the way wore their closing hours like a hush. She pulled her coat tighter around her. Back inside the Jeep, Nikki settled into the driver's seat and let the quiet wrap around her for a moment. The interior still held the faint chill from the night air, and the windows fogged slightly as her breath warmed the space. She pulled her laptop closer, the glow of the screen illuminating the dashboard in a soft, pale wash. Her fingers moved quickly across the keys as she ran Jimmy Barron's information through the database. She sifted through the results until she found the license plate number for his black Nissan. It was not the route she preferred to take, but it was the fastest way to track his movements throughout the night. Flock was a powerful tool, a network of cameras used by law enforcement to capture and log license plates as vehicles passed through intersections and along major roads. It was invaluable during pursuits and missing person cases, but it also carried a weight that made Nikki uneasy. In the wrong hands, it could be used to monitor people who had done nothing wrong. It could become a weapon rather than a resource. She used it only when the situation demanded it, and tonight it did. The beauty of Flock was its speed. Within 10 minutes of calling the Stillwater Communications Department, Nikki had a full route of Jimmy Barron's movements through the city. The cameras had picked him up driving past the bakery at 5:15 in the evening. They still did not have an exact time of death, but Leslie had texted her mother a few minutes after 5. The bakery closed at 6:30. The window was narrow, but it existed. Barron's roommate had not known the address of the party, but Flock had captured the Nissan heading south into Washington County. The system had logged the vehicle turning into a residential neighborhood not far from the county line. The address was now pinned on Nikki's map. 15 minutes later, she pulled into the neighborhood, her headlights sweeping across a small ranch house that seemed to pulse with noise. Cars lined both sides of the street, their bumpers nearly touching. Music thumped from inside the house, the bass vibrating through the siding and spilling into the yard. Colored lights flashed behind the curtains, casting shifting patterns across the snow. It looked like a college party, but this was not campus. This was a quiet residential street where families usually settled in early for the night. She imagined the police would be getting calls about the noise tonight. Nikki stepped out of the Jeep and walked up the path. She knocked hard, then pressed the doorbell. The chime barely rose above the music. A girl answered. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused, her hair tangled, and the skunky sweetness of marijuana clung to her clothes. She blinked at Nikki, trying to make sense of her presence. Nikki held up her identification. Special Agent Nikki Hunt. The girl squinted, swaying slightly. Everyone here is legal age, and recreational weed is legal. I'm not here for that. Nikki's tone remained even but firm. As long as no one drives impaired, I don't care. I need Jimmy Barron's. His car's outside. I know he's here. Please get him. The girl muttered something under her breath and disappeared into the crowd. Nikki remained in the entryway, the press of bodies close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from them. The air was thick with sweat, smoke, and the sour tang of spilled beer. People lingered near the doorway, watching her with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Whispers moved through the room like a current, soft and quick. Jimmy Barron's appeared a moment later, pushing through the crowd with the confidence of someone who believed he belonged at the center of every room. He was tall and muscular, with blonde hair and brown eyes. His expression carried the swagger of a young man who had not yet learned the limits of his own invincibility. "Why is a cop bothering me at a party?" he snapped. Nikki met his gaze without flinching. "I'm with the FBI. I'm here about what happened at Hearth and Scone." Shock cracked across his face. The bravado faltered, replaced by confusion and something that looked like fear. Nikki seized the moment. "It's loud in here," she said. "Come out to my Jeep so we can talk." He hesitated, glancing back at the crowd as if hoping someone would intervene. No one did. "Is this an official interview?" he asked. "Will it be recorded? This feels like entrapment." Nikki shook her head. "Feel free to record with your phone. I'm just trying to get somewhere quiet." Jimmy considered this for a moment and then nodded, following her out. Inside the Jeep, the silence pressed in around them, broken only by the soft tick of cooling metal. Jimmy shifted in his seat, his earlier confidence gone. He turned to her, his voice tight. He opened his phone and hit record. "What happened?" Nikki kept her tone steady. Having the phone pointed at her while she asked questions was a bit unsettling, but she wanted to make Jimmy feel comfortable, and this prevented him from accusing her of misconduct later. "Leslie and Faith were killed tonight." His eyes filled, tears welling so quickly that Nikki felt her heart sink. His face crumpled, the disbelief raw and unguarded. She let him cry, giving him the space to absorb the news. The grief was too real, too sudden, too unfiltered to be an act. She knew in that moment that he was not the person she was looking for. After a minute, she spoke again. "What time did you get home from work today?" "Around 5:30, he said. His voice shook. "I got ready for the party. I left after my roommate got home." Nikki leaned back, watching him carefully. "I can track your movements through your license plate." He gave a short, bitter laugh. "Then you already know I drive by the bakery on my way home. You know I never stopped." "I know you were fired for sexually harassing Faith," Nikki said. Her tone remained even, but she watched him closely. "Have you had any contact with her since you were fired?" His jaw tightened. He wiped his cheeks with the back of his hand. "No. I was stupid and hot-headed. I learned my lesson." "You want to tell me what happened from your point of view?" Nikki asked. Jimmy sighed. "I was just stupid and said inappropriate things to Faith. I was joking, but she took it seriously and Claire fired me. I learned my lesson. Some things you keep to yourself." "What about while you worked at the bakery?" Nikki asked. "Did any customers stand out? Anyone cause trouble or harass the girls?" He shook his head. "No. The only person I can think of is that red-headed homeless girl. The girls befriended her a couple weeks ago. She came in at night and they fed her. She was quiet and friendly. I never talked to her. I didn't understand why they brought her in." "You have a name?" "Isla," Jimmy answered. "Never heard her last name." Nikki wrote the name in her notebook, the pen scratching softly across the page. Anything else? Anyone else who might have had a problem with the bakery? No, he said. His voice was firm, almost pleading. I have nothing to hide. I hope you find who did this. Nicky studied him for a long moment, letting the silence settle. The grief in his expression was unmistakable. The fear was real. The confusion was genuine. She closed her notebook, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. Relief that he was not the killer. Disappointment that the lead she had hoped would break the case open had dissolved into nothing. I will find him. Nicky handed him her card. You call me if you think of anything. He nodded, shoving the card in his pocket as he exited the Jeep. Nicky watched him walk back to the party, hunched over, his shoulders shaking. She started the Jeep, the engine rumbling softly. The case hadn't gotten easier. It had only grown more complicated. She shifted into gear and pulled away from the curb, the party fading behind her as she drove back into the cold, quiet streets of Stillwater. Chapter 6. The parking lot was still cordoned off, the yellow tape lifting and falling in the wind like a tired banner that had been left to weather the night. Floodlights cast harsh beams across the pavement, flattening every surface into stark contrast and washing the stains on the ground into pale, ghost-like shapes. Patrol cars idled at the perimeter, their headlights dimmed, their radios crackling with clipped exchanges that drifted into the winter air. Officers stood in small clusters, shifting their weight from foot to foot, their breath rising in faint clouds that dissolved almost as soon as they formed. Nicky pulled her Jeep into the far corner and turned off the engine. The metal ticked softly as it cooled. She stepped out, the cold settling deep in her lungs. The scene felt quieter than it had earlier, but the weight of it had not lifted. If anything, the silence made it feel heavier, as though the night itself had absorbed the shock of what had happened and was holding it close. Chen stood near the tape with his arms folded, his breath fogging in steady bursts. The floodlights carved sharp lines across his face, making him look older than he had earlier that evening. He looked up as Nicky approached, and she could see the strain in his expression. "What did you find out?" he asked. Nicky opened her notebook, the pages catching the light. Barron's was at a party tonight. His roommate confirmed it, but he couldn't account for him earlier in the evening. We can't rule him out until we go over the CCTV footage and look for his vehicle, but the kid was shocked and devastated. I don't think he's our guy. Chen looked disgusted. So much for a quick solve. Nicky shifted her weight, her gaze drifting across the taped-off lot. The wind tugged at the plastic ribbon, making it snap lightly against the metal stakes. Toby Nelson insists his supplier hasn't bothered him in months, and there's no reason for him to have a grudge against Toby and his family. I'm hoping you can check with your local informants, see if you can dig up any rumors about Toby. He never had direct contact with the supplier. Everything was handled through a storage locker. Chen frowned, absorbing the information. That's a specific drop. My guys might know something. I'll reach out, but it might be a couple of days. This feels calculated, Nicky said. Have you found any signs of burglary? Nothing, Chen confirmed. The gunshots looked expert to me. I think we're dealing with someone with experience firing at close range. We need to look into the backgrounds of everyone close to the victims, for military time and gun licenses. Chen exhaled slowly, his breath clouding in the cold. I agree. He shifted and pulled his phone from his pocket. The screen lit his face in a pale glow. Claire sent over her security footage from tonight. There's a red-headed girl who comes into the bakery about 30 minutes before close. She has a backpack and keeps her head down, but she doesn't leave. Nicky felt her stomach tighten. Chen showed her the tape of a tall, willowy redhead with a stuffed backpack and layers of clothes, sitting at the back table nearest the counter. Damn! She told him about Isla, the red-headed homeless girl Faith and Leslie had befriended. Could she be our killer? Chen asked. She looked so young, Nicky thought, plus the fact that their assailant knew how to handle a firearm. I think it's unlikely. Maybe she slipped out the back before it happened. She could be a witness. Or she's a third victim, Chen said. The words settled between them. Nikki pictured the girl, her red hair catching the bakery lights, her shoulders hunched beneath the weight of a backpack. She imagined her stepping inside for warmth or food, unaware of what she was walking into. Or she imagined her watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment. The possibilities nagged her, each one carrying its own heavy sense of dread. "We'll have to put out a BOLO, Nikki said. Chen tapped his phone, pulling up a still frame from the footage. The girl's face was half-turned, her hair spilling forward, but the image was clear enough to identify her. "I already sent this to dispatch. They're on it. Every patrol car in the county will have her description before the hour's out." Nikki nodded, the knot in her chest tightening. "Good. Whether she's a victim or a suspect, we need to find her." They stood in silence for a moment, the hum of the floodlights filling the space between them. The beams cast long shadows across the pavement, stretching toward the darkened street beyond the tape. The wind carried the faint scent of fresh snow, though none had begun to fall. The wind swept across the lot again, rattling the tape and sending a shiver through the floodlight stands. The crime scene felt colder now, the silence heavier, as if the night had settled into a deeper stillness. Nikki and Chen stood side by side, their breath rising in pale clouds, the complexity of the case settling between them like a third presence. "Listen," she glanced at Chen. "Ripken approached me about Mark. He's concerned I'm protecting him. I told him you'd be interviewing Mark separately, but he's really walking a fine line. I can't tell if he wants to go after Mark or is just gung-ho on the case." Chen scowled. "I told him that before he left here. He gets something on his mind and that's it. He got busted down from detective to officer for alleged misconduct, but I'll talk to him." "Thanks." Nikki looked toward the bakery, its windows dark and unyielding. She imagined the warmth that had once filled the space, the smell of sugar and bread, the laughter of two girls who had not deserved what had happened to them. The contrast between that memory and the cold emptiness before her made her feel nauseous. Chen shifted beside her, his voice softer now. "We'll get answers." The path ahead felt tangled with more questions than answers. 2 teenaged girls were dead. How many times had Nikki worked similar cases? Young women losing their lives to violence had been the core of her life for so long, Nikki felt numb to the sadness, until she had to face the families and take on the weight of their grief. She remembered all the victims she'd lost, the ones she'd saved, and the ones whose cases had gone cold waiting for answers. Faith Wright and Leslie Nelson weren't going to end up on that cold case list. "You're damned right we will." The kitchen smelled of hash browns crisping in oil, the sizzle steady under Nikki's hand as she worked the spatula across the pan. The warmth from the stove filled the room, softening the early morning chill that still clung to the house. She'd managed a few hours of sleep before waking again, her mind already circling the case the moment her eyes opened. She couldn't stop thinking about Isla, the homeless girl. They had to find her. The motive had to be personal. Someone had a grievance with one of the girls and decided to act on it. The other had been caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Had Isla seen them? Run from them? Where did Isla fit into any of this? The idea gnawed at Nikki. They'd put out a BOLO for Isla based on her being at the bakery last night, and given her striking red hair and looks, Nikki had hoped someone would have recognized her by now. So, had she been an accomplice or a victim? Steam fogged the window above the sink, blurring the gray morning outside. The sky looked bleak, like a winter light that never fully brightened. Lacey sat at the table, bent over her notebook, her pencil tapping in short bursts as she finished her homework. Rory moved through the doorway, his voice carrying a distracted note as he muttered about the house plans he had left somewhere. He rubbed a hand across the back of his neck, his mind clearly tangled in work. Nikki kept her focus on the pan, but her thoughts drifted again. Leslie Nelson had been only a few years older than Lacey. Soon, her daughter would be working part-time, out in the world where Nikki could not shield her. Rory's tone shifted. frustration edging into his voice. "I talked to Mark. Why didn't you tell me he was taking heat?" Nikki set the spatula down, the scrape of metal against the skillet loud in the quiet kitchen. She turned slightly, keeping her voice even. "I haven't had the chance. Mark isn't a suspect. I spoke to him last night to help out Chen, but the lieutenant will talk to him and Claire again today and confirm their alibis. Nothing to worry about." The pencil tapping stopped. Lacey looked up, her eyes wide and already filling with worry. Why would Uncle Mark be in trouble for anything? What's going on? Nikki hesitated. She drew a breath and steadied herself. 2 of Claire's workers were killed in the bakery. The words sucked the air out of the room. Lacey's face crumpled, tears spilling fast, catching both Rory and Nikki off guard. Rory froze in the doorway, his house plans forgotten. Nikki's hand tightened on the edge of the counter, the oil popping in the skillet behind her. "It's bad enough 2 people were killed," Lacey cried, her voice breaking. "Why is Uncle Mark involved? He's been proven innocent already." Nikki's throat ached. Lacey knew Mark had been wrongfully accused and had spent time in prison, but she didn't know that it had been for her maternal grandparents' murders, or that Nikki herself had once believed he was guilty. That truth would have to come eventually, but not now. She and Mark would tell her together, so Lacey understood there was no animosity or any lingering doubts between them. Nikki turned off the stove, the sizzle fading into silence. She faced her daughter fully, her voice softening. The media likes stories they can twist. Mark spent time in prison, and they'll use that if they can. I spoke to him so we could get ahead of it. That way he can focus on supporting Claire through this. Uncle Mark isn't in trouble. Lacey sniffled, her shoulders shaking. Rory moved closer and rested a hand on her back, his expression softening as he tried to comfort her. The morning light caught the tears on Lacey's cheeks, turning them into thin silver trails that made her look younger than she was. Nikki crossed the kitchen and crouched beside her daughter. She brushed a strand of hair from Lacey's face, her voice steady. "I know this is scary. I know it feels close to home, but you're safe, and Mark is safe. I promise you that." Lacey nodded, though her chin trembled. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and tried to steady her breathing. Rory squeezed her shoulder gently, grounding her. Nikki rose and returned to the stove, though she did not turn it back on. The pan sat cooling, the scent of potatoes lingering in the air. She rested her hands on the counter, letting the moment settle. The case hung at the edges of her thoughts again. Seeing Lacey's fear had carved something deeper into her resolve. She looked at her daughter bent over her notebook, though her pencil no longer moved. Her eyes were distant, her mind clearly still tangled in the conversation. Nikki felt a familiar ache rise in her chest. Lacey had been through enough already. She didn't need to carry the weight of this case, too. Chapter 7. The Brooklyn Park field office was already humming when Nikki pushed through the glass doors. The familiar scent of burnt coffee and recycled air drifted toward her, the same tired combination that clung to every federal building she had ever worked in. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, too bright for the early hour, and the low murmur of agents on phones carried through the hallway in overlapping threads. The place felt awake in a way her body didn't, but the momentum of the case kept her moving. She hadn't slept much. Her eyes burned and her limbs felt heavy, but the adrenaline that had carried her through the night still lingered beneath the exhaustion, a thin current that refused to let her slow down. She shrugged out of her coat, the weight of it dragging across her shoulders, and scanned the bullpen. Agents moved between desks with stacks of files, their voices clipped and purposeful, the rhythm of the morning already in full swing. Kendall sat at a desk near the back, her head bent over a stack of paperwork. Her hair was pulled into a neat knot at the base of her neck, and she wore no makeup, yet she was striking in a way that drew the eye without her trying. She chose that look deliberately, stripped down and serious, a way of presenting herself that made people focus on her competence rather than her appearance. Level-headed and observant, she was the kind of agent who could blend into the background, until suddenly she was the one holding the thread that mattered. Nikki crossed the room. Kendall glanced up, surprise flickering across her features before she straightened in her chair. "Morning," Nikki said, her voice steady. "Morning," Kendall replied. She kept her pen poised above the paperwork. "I'm finishing the reports for another case. Jim's out, so I'm covering his legwork too." Nikki leaned against the edge of the desk, studying her. Kendall was still a junior agent, reliable with the grunt work, the kind who could dig through records and chase down leads without complaint. She had a good instinct for patterns and a calmness that made her easy to work with, but she still needed more time in the field before she could run her own cases. Liam had worked with her several times and trusted her judgment. Nikki hadn't had the chance to see her in action yet. The bullpen buzzed around them, phones ringing, printers humming, voices rising and falling in clipped exchanges. Nikki felt the familiar shift inside her, the moment when exhaustion gave way to purpose. The case had already begun to sprawl, threads stretching in multiple directions, each one demanding attention. She needed someone who could keep pace, someone who could sift through noise and find the signal buried inside it. "We've got 2 murders at Hearth and Scone, teenage girls," she told Kendall. "We have suspects I'll go over with you, but right now it looks like a revenge hit. It's still early." Kendall's pen stilled between her fingers. The shift in her expression was subtle but unmistakable. She was listening now, fully present. "Liam's not back until tomorrow, and I need all hands on deck. Expect to leave with me after my meeting with Garcia," Nikki continued. Kendall nodded once, her posture straightening as she set the pen down. "Understood." Nikki watched her for a moment, taking in the quiet focus that settled over her. Kendall had a way of absorbing information quickly, her mind already moving through the steps she needed to take. She was young, but she carried herself with a steadiness that reminded Nikki of agents who had been in the field far longer. "Go through Faith's and Leslie's social media. See if you can find anything that sticks out. See if you spot the red-headed girl in the security footage." She scrolled through her phone, texting the picture of her to you. "Check with the schools and local colleges too. See if they recognize her. If she's homeless, she might have been reported missing. See what you can do to get a surname." Nikki pushed off the desk, the weight of the day settling across her shoulders. "I'll be in Garcia's office. I'll grab you when it's time to leave." Kendall gave a small nod, her attention already shifting to the screen. The glow reflected in her eyes as she began typing, her focus narrowing to the task in front of her. Nikki stepped away from the desk and moved through the bullpen, weaving between agents and stacks of files. The hum of the office wrapped around her, familiar and grounding. She felt the exhaustion tug at her again, but she pushed it aside. There would be time to rest later. Right now, 2 girls deserved answers, a community that needed reassurance, and a killer who might not have finished whatever he had started. She reached Garcia's door and paused for a moment, letting the noise of the bullpen fade behind her. The day was already unfolding, and she could feel the pace quickening. She squared her shoulders, drew a breath, and stepped inside. Garcia sat behind his desk with the blinds half drawn, the gray morning slicing into the room in narrow stripes that cut across the paperwork scattered in front of him. His posture was rigid, his fingers steepled, his expression unreadable. He didn't look up right away, and the silence stretched just long enough to make her jaw tighten. "I saw your text last night," he said finally. "Bring me up to speed. Why did you go when the police didn't ask for you?" Nikki set her notes down a little too firmly, the notebook smacking the table. She forced steadiness into her tone. "Claire's a friend. She panicked and called me. Once Chen was on scene, he asked me to stay. I wasn't freelancing." Garcia leaned back, his gaze fixed on her. The pause that followed wasn't long, but it was pointed. "Chief Ryan called. An officer mentioned you're connected to a suspect, Mark Todd, your brother-in-law." The words hit with a sting she hadn't braced for. Nikki folded her arms across her chest before she could stop herself. "I spoke to that officer last night. I explained the situation. Mark and Claire have been together 8 months. There's no reason to suspect him. They were together at Claire's house, and her security footage will prove it. She's sending it to Lieutenant Chen to confirm, not me. Garcia's gaze didn't waver. The press won't care about that. He spent years in prison. He was exposed to things. The media could have a field day if his name surfaces again, especially if they find out you questioned him. Heat rose in Nikki's chest, tightening her voice. Like I said, Chen is following up. I spoke to them last night as a favor to him, and Chen and I discussed that he would follow up with Mark and Claire. She leaned forward. Let's move on to the actual case. She paused, giving Garcia time to object. He stayed silent. Right now, we have several possible suspects. Jimmy Behrens, the ex-Hearth and Scone employee who harassed Faith before he was fired. Toby Nelson, Leslie's stepfather, and her mother's current squeeze, Chet Fassler. Toby said Leslie didn't like him, and that's why she spent so much time at his place. Garcia studied her, the silence stretching again. His expression didn't shift, but she could see the calculation behind his eyes. She pushed on before he could pivot. There's also a red-headed girl on Claire's security footage. Backpack. Came in about 30 minutes before close, but there's no video of her leaving out the front. We don't know if she's a victim or even involved. It's possible she left out the back before the killer arrived, Nikki told her boss. Chen already put out a bolo with a still from the video. Claire's combing through older footage to see when she's come in before. Garcia's brows drew together, the first crack in his composure. So you've got an unknown in play. Yes, Nikki said firmly, and until we know who she is, she's either a lead or another body waiting to be found. Garcia's fingers tapped once against the desk, then stilled. Fine, you'll work the case, but Chen handles Mark if he needs to be interviewed again. Hopefully he won't. Nikki exhaled, the fight draining from her shoulders. She gathered her notes, already shifting back into the rhythm of the investigation. I'm taking Kendall with me today. Liam's still on his honeymoon, so she's my best option. Garcia's brow lifted slightly. Kendall, you've worked with her before? Not directly, Nikki said, but Liam has. He trusts her instincts. She's sharp, thorough, and she doesn't get rattled. I briefed her this morning. Garcia nodded slowly, though his expression remained guarded. Keep me updated, and be careful with the press. They'll latch onto anything that smells like scandal. Nikki felt the familiar frustration simmer beneath her ribs. She had permission to run the case, but the shadow of Mark lingered in the room like a presence neither of them wanted to acknowledge. She pushed the thought aside and focused on the work. She turned toward the door. The office felt colder than it had when she walked in, the gray morning light slicing across the floor in thin, unforgiving lines. She reached for the handle, but Garcia spoke again. Nikki. She paused, glancing back. Don't let personal connections cloud your judgment. The words were calm, almost gentle, but they landed with weight. Nikki held his gaze, her voice steady. I won't. Chapter 8. Nikki drove through the neighborhood slowly, her tires crunching over patches of frozen grit. The houses here sagged under the weight of too many winters, their porches bowed, their siding peeling in long strips like old sunburn. Nikki kept one hand on the wheel, the other resting lightly against her thigh, tapping once, then stopping herself. The heater hummed, blowing lukewarm air that barely cut the cold. Beside her, Kendall scrolled through her phone. So, Chet Fassler, the mom's boyfriend, has a record. Kendall nodded, tucking her phone into her coat. Guess what it is? Sex offender? How young was the victim? 16, Kendall said. He's also got a couple of misdemeanors for fighting. You think he's involved? I think he's got a record, a temper, and proximity, Nikki said. That's enough to make him worth a conversation. And you really want me in with you? Kendall said. Why wouldn't I? Nikki asked. You've earned the opportunity. Liam speaks highly of your abilities. I appreciate it, Kendall said, but going out with you is a whole other level. Don't put me on a pedestal, Nikki told her. I appreciate it, but Liam's every bit the agent I am. There's plenty of cases I wouldn't have solved without him. He also saved my life. Nikki could still remember the killer standing over her, ready to kill her when the bullet struck him. Liam shot the guy from across the river. Wow, Kendall shifted in the passenger seat. I thought I was a good shot. My point is that Liam and I are equals, and you're ready for this. I promise. Kendall smiled, her beautiful face lighting up. She may downplay her looks to be taken seriously, but her natural beauty was impossible to hide. So, Chet Fassler, the mom's boyfriend, you think he's good for this? Yes, Nikki said. If he's a sex offender, then he's the kind of guy who behaves differently around women. I want to see how he reacts to both of us. Kendall smirked faintly. Great. Love being used as a behavioral barometer. You're good at it, Nikki said. Kendall didn't argue. The Jeep idled at the curb in front of Chet Fassler's rental. The house looked worse up close. Siding peeling, porch sagging, rusted tools half buried in frozen dirt. The porch light cast a weak halo across the cracked walkway. The air smelled faintly of stale beer and exhaust, and the area struck Nikki as a neighborhood where options ran thin. Nikki didn't know Mary Nelson well, but guys who skirted the law seemed to be her type. Nikki killed the engine. Let's go. They walked in silence to the front door. The door swung open almost immediately, as though he'd been standing right behind it. Chet filled the frame. Average height, barrel chest, short legs, bald head, goatee grown like a shield. Sagging pants, yesterday's wear. NRA shirt stretched across his torso. A scowl carved deep into his face. His gaze flicked between them, and something in his posture shifted, a subtle bracing. Figured you'd come, he said. No surprise, just resignation. You found my record. I've got a few minutes, but I'm heading to Mary's. She's been with her sister, but the sister's got to get home for a bit. Nikki kept her tone even. Then let's make this quick. Chet leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, blocking the exit like a wall. Kendall stepped slightly to Nikki's right. I was at the bar with my buddies last night, Chet said. We went after work, left about 5:30, came home. Nikki studied him. We'll check with neighbors' security cameras, CCTV along the route too. Bars have cameras, Kendall added. Parking lots too. Yeah, well, I didn't do anything. Chet's skin flushed with anger. Nikki didn't let him redirect. Does Mary know about your offender status? His scowl deepened. Yeah, she knows. I told her the story. I was 27. Girl said she was 20. I was stupid, got caught. Kendall's expression didn't change, but Nikki saw the flicker of skepticism in her eyes. That's not a story I buy, Nikki said. Why do you think Mary hasn't told us about you? For the first time, the scowl cracked. I don't know. Chet's eyes reddened. His voice broke. Leslie was standoffish with me, no matter how hard I tried to be friendly. She was a good kid, but I haven't been dating her mother long, and to be honest, I doubt I'll date another mother again. So much baggage. Kendall grimaced, but like Nikki, she seemed to buy Chet's demeanor. He didn't seem in the least bit bothered by Leslie. Did she ever mention anyone hassling her? Anyone she didn't like being around? Chet shook his head. Nikki watched him closely. His posture had sagged now, arms loosening, the scowl returning. He didn't feel like the center of this, but she couldn't rule him out. The case had too many cracks where someone could slip through unnoticed. Kendall stepped forward slightly. Chet, we're going to verify everything you've told us. If you're lying, we'll know. He met her eyes, something like fear flickering there. I'm not lying. Nikki let the silence stretch. A car passed on the street, headlights sweeping briefly across the yard, the rumble fading into the distance. Finally, she said, I'll get whoever's done this. The words carried a double edge. If it were him, she'd get him too. She turned. Kendall followed, both of their boots crunching on the cracked walkway. The porch light buzzed faintly overhead, casting a weak glow across the peeling paint. Behind them, Chet remained in the doorway, tears cutting through the scowl, framed against the sagging rental like a shadow that refused to move. The Jeep waited at the curb, windows fogged faintly from the cold. Nikki slid into the driver's seat. Kendall climbed in beside her, pulling the door shut with a thud. Nikki glanced at her phone. She'd texted Claire to check in earlier and still hadn't heard from her. She and Mark were probably answering the Stillwater police's questions. Kendall finally spoke. "Do you think he's involved?" "I don't know," Nikki said. "He's hiding something, but I don't know if it's this." Kendall nodded. "He reacted to Leslie. That wasn't fake." "No," Nikki said. "It wasn't." The neighborhood slipped past in a blur of dim porch lights and shuttered windows, each house holding its own quiet stories, its own secrets. Nikki felt the weight of the investigation settle deeper into her chest. Every lead opened into another corridor of questions, and every answer felt incomplete. "What about Mary not telling us about her boyfriend?" Kendall asked. "It bugs me," Nikki admitted, "but she was also in shock. That's why we interview more than once." Kendall cradled a travel mug between her palms, warming her hands against the rising steam. She watched the road ahead, then glanced at Nikki with a thoughtful crease between her brows. "Garcia told me Chief Ryan was the one who called about Mark. That's already circulating, and it's not going to look good if we don't address it directly." Nikki kept her eyes on the road, listening to the tires hissing over wet pavement. "That's exactly what bothers me. Once the chief makes that kind of call, it's out there, and people start questioning whether we're protecting Mark. I don't want that shadow hanging over the case. Chen or Ryan needs to re-interview both of them and make it clear we're not playing favorites." She looked at Kendall. "That's been the plan all along. I only did the interviews to help out Chen." Kendall nodded slowly. "Well, surely they'll do it today. You know perception matters. If we don't close that loop, the press will write their own version of events, and it'll be harder to undo." "Do we have any suspects other than Chet Fassler? What about the stepfather?" Nikki exhaled, fogging the glass. The Jeep's heater hummed, but winter still clung to the interior like a stubborn presence. "I talked to Leslie's stepfather, Toby Nelson, yesterday. He's the one who said Leslie didn't like Chet, but I don't think he knew that Chet was a sex offender. Still, I didn't get a guilty vibe from him. Any updates on Isla?" Kendall frowned, checking her emails. "I can't see that anyone's found her yet. The area around the bakery has been searched. A door-to-door has been completed, and no one saw a red-haired girl last night, or any other night for that matter. No reports of homelessness in the area in general. What about the kid who harassed Faith?" "Jimmy Barron's." Nikki gripped the wheel as the Jeep hit a patch of frozen slush, the tires sliding slightly before catching again. His reaction was too emotional for him to be the killer. "We're checking CCTV, but I don't think it's him." Kendall leaned back, watching the frost dissolve on the glass. "So when we get to the station, we lay it all out. Mary needs to be interrogated further for not telling us about Chet, whose alibi is being out at the bar with his buddies. That shouldn't be too hard to confirm. That way, Chief Ryan sees we're covering every angle. She might lay off Mark." Nikki nodded, appreciating the clarity. Kendall had a way of organizing chaos without making it feel like she was trying to take over. It was one of the reasons Liam trusted her so much. He had mentioned it more than once before leaving for his honeymoon, a detail that drifted through Nikki's mind now with a faint pang of envy. He was somewhere warm and far away, probably not thinking about murder scenes or red-headed girls who vanished from security footage. She was glad for him, but she felt the absence more than she wanted to admit. Kendall was stepping into his role well, but Nikki missed the shorthand she had with him. Before she could respond, her phone buzzed against the console. She glanced at the screen, then answered. "Claire, how are you holding up?" "I've been reviewing the bakery's security footage from the past 2 weeks." Claire's urgent voice flooded the speaker. That red-headed girl? She came in at almost the same time 6 different nights. Always stayed until just before closing, always left out the front door. But last night, she didn't leave. No sign of her anywhere. Nikki felt her pulse quicken. That ties in with what Jimmy Barons told me about the girls befriending her. Do you think Leslie and Faith were letting her hang out in the bakery? It looks like it, Claire said. She didn't sleep there because I always open and would have seen her. I already emailed you the videos. We need to find her, Nikki said. I'll look at the footage as soon as I get to the station. Expect follow-up from Ryan or Chen. I can't handle your interviews myself. It would be a conflict of interest. Claire's voice softened, but the urgency remained. Understood. Thank you, Nikki. Nikki ended the call, the silence in the Jeep settling like a weight. She stared ahead for a moment, the gray morning blurring into a smear of cool light. The red-headed girl's image invaded her thoughts, a shadow she couldn't shake. Kendall watched her, her expression tightening. The Jeep rolled through an intersection, the light reflecting off the wet pavement. Snow made the area look like a winter wonderland instead of a miserable mess. Kendall sipped from her mug, the steam rising in soft curls. "Well, get her," she said quietly. "Whoever she is." Nikki hoped she was right. The girl had walked into the bakery 6 nights in a row, and then she vanished. She could be in danger. The Jeep moved through the gray morning, the city unfolding in muted tones around them. They needed answers. Chapter 9. Nikki swung the Jeep into the Washington County Government Center complex too fast, the tires skidding across a thin patch of frost, the back end fishtailed, the heavy vehicle lurching sideways before she corrected with a hard twist of the wheel. The Jeep straightened with a low growl from the engine, and she eased off the gas, her pulse steady but her jaw tight. She glanced at Kendall in the passenger seat. Kendall's hand braced against the dash, her notebook balanced loosely in her lap. Nikki half smiled. "Sorry, Liam's used to my driving." Kendall shook her head, but she didn't comment. She simply returned her attention to her phone, the glow lighting her face in soft blue. Nikki eased the Jeep into a parking space, the tires crunching against gravel, and killed the engine. She pulled out her phone, her thumb swiping across the screen. Claire's email sat at the top of her inbox, the subject line stark. She tapped it, and the video filled the screen. She and Kendall leaned in, watching closely. A slim girl appeared on the footage, bundled in warm clothing against the cold, a large backpack slung across her shoulders. Her red hair was pulled up in a messy bun, her fair cheeks chapped from the wind. She moved quickly, head down, slipping into the bakery about an hour before closing. The footage repeated, showing her on 6 different nights. Same time, same routine. She entered, stayed until just before closing, and left through the front door. But last night had been different. Kendall's voice broke the silence. Claire's positive she never left last night. Nikki kept her eyes on the screen. Claire and Mark went through the front door footage 3 times. This girl came in an hour before closing. If she'd left, they would have seen it. Kendall leaned back, her pen tapping lightly against her notebook. Could she have been working with the killer? Casing the joint? But why? Nikki asked. No money was taken. Kendall shrugged, her expression unreadable. Maybe she had a problem with one or both of the girls. She could easily have had a gun in that backpack. Nikki exhaled, her fingers tightening briefly around the phone. Yes, she could have. She slid the phone into her coat pocket and opened her door. Inside, the station was already alive. Phones rang in bursts, voices carried from patrol briefings down the hall, and the air smelled of coffee and paper, bitter steam rising from mugs clutched in tired hands. Morning light cut through the blinds in Chief Ryan's office, striping the desk in pale gold. A pot of coffee sat on the credenza, likely stale. Nikki sat across from Lieutenant Chen, her notebook balanced on her knee. Chief Ryan leaned back in her chair, arms folded, her gaze steady. Kendall sat beside Nikki, her own notebook open, pen poised, her posture straight and attentive. Nikki spoke first, her voice steady. Garcia told me you called about Mark. His name's already out there. People are questioning his connection to Claire. Ryan's eyes narrowed as she drummed her clipped nails on the desk. It's not personal, Nikki. I know. Nikki shifted in her chair, the legs scraping faintly against the tile. She gestured toward Kendall. This is Special Agent Kendall Gray. She's working the case with me. I wanted her here for this briefing. Ryan gave a short nod before returning her attention to Nikki. All right, let's hear it. Nikki continued, her tone even. I think you and Chen should interview Mark and Claire again. We need to make sure there's no appearance of bias, and they just emailed me footage from the CCTV confirming the homeless girl another worker mentioned had befriended our victims. Ryan let out a breath, her shoulders easing. That's smart. Best way to get ahead of it. She nodded once, decisive. Give me an update. What do we have now? Chen leaned forward, his elbows pressing into the desk. We can pull CCTV around Claire's home. Prove Mark was there when he said. Ryan's eyes flicked to Nikki. Nikki shrugged. Fine, whatever you think is appropriate. What about the suspects you've spoken to? Ryan asked. Nikki opened her notebook, the paper crisp under her fingers. I talked to Toby Nelson, Jimmy Behrens, and Mary's new boyfriend, Chet, or ex, according to him. No one struck me as a lead suspect. Chen nodded. Nikki hesitated, her pen tapping lightly against the notebook. Mary didn't mention Chet, which is odd. Plus, when I went to interview him, he admitted that he's on the registry. Sex offender. But I didn't get a guilty read from him. We'll keep him in the mix, Ryan said. But if your instinct says finding this Isla character is our strongest clue, we'll follow that thread first. Chen nodded. We can put eyes on each of the men, just to be thorough. Ryan leaned forward. The BOLO's already out with Isla's still from the footage. We need to decide if she's a suspect or another victim. Nikki tapped her notebook again, her voice steady. Claire says Isla came in at the same time 6 other nights and always left before closing. Last night, she didn't leave. Kendall suggested she might have been casing the bakery for the killer. Kendall leaned forward, her voice calm. If she's a victim, we're already behind. If she's involved, she's the only lead we've got. Chen exhaled. Ryan nodded once, decisive. Then we treat her as both suspect and victim. No assumptions. Find her. Nikki closed her notebook, the knot in her chest tightening again. Isla's face lingered in her mind. Red hair, head down, vanishing into the bakery. Was she their killer, or another missing girl swallowed by the night? Stillwater's crime scene techs are working the bakery, Chen added, his voice low. Even though the place was clean, there's a lot of trace evidence to go through. Heavy foot traffic, flour dust, fibers, prints on every surface. It'll take time. Ryan nodded. Good. Tell them to prioritize anything near the back door and the counter. Nikki sat still for a moment, trying to organize her thoughts. She needed to find out more about these 2 girls. They'd been helping this homeless teen for 6 nights in a row and suddenly lost their lives. It couldn't be a coincidence. Chapter 10. Then. The shelter always felt different in the early morning, before the lights came on and before the volunteers started their rounds. It felt quieter somehow, as though the building itself was still asleep and the people inside were only ghosts drifting through borrowed time. Isla moved through the dimness, her socked feet silent on the linoleum, her breath held tight in her chest so it wouldn't betray her. The air smelled faintly of detergent and old blankets, a musty scent that clung to everything here, even the people who stayed only a night or 2. The bunks creaked when she shifted her weight, and she froze, listening. Nothing. Just the low hum of the heater and the occasional rustle of someone turning over in their sleep. She crouched and reached under the bed, fingers brushing the small pile of belongings she kept hidden. Her backpack, the frayed hoodie she used as a pillow, the cracked phone with no service, the tiny tin of mints she rationed like medicine. She pulled everything out methodically, the way she'd learned to do after too many mornings of leaving places before anyone could ask her to. She didn't want Kai to wake up. She didn't want to see the look on her face. She couldn't explain that she had no choice, because if she told Kai the truth, then her friend would be in danger. Isla couldn't allow that. Her hands shook as she zipped the backpack. She pressed her palm against the fabric to quiet the tremor, but it didn't help. She wasn't scared, not exactly. She was restless, like something inside her had been pacing for days and had finally clawed its way to the surface. Isla slung the backpack over her shoulder and eased away from the bunk. The room was a patchwork of shadows, bodies curled under blankets, shoes lined up neatly. The faint glow of an exit sign shined red across the floor. She stepped around a sleeping woman's outstretched arm, careful not to brush her and disturb the fragile peace of the room. She was almost to the door when she heard it. "Isla?" Kai's voice was soft, groggy, but unmistakably awake. She closed her eyes. Damn it. She turned slowly. Kai was sitting up on her bunk, hair sticking up in every direction, blanket pooled around her waist. Her eyes were half open, but alert enough to track her silhouette in the dark. "Where are you going?" she whispered. "Nowhere," she said too quickly. Kai blinked, the fog of sleep clearing. "It's barely 5. Why are you dressed? Why do you have your bag?" She swallowed. "I just need some air." Kai swung her legs over the side of the bed, rubbing her face with both hands. "Air? At 5 in the morning? With your backpack?" She hated how well Kai knew her sometimes. "I'm not staying," she said quietly. Kai froze. "What do you mean you're not staying?" "I need to find someplace new." "Why?" Her voice cracked on the word. "Isla, what happened?" "Nothing happened," she lied. Everything had happened. "I just need space." Kai stood, the blanket falling to the floor. She crossed the room in 3 quick steps, stopping in front of her, her face pale in the dim light. "Then let me come with you." "No." The word came out harsher than she intended. She softened her tone. "Kai, you have a job. You're finally getting hours. You can't just leave." "I don't care about the job." Tears glistened in Kai's eyes. "You should," she said. "You need it." She shook her head, jaw tightening. "I'm not letting you go alone." "You don't get to decide that." Isla shifted the bag on her shoulder. "I'm your friend." "I know." Her throat hurt. "That's why I'm telling you. I'm not disappearing. I just can't stay here." Kai looked at her for a long moment, her eyes searching her face for something Isla couldn't give her. "Is this about the guy you saw? The one in the garage?" She flinched. Kai's expression softened. "Isla." "I can't talk about that," she whispered. "You don't have to. Just let me come." "No," she said again, firmer this time. "I need to do this alone." Kai's shoulders sagged, the fight draining out of her. "At least tell me where you're going?" "I don't know yet," she exhaled, defeated. "Will you text me when you get wherever you're going?" "My phone doesn't work." "Borrow someone's. Ask a clerk, something." She nodded, though she wasn't sure she meant it. Kai stepped forward and pulled her into a hug. She stiffened at first, then let herself lean into her before pulling away. "Be safe," she whispered. Isla nodded again, turned, and slipped out the door before she could say anything else. The cold morning air chapped her fair skin. The sky was still dark, the streetlights casting long, lonely shadows across the sidewalk. She walked quickly, head down, hands shoved into her sleeves. The bus stop was only a block away. Isla wouldn't allow herself to look back. The minutes ticked by, and she kept expecting Kai to come hurrying across the street with her stuff. When the bus finally arrived, Isla climbed aboard and dropped her last crumpled bills into the fare slot. The driver didn't look at her. She didn't look at him. She slid into a seat near the back and pressed her forehead against the cold window. She didn't know where she was going, but when the driver called out the transfer point, she saw a sign for Stillwater, and something inside her tugged, an old memory, faint but warm. A field trip in 4th grade to an antique bookstore with creaky floors and a cat that slept on the counter. Isla remembered that the town had felt safe in a way nothing had felt safe in years. The bus rumbled through the dark, the engine humming beneath her feet. The motion lulled her, the warmth of the heater fogging the windows. She pulled her hood up, curled into the corner of the seat, and let her eyes drift closed. She woke to the hiss of brakes and the soft murmur of the driver announcing the stop. Stillwater. The sky was lighter now, a pale gray that hinted at morning. She rubbed her eyes, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and stepped off the bus. The stop was next to a small bakery with a painted sign that read, "Hearth and Scone." Warm light glowed from the windows, and the smell of bread drifted into the street, soft and sweet, and almost enough to make her knees buckle. How she wished she could go inside, but she had no money left. Caught between hunger and fear, Isla put her head down and walked past. Chapter 11. The pale, still water sky looked washed out in the flat light of late winter. Clouds hung low, their edges blurred, the day itself rubbed thin. Fighting a yawn, Nikki eased the Jeep to the curb in front of the 2-story house, its shutters painted a soft blue, the wide yard edged with frost. The grass lay brittle and gray, patches of ice clinging stubbornly to the walkway. She cut the engine, the Jeep ticking as it cooled, and glanced at Kendall. Kendall's notebook rested against her knee, her pen clipped neatly to the cover. Nikki cleared her throat. "You've gone on these interviews with Liam a few times, right?" "Yeah," Kendall answered. "I assume it never gets any easier?" "If it does, you've been doing the job too long." Nikki pushed the door open, the cold air biting at her cheeks. They headed up the path together, boots shuffling against the slippery sidewalk. The house loomed ahead, its windows dim, curtains drawn tightly. A wreath hung on the door, its ribbon faded, the evergreen needles brittle with cold. The front door opened before they knocked. Faith Wright's mother, Heather, stood framed in the doorway, her face drawn, eyes rimmed red. Her posture sagged, shoulders rounded as though grief had pressed her down and refused to let her rise again. Her husband, Frank, hovered behind her, his shoulders squared but sagging under invisible weight, his jaw tight, his eyes hollow. And Faith's sister, Ava, lingered in the hallway, a thin shadow of 15, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, her gaze fixed on the floor. She looked like a younger version of Faith, and both girls resembled their parents, down to the blonde hair and brown eyes. Nikki introduced herself, her voice steady but low. "I'm Special Agent Nikki Hunt. This is Agent Kendall Gray. We're here to talk about Faith." She offered her condolences, each word quiet but sincere. Kendall echoed her, softer, her notebook tucked under one arm. Heather nodded, lips pressed together, and stepped aside to let them in. The living room smelled faintly of coffee gone cold, the bitter scent clinging to the air. Family photos lined the mantel, Faith's smile bright in every frame, a reminder of the warmth that had been ripped away. The furniture sagged with use, cushions indented, blankets folded neatly but untouched. A mug sat abandoned on the coffee table, steam long gone, a ring of condensation marking the wood. Nikki sat across from the family, her notebook balanced on her knee, pen poised. Kendall settled beside her, her own notebook open, her posture straight and attentive. "In order to find whoever killed Faith, I need to understand her and anyone who might want to hurt her," Nikki said gently. "Could you tell me anything about her recent activity? Friends, family, disagreements, her history, anything that you think might help the investigation?" Heather shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks, her hands twisted in her lap, fingers white at the knuckles. "No, everyone loved her. She was a hard-working girl, going to school full-time. Why did this happen to her?" Her voice cracked. Nikki felt her chest tighten. She let the silence stretch, the hum of the furnace filling the space, before nodding slowly. "We're going to find out." Frank leaned forward, his jaw tight, his eyes burning. His hands clenched against his knees, knuckles pale. "Have you looked at that Barron's kid, the one who harassed Faith? He sure as hell had motive." Nikki met his gaze. "Yes, we've spoken to him. At the moment, we're not treating him as a suspect. He has an alibi for last night." Frank's mouth twisted. His voice rose, harsh. "Doesn't mean he didn't do it. Cameras don't catch everything." Nikki didn't push back. She understood the need to anchor grief to a face. She let his words settle, the silence pressing in again, before shifting. "Tell me about Faith. How long had she worked at Hearth and Scone? Did she and Leslie get along? What about school friends?" Heather wiped her eyes. She loved Leslie. Faith and Ava were close, so she was naturally drawn to Leslie, since she and Ava are both 15. She looked at her husband. "She started, 6 months ago?" "Sounds right," Frank answered. She had friends, but Faith was very focused on school and her future. When she wasn't doing homework, she was working. Tears shined in the corners of his eyes. "I'm so angry I can hardly breathe." "I know this is hard." Nikki had to keep pushing. "I just have a few more questions." She pulled a photo from her folder and slid it across the table. The paper rasped faintly against the wood. "Do you recognize this girl?" Heather frowned, shaking her head, her brows knitting. Frank leaned closer, squinting. Before either could answer, Ava spoke up for the first time, her voice small but certain. "That's Isla." All eyes turned to her. Ava swallowed, clutching her sleeves tighter, her shoulders hunched. Faith caught her digging in the dumpster behind the bakery last month. She offered her a meal. They hit it off. Isla came in a lot after that, evenings mostly. Leslie liked her too. She didn't want handouts, but they convinced her to let them buy her something to eat most nights. She's been telling me about it. Was telling me about it. Nikki felt her pulse quicken. Kendall leaned forward, her pen scratching across the page, her expression intent. "What do you know about her, Ava?" Ava shook her head, her voice trembling. "Not much. She told Faith she was 19, on her own. Wouldn't really tell her story. Faith didn't want to push her as far as I could tell. It was classic Faith to help." The room fell quiet again, the hum of the furnace filling the space. Heather's tears slipped silently down her cheeks. Frank's jaw clenched, his gaze fixed on the photo. Ava's arms stayed wrapped around herself, her voice fading into silence. Nikki studied Ava, the certainty in her voice, the way she clung to the memory of her sister's kindness. The girl's posture spoke louder than her words, grief folded into itself, held tight against her ribs. "Did Faith ever mention any other details about her?" Nikki asked softly. "It's important we track her down." Ava shook her head again. "Not really. She said Isla was quiet. She didn't talk much about her life. She always looked tired, like she didn't sleep." Ava wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand. "Faith said she wanted to help her. She said Isla reminded her of someone who'd been through too much." Nikki exchanged a glance with Kendall. The red-headed girl wasn't just a stranger passing through. She had a connection, a reason to return night after night. Frank leaned back, his voice rough. If she was there last night, why didn't she call for help? Why did she run? Nikki didn't answer right away. She didn't know if Isla had been a witness, a victim, or the reason the killer had walked through the door. She only knew the girl had vanished, and that absence felt louder than anything else. "We're working to find her," Nikki said quietly. "She may have seen something. She may have been involved, or something may have happened to her too. We won't know until we find her." Heather's breath hitched, her hands trembling. "Please find her. If she knows anything, if she can help." "We will," Nikki said. "We're doing everything we can." Nikki closed her notebook slowly, her pen resting against the paper, her gaze steady on the family before her. She nodded at Kendall. Ava's eyes lifted, meeting Nikki's for the first time. There was fear there, and grief, and something else, a flicker of hope, fragile and trembling. Nikki felt it settle inside her, a quiet promise she intended to keep. "We'll find out what happened," she said, "and we'll find Isla." The words hung in the air, steady and certain, a small anchor in a room drowning in loss. Chapter 12. Nikki's heart felt heavy for the entire journey to Mary Nelson's house, but as soon as she arrived, she was easily distracted by the chaos in the yard. Toby Nelson and Chet Fassler were locked in a furious struggle, shoulders colliding, curses ripping through the cold. Each grunt punctuated the violence, raw and unrestrained. Frost-stiff gravel crunched under boots, breath steamed in the brittle air, and the sound of fists striking stark against the silence of the neighborhood. Mary stood a few feet away, screaming. Her hands flailed, her face streaked with tears, desperation etched into every line. Nikki's irritation flared hot. She shoved her door open and was already reaching for her Glock. Beside her, Kendall mirrored the motion, her own weapon sliding free with practiced precision. Their doors slammed in unison, reverberating across the yard. "Back off!" Nikki's voice cracked across the space, carrying the authority of steel. "Hands where I can see them, now!" The men froze, breath fogging in white bursts. Toby's lip was split, blood bright against the pale skin of his face, dripping down his chin in vivid contrast to the frost. Chet's knuckles were raw, skin torn, his chest heaving as though he had run miles. Slowly, they stepped apart, tension still vibrating between them like a live wire stretched too tight. Nikki's gaze snapped to Mary. "What the hell is going on?" Mary's hands twisted together, her face pale and streaked with tears, her shoulders hunched, body trembling. "He called round to give his condolences, but I'm certain whatever Toby was into has something to do with this," she cried, voice breaking into jagged pieces. "Some supplier, some druggie or fellow dealer. It's his fault Leslie's gone." The cold air made Nikki's cheeks hurt. "You're not helping the case by doing this." Her breath fogged the air. "You need to stand down." The fence rattled in the wind, the sound of Mary's sobs filling the gap. "He's a pedophile," Toby spat toward the ground in Chet's direction, his voice venomous. Chet lunged, fury snapping loose, his body surging forward like a released spring. Kendall moved faster, her body a blur of precision. She grabbed his arm, twisted hard, and drove him down onto the frozen ground. The crack of impact echoed, a brutal punctuation against the silence. She pressed a knee into his shoulder, her voice low but lethal. "You try that again, you'll be arrested on the spot." Nikki's brows lifted despite herself. Kendall's control was impressive. She'd clearly excelled in training. Nikki understood why everyone was heated, but this was getting them nowhere. Still, with 3 suspects right in front of her, she had the opportunity to catch them all off guard about Isla. She pulled a photo from her folder, the paper stiff in her gloved hand, and held it up so that all 3 of them could see the image. "Do any of you recognize this girl?" Mary shook her head, confusion etched deep into her features. Chet scowled, silent, his jaw tight against Kendall's grip. Toby's eyes flickered, recognition sparking like a match. "Is that Isla? The homeless girl they made friends with? Leslie talked to me about her." Mary's head snapped toward him, shock in her voice. "I didn't know about her." "Well, that's not surprising, is it?" Bitterness loaded his tone. "You've spent more time with this creep than you have your own daughter recently." Mary flinched, her shoulders folding inward, her face hollow. Nikki's patience thinned, her voice clipped, carrying no room for argument. "Enough. Mary, Chet, go inside. Someone from Stillwater PD will be in touch later." Mary's shoulders sagged, her face hollow, her eyes empty. The heater rattled inside the dash, blowing air that was warm enough to fog the edges of the windshield, but not enough to chase the chill from her bones. Outside, the sky sagged low and gray, flattening the landscape into dull shades of steel. The horizon blurred into the same color as the road, a monotone stretch that felt endless, just like this case. None of their suspects were very good. Isla was a mystery. How were they going to find her? Beside her, Kendall shifted in the passenger seat, her notebook balanced on her lap, her pen tapping against the cover in a steady rhythm. She watched the road ahead for a moment before glancing sideways, studying Nikki's profile with quiet curiosity. "Do you think he's telling the truth about dealing?" she asked. Nikki's jaw flexed. "I don't know. The murders weren't sexual. It looked like a hit, which makes me lean toward Toby's lifestyle, but it just feels like he's being honest. He cared about Leslie." She shook her head. "I believe Toby Nelson." Kendall's brow furrowed, her pen going still. "How can you tell if he's telling the truth or just another liar?" Nikki kept her eyes locked on the road, the wipers dragging across the glass in slow, tired arcs. "It's not something I can explain. You know all the microsigns to look for, but sometimes it's just experience, trusting your gut." The silence that followed stretched long and heavy. The Jeep's tires hissed, the heater rattled, and Nikki felt her frustration simmer in the hum of the cabin. The rhythm of the wipers became a metronome, steady and relentless, marking the seconds of tension. She could be wrong about Toby Nelson, but she didn't think so. He'd looked her straight in the eye, hadn't flinched. Nikki trusted her gut on this one. Same with Jimmy Barron's. Neither was responsible for the murders. Her phone buzzed against the console, the vibration loud in the quiet. Nikki glanced down, her thumb hovering. A text notification glowed across the screen. "Claire, dinner tonight? It's Rory and Mark's dad's birthday. We're keeping it small." Nikki's chest felt like a weight had been dropped on it. The juxtaposition of normal life, like birthdays, dinners, and family routines, against the brutality of the case was getting harder to compartmentalize. The thought of sitting at a table tonight, pretending the world hadn't shifted, felt impossible. But she knew she'd have to respond eventually. The phone buzzed again, this time with a call. Nikki tapped the answer button, and the call filled the Jeep through the Bluetooth speakers. "Agent Hunt," a male voice said, steady but clipped. "This is Officer Ethan Brown, Woodbury PD. I'm calling about your bolo. Tip line transferred me." Nikki's eyes flicked to Kendall. Both of them straightened. "Go ahead," Nikki said, her chest tightening. Maybe they were about to catch a break. "How do you know Isla?" She heard the sound of paper shuffling. "Hang on, let me find the report." Ethan's voice carried through the speakers. "Stopped her and a friend a couple of months back. They'd stolen food from a grocery store. I made them take it back, then dropped them at Union Gospel Mission Shelter in the Twin Cities." Adrenaline surged through Nikki. Kendall leaned forward, her eyes bright, the tension in the Jeep shifting into focus. The heater rattled louder, the sound filling the silence between words. "What was your impression of her?" Nikki asked. "She was quiet, polite. So was her friend. They weren't criminals, just hungry. Both worked part-time at McDonald's but couldn't afford a place to live." Nikki felt something inside her ease slightly, irritation giving way to something else. The knot in her ribs loosened, replaced by a flicker of empathy. "Have you had any other encounters with her or her friend?" "No," Ethan said. "She's not a frequent flyer. We don't have info on who she hangs out with. I recognized her because I could tell she and her friend weren't criminals. They were just trying to survive. Honestly, I hoped she and her friend found a place to live instead of being stuck on the streets." "What's her friend's name? Do you have any information on her?" Nikki asked. It's in here somewhere," Ethan said. "Friend's name is Kai, and like I said, I took them to the shelter. I don't know beyond that." Nikki glanced at Kendall, determination sparking. Nikki thanked Officer Brown. "No problem," he said. "She seemed like a nice kid. Let me know if there's anything else I can do." Nikki ended the call and looked at Kendall. "Change of plans," she said. "We're not going to the station. We're heading to the shelter." Kendall nodded, her anticipation clear. She snapped her notebook shut and tucked it into her bag, her posture straightening, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Nikki turned onto the highway, the Jeep rolling forward with a steady hum. Hope flickered. Isla wasn't just a ghost in the footage anymore. She was real, and they had a lead. Nikki's phone buzzed once more, another message from Claire about dinner. A birthday. Normalcy. She couldn't imagine sitting at a table tonight, pretending the world hadn't shifted. But Lacey needed a bit of normalcy. They all did. Kendall broke the silence, her voice low. Isla has to be the key. Nikki kept her eyes on the horizon, the gray sky pressing low. She's connected. Whether she's a victim or a suspect, she's the thread we've got, and threads lead somewhere. Nikki's hands stayed tight on the wheel, her pulse steady now, her mind wrapping around the lead. Isla was out there, and Nikki was going to find her. Chapter 13. Two aging brick buildings flanked the small gray shelter, its faded sign flickering weakly. Nikki pulled the Jeep to the curb, the tires crunching over a thin crust of ice. She cursed at the cold for the 1,000th time today, the misery settling deep in her bones. Kendall fell into step beside her, her breath rising in pale clouds as they crossed the sidewalk toward the entrance. Inside, the lobby was warm but worn, the air thick with the scent of old coffee, disinfectant, and the faint musk of too many people passing through the same space. A bulletin board hung crooked on the wall, its edges curled, flyers layered over one another in a collage of need, job postings, meal schedules, missing persons, support groups. A woman in a thick coat sat slumped in a plastic chair near the heater, her eyes half closed, her hands wrapped around a styrofoam cup. A volunteer worked behind the counter, her gray hair pulled into a loose bun, glasses perched low on her nose as she sorted through a stack of intake forms. She looked up when Nikki approached, her expression polite but tired, fatigue that came from long hours and too many stories that ended the same way. "Morning," Nikki said, her voice steady. "I'm Special Agent Nikki Hunt. This is Agent Kendall Gray. We're looking for someone who may have stayed here recently. Her name is Isla. Tall, willowy redhead, very pretty, fair skin." The woman's brows lifted slightly, recognition flickering across her face. She set the forms aside and folded her hands on the counter. "Isla hasn't been here in weeks." The words landed with a weight that settled low in Nikki's chest. "Weeks," she repeated quietly. The woman nodded. "She used to come in pretty regularly. Quiet girl, kept to herself, always polite, but she stopped showing up. Last time I saw her, she looked exhausted. I asked if she needed anything, but she just smiled and said she was fine." Kendall leaned in slightly, her voice soft but intent. "Do you know where she might be staying now?" The woman shook her head. "No idea. She never talked much about her situation. She and her friend Kai looked out for each other, but Isla was always the one who drifted. Kai's been staying here off and on, but Isla, she just stopped coming." Nikki felt a familiar ache settle beneath her ribs. "When was the last time you saw her?" The woman thought for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the window as though she could pull the memory from the gray morning outside. 3 weeks ago? Maybe 4? She came in late, looked tired. She always looked tired. She grabbed a shower, ate something, and went straight to bed, left before breakfast. That was the last time. Nikki nodded slowly, absorbing the details. Did she ever mention trouble with anyone? Anyone following her or bothering her? "No," the woman said. She didn't talk about her life, but those last few days she was extra careful, always watching the door, always checking the time. Kendall exchanged a glance with Nikki, the same thought passing between them. Isla wasn't just drifting. She was hiding from something. "Her friend Kai," Nikki said. "Is she here now?" The woman nodded. She checked in last night, but she left early this morning. She works the morning shift at the McDonald's a couple blocks over. She's been there for a while. She's a good kid, works hard. Nikki felt the pieces shift, the faintest thread pulling taut. And Isla hasn't been here at all? Not in weeks, the woman repeated. Kai mentioned she was worried about her, but she didn't say why. I didn't push. Kids like them, they don't always trust questions. Nikki slid a card across the counter. If Isla comes back, call me immediately. It's important. The woman took the card, her fingers brushing the edge. Of course. I hope she's all right. She's a sweet girl. Both of them are. Nikki thanked her and stepped back, letting the warmth of the lobby fall away as she and Kendall headed outside. The street stretched ahead, quiet except for the distant rumble of a bus and the soft hiss of tires. Kendall pulled her coat tighter, her breath rising in a thin plume. She hasn't been here in weeks, she said quietly, the words settling between them like frost. That's not good. No, Nikki said, it's not. They stood there for a moment, winter freeze nipping at their cheeks, the shelter's door clicking shut behind them. The building loomed quiet and tired, its windows fogged from the heat inside, its walls holding stories of people who slipped through the cracks. Nikki felt the knot in her chest tighten again. Isla wasn't just a face on a grainy video. She was a girl who had vanished from the one place that should have been safe. A girl who had been tired, polite, careful. A girl who had stopped showing up. Kendall's voice broke the silence, low and steady. Wherever she is, she's not doing well. Nikki nodded, her breath rising in a pale cloud. We're going to find her. The smell of fryer oil hit Nikki and Kendall before they even pushed through the glass doors. The lunch rush was already in full swing, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, trays clattering against plastic tables. Warmth pressed against Nikki's skin after the bite of the March wind, but it carried the heady tang of salt and grease. The floor was sticky underfoot, each step catching slightly, residue of spilled soda ground into the tiles. Nikki scanned the counter, watching the line of workers move in practiced rhythm, sandwiches wrapped, hash browns dumped, drinks filled in quick succession. The manager stood near the register, brow furrowed as he tracked the flow of customers. Nikki stepped forward, flashing her badge. We're looking for Kai. Surprise flickered across his face, but he nodded quickly, stepping to the back and calling her name. Kai appeared a moment later, pulled from the line mid-shift. She was young, apron streaked with grease, hair pulled back tight. Her expression hardened the instant she saw Nikki and Kendall. "What's this?" she demanded. "Why are cops here?" Nikki held her ground, voice steady. "We're FBI. We need to ask you about your friend Isla." Shock flickered across Kai's face, her anger faltering. "Isla? I haven't seen her in a while. What do you want with her?" Nikki slid a photo from her folder, the still frame of Isla entering the bakery. She placed it on the counter between them, the image stark under the fluorescent glare. "She was either a witness or a participant in a double homicide. We need to know what you can tell us." Kai's eyes widened, her breath catching. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "There's no way. Isla would never hurt anyone." Nikki leaned in, her tone clipped. "When's the last time you heard from her?" Kai hesitated, gaze darting to the floor, hands twisting in her apron. The noise of the restaurant faded into the background. Finally, she spoke, voice low. "A while ago, she came into the shelter one night, freaked out, said she'd seen a guy knock out a girl in a car and drive off with her. I told her to go to the police, but she kept saying no, she couldn't. A few days later, she was gone." The words hung in the air, the chatter of customers dimming, the clatter of trays fading. Nikki felt the knot in her chest tighten, the weight of Kai's words pressing hard. "Did Isla tell you where she witnessed this?" "Some downtown parking garage in Minneapolis. She didn't say which one." "Is there anything else you're not telling me?" Nikki asked. "Any place Isla would go to hang out?" Kai shook her head quickly, eyes shining with frustration. I don't know, I swear. I don't know where she is. Nikki studied her for a long moment, gaze steady, searching for cracks in the answer. Kai's hands trembled as she twisted the apron cord tighter, shoulders hunched, voice breaking under the weight of fear. You've never heard of Faith or Leslie? Did you know Isla was hanging out with them at the bakery? Kai shook her head. I've never heard of those girls, and I haven't seen Isla since the morning she left. Nikki slid a card across the counter. If you think of anything, call me, day or night. Kai nodded, her hand trembling as she took the card. Nikki turned away, the hum of the restaurant rushing back in, trays clattering, fryer baskets hissing, voices rising in chatter. Hope had flickered when she walked in, but now it was tangled in questions, heavier than before. Outside, the March wind bit at their faces. Nikki's phone buzzed as she stepped into the cold, a notification from the Bureau's media unit. Balo pushed to regional outlets. Isla's photo released. Public asked for information. Nikki stared at the screen, the image of Isla now out in the world, her face no longer a ghost, but a headline. Kendall leaned back, her voice low. Between Officer Brown's information and Kai's, it's hard to believe Isla was involved. She was so vulnerable. Nikki nodded slowly, jaw tight, which means she's in danger. Chapter 14. Nikki walked into the station with Kendall following her. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flattening the corridors into pale strips of gray. Officers moved past them in quick bursts, voices clipped, radios crackling. It was lunch hour, but the building felt restless, as though no one had time to eat. The rhythm of the place was constant, doors opening and closing, printers spitting out pages, the faint echo of a phone ringing unanswered. They reached Chief Ryan's office. The blinds were half drawn, slicing the room into stripes of shadow and light. Ryan sat behind her desk, posture rigid, arms folded tight across her chest. Chen leaned against the window frame, his silhouette broken by the blinds, expression unreadable. The air inside the office smelled faintly of coffee gone bad, mixed with the lingering scent of burnt popcorn that had drifted down the hall. Nikki lowered herself into the chair across from them, the legs scraping against tile. She balanced her notebook on her knee, pen poised. Kendall settled beside her, flipping open her own notebook, the faint scratch of paper filling the silence. We heard from Woodbury PD, Nikki began, her voice clipped but steady. Officer Ethan Brown. He stopped Isla and her friend a few months ago for stealing food, took them to a shelter. We also made contact with Kai, Isla's friend. She said Isla was afraid of someone. Ryan's brow furrowed. Chen shifted, arms crossing tighter, the blinds casting narrow shadows across his face. The hum of overhead lights cut through the silence. Nikki pushed on. There's a chance Isla's a victim. She was scared, and whoever she feared may have found her. Chen shook his head slightly, his tone low. Still feels like the supplier angle. Leslie's stepfather's drug ties make more sense. Revenge, debt, score settling. Ryan nodded once, her voice firm. It's clean, professional. That fits a supplier more than a runaway girl. Nikki leaned forward, pen tapping against her notebook. Toby hasn't dealt in months. He barely knew the supplier, and the supplier barely knew him. That's not a strong connection. Meanwhile, Chet started a fight with Toby in Mary's front yard. He's got a conviction for statutory rape. Leslie didn't like him. He claims he was home that night, but his alibi is shaky. Chen's eyes narrowed, his voice measured. I'll run financials. Toby, Mary Nelson, and Chet. See if anything jumps out. Ryan leaned forward. If Toby's supplier is involved, his life could be in danger. But if Toby's telling the truth, the supplier doesn't know enough to find him. Still, we can't ignore the possibility of a spree. Nikki exhaled, her voice low but clipped. We're 6 hours from a full 24. If this were a spree killer, I'd expect another body by now. Ryan's gaze held hers, the silence stretching. Any other suspects? Before Nikki could respond, her phone buzzed against her thigh. Courtney. Nikki lifted a hand in apology and answered. Hunt? Courtney didn't bother with a greeting. Her voice was tight, breathless, the sound of someone who'd been staring at a screen too long. I've been going through the scene. It's a mess. Nikki straightened. She snapped her fingers to get the other's attention. Chen's head lifted. Ryan's posture straightened. Tell me, Nikki said, putting you on speakerphone. High-traffic place, tons of contamination, Courtney said. I started with the areas closest to the bodies. I've been sorting through it for hours. Most of it is employees, and judging by the repeat hits, regular customers. Ran it through Cody's. So far, I don't have anything. Fingerprints are a different story. Nikki's pulse ticked up. And? Again, we pulled fingerprints from the areas around the body and the cash register. Vast majority are Faith and Leslie's, but I ran all the others through AFIS. We're still running them, but I did get a match. He's in the system for petty theft. Nikki felt the room tighten around her. Who? Courtney hesitated just long enough for Nikki's stomach to drop. Seth Moran. Kendall's head snapped up. Courtney continued, voice quickening. I recognized the last name, did a little digging, and, Nikki, it looks like Seth is Claire's brother. For a moment, the room went silent except for the faint hum of the overhead lights. Nikki felt the shock hit her like a freezing wave. Claire's brother? She never mentioned a brother. You're certain? Yes, Courtney said. I triple-checked. Same last name, same age range, same address history. It's him, and he's got a record. Misdemeanors, 1 domestic battery, so some escalated behavior. Nikki closed her eyes briefly, then opened them, jaw set. Good work. Keep running the rest of the samples. Call me the second you get anything else. You got it, Courtney said, and the line went dead. Nikki lowered the phone slowly. Ryan was the first to speak. Claire's brother? Chen's voice was low, controlled. That's a hell of a connection. Kendall didn't say anything. Her expression said enough. Nikki stood, her notebook snapping shut. I'm seeing Claire at dinner tonight. I'll find out why she didn't tell us about her brother. She looked at Ryan. I'd invite you or Chen, but it's a family dinner. I know I've got a personal connection, but this doesn't involve Mark. It's about Claire not telling us she had a brother with a record. Ryan's brows lifted. You think she knows something? I don't know, Nikki said, her voice steady as steel. I didn't even know she had a brother, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it. The window rattled as the wind outside swept across the lot. Chen, Ryan, and Kendall discussed the day's developments, but Nikki was lost in her thoughts. Claire didn't owe her any information about her family. She likely had a good reason for not mentioning her brother. Maybe she didn't know he had a record. Nikki kept seeing the girls' bodies in the bakery, kept thinking about the young lives shortened. She remembered the warmth that had once filled the space, the smell of sugar and bread, the soft clatter of trays, and the laughter of the two girls. The contrast between that memory and the emptiness that still clung to her from the crime scene pressed against her chest with a force that felt almost physical. She had to find out who'd done this. Chen shifted beside her, his voice softer now, the edge of command giving way to something more human. We'll find answers. This won't go unsolved. You're damned right we will, she said, the words low but certain. Starting with Seth Moran. She looked at Kendall. Find out where he works and we'll pay him a visit. Chapter 15. Then. The alley behind Hearth and Scone was a narrow, half-lit space that collected the day's leftovers, cardboard boxes folded and stacked beside the dumpster, a dusting of flour on the pavement from someone shaking out a mat, the faint smell of yeast and sugar drifting from the vents overhead. Isla liked it because it was quiet, because no one bothered her here, and she could sit with her back against the brick wall and pretend, for a few minutes, that the world wasn't pressing in on her from every direction. Night had settled over Stillwater in a soft blue-gray hush, the kind that made the street lamps glow like halos and turned the bakery windows into warm squares of gold. Isla pulled her knees to her chest, tucking her chin down into the collar of her hoodie, trying to make herself smaller, less noticeable, less anything. Her backpack sat beside her, the strap frayed, the zipper sticking. She'd eaten the last of her granola bar hours ago. Her stomach had been complaining ever since. She told herself she'd leave soon, find a bus, find a bench, find anywhere else to be, but she didn't move. The warmth from the bakery vents was too tempting, the smell too comforting, the quiet too rare. The back door swung open with a soft creak. Isla stiffened, instinctively shrinking into the shadows. A girl stepped out, holding a tray of something wrapped in parchment. She was 17 or 18, with blonde curls pulled into a loose ponytail, and a face that looked like it had been made for smiling. Her flour-covered apron was almost as dusty as her black Chuck Taylors, and she moved quickly, humming a Taylor Swift song. She froze when she saw Isla. "Oh," she said, blinking. "Hi, I didn't know anyone was out here." Isla didn't answer. She kept her gaze low, her shoulders tight. The girl hesitated, then stepped closer, her voice softening. "Are you okay?" Isla hated that question. It always felt like a trap. If she answered honestly, everything inside her would spill out and she'd never get it back in. So she shrugged, a small, dismissive lift of her shoulder. The girl didn't buy it. "It's freezing. Do you want to come inside for a minute? We're closing up, but we're allowed to eat the leftovers. There's a ton tonight." Isla's stomach growled loudly enough to betray her. The girl's smile widened, warm and unforced. "Come on. I'm Faith, by the way." Isla hesitated, but the warmth spilling from the open door was too much to resist. She stood slowly, brushing dirt from her jeans, and followed Faith inside. The kitchen was a burst of light and warmth, stainless steel counters gleaming, racks of cooling pastries lined up like soldiers awaiting orders. A younger girl stood at the sink, rinsing bowls, her blonde hair pulled into a messy braid, cheeks pink from the heat of the dishwater. She looked up when they entered, her expression curious but shy. "Leslie," Faith said, nudging her gently with her hip. "This is—" She turned to Isla. "Actually, I didn't get your name." Isla swallowed, her throat tight. She debated giving a fake name, but these girls were safe. "Isla." Faith grinned. "Pretty. Okay, Isla, this is Leslie. She's the quiet one." Leslie offered a small wave, her eyes soft and earnest. She looked younger than Faith, maybe 16, with a sweetness that made Isla's chest ache unexpectedly. Faith, she thought, could probably survive a few nights on the street if she had to. Leslie wouldn't have a chance. Faith set the tray on the counter and unwrapped it. "We've got scones, muffins, a couple of croissants that didn't sell. Take whatever you want." Isla hovered near the doorway, unsure if she should sit, unsure if she should stay, unsure of everything. "You're fine," Faith said, her voice warm. "Really, we do this all the time. Well, not this exactly, but feeding people. My mom says it's good karma." Leslie snorted softly. "Your mom says everything is good karma." "Because she's right," Faith shot back, tossing a towel at her. Isla watched them, the easy way they moved around each other, the comfort, the familiarity. It felt like watching a life she'd never had and probably never would. She reached for a croissant, her fingers trembling slightly. The first buttery soft bite nearly made her dizzy. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the taste settle on her tongue. Faith leaned against the counter, studying her. "So, are you from around here?" "No," Isla said quickly. "Passing through?" "Something like that." Faith exchanged a glance with Leslie. It wasn't judgmental or suspicious, but concerned. Isla wasn't used to strangers giving a damn about her. "Do you have a place to stay?" Faith asked gently. Isla stiffened. "I'm fine." "That's not what I asked." "I'm fine," Isla repeated. Faith held up her hands. Okay, no pressure. Leslie dried her hands on a towel and stepped closer, her voice soft. We're not trying to pry. We just want to help you. I can't stand the thought of you out there in the cold, and you look really tired. When was the last time you had a good night's sleep? Isla let out a breath that felt too heavy for her chest. I'm always tired. Faith's expression softened. Do you have family? No. Friends? Not really. Faith hesitated, then tried again. Are you on your own? Isla's jaw worked. Yeah. For how long? Since high school. Faith blinked. You left right after? Didn't have a reason to stay. Foster care sucks. Faith's eyes softened. That must have been hard. Isla shrugged. It was life. I like it better on my own, even if I am on the streets. Faith leaned forward slightly, her voice gentle but curious. So what are you doing now? What brings you to Stillwater? Are you just traveling? Trying to, Isla said. I work fast food jobs when I can. Save up, move on. I want to see the country, figure out where I'm supposed to be. Faith's whole face lit up when she smiled. That sounds kind of amazing. It's not, Isla said quietly. It's hard and lonely, and sometimes I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Leslie's eyes softened. You don't have to know. You're young. Isla almost laughed. Feels like I'm 100. Faith nudged her shoulder lightly. Well, you're not. You're our age, and you're here now. That counts for something. Isla looked at her and saw the brightness, the intelligence, the spark that made Faith feel like she could take on the world and win. And then there was Leslie, so sweet and gentle, a happy girl who believed people were good until they proved otherwise. Isla felt a strange tug in her chest, a mix of protectiveness and envy. She didn't belong here. She took another bite of the croissant, chewing slowly, trying to ignore the ache in her ribs. After a moment, she cleared her throat. Do you know where I could score some oxycodone? Faith froze. Leslie's eyes widened. Faith looked at Leslie, and Leslie shook her head immediately, her braids swinging. Faith turned back to Isla, her voice careful. Why do you need that? Isla stared at the counter, her fingers tightening around the pastry. My brain hurts, she said quietly, and there's stuff I need to forget. Faith's expression shifted, but it wasn't judgment, it was compassion. We don't have anything like that. The only person we know who might doesn't deal anymore. Leslie nodded quickly. He stopped. For real, he's clean now. Isla swallowed, her throat tight. Okay. Faith stepped closer, her voice soft. Isla, if you need help... I don't, Isla said, backing away. I just needed food, and you gave me that, so thanks. Faith reached out as if to stop her, but Isla was already moving toward the door, her backpack slung over her shoulder, her hood pulled up. Will you come back? Leslie asked, her voice small. Isla paused, her hand on the doorframe. She didn't turn around. Maybe, she said. Then she stepped into the alley, the bitter night swallowing her whole, the warmth of the bakery fading behind her, like a memory she wasn't sure she deserved. Chapter 16. Warm light spilled from the Todd's front windows, glowing against the dark. Cars crowded the driveway, evidence of family already gathered inside. Nikki paused at the door, her breath fogging in the cold, and steadied herself. Tonight was supposed to be about Larry Todd's 70th birthday, but Nikki couldn't stop thinking about the case. Claire had refused to let them cancel, insisting tradition mattered even in the shadow of grief. Inside, the house smelled of grilled meat and melted chocolate. Voices rose in laughter from the dining room, the hum of family chatter carrying through the hallway. Nikki slipped her coat off, hung it by the door, and caught Claire's eye across the room. Claire's smile was faint, exhaustion etched into her face, but she gestured Nikki toward the laundry room on the other side of the kitchen. Away from the noise, the laundry room was quieter, the air thick with the scent of frosting and charred steak. Nikki lowered her voice. "We're still following up on suspects. I wanted you to hear that from me before dinner." Claire's brow furrowed, her hands tightening around the counter. "I appreciate that. It's hard to sit here and pretend everything's normal." "Claire," Nikki said quietly, "why didn't you tell me about your brother?" The question landed like a dropped plate. Color drained from her face. My brother?" she echoed, as though she needed a second to understand which secret had finally surfaced. "Yes," Nikki said, "your brother." Claire's mouth opened, closed, opened again. She pressed a hand to her forehead, fingers trembling slightly. I didn't think... I didn't know it mattered. I wasn't trying to hide anything, I just..." She swallowed hard, her voice thinning. "I'm embarrassed, okay?" Nikki didn't move, didn't soften. She let the silence stretch just long enough for Claire to feel it. "I understand that, but we need to know everything. And he's got a record that shows some escalation. His fingerprints showed up around the cash register, meaning they're likely only a few days old." Claire exhaled shakily. "He's my half-brother. We didn't grow up together. He stole from us more than once. Money, jewelry, whatever he could get his hands on. My mom kept giving him chances, and he kept blowing them. I cut him off years ago. I haven't talked to him in forever." Nikki's gaze stayed fixed on her. "Until when?" Claire's shoulders sagged. "Until a couple of days ago. He showed up at the bakery, said he wanted to make amends, said he was getting his life together." She shook her head, a bitter laugh escaping. "I didn't buy it. I'm not interested in reconnecting with him." Nikki absorbed that, her expression unreadable. "Claire, did you know he's living in Stillwater and could have been at the bakery the night the girls were killed?" Claire's eyes widened, panic flickering across her face. "No, God, no! Nikki, I swear I didn't know he was anywhere near here." She hesitated, voice dropping. "Did his DNA come up on the bodies?" "Is his DNA in the system?" Nikki asked. "I don't know," Claire said. "If he's in the system and he touched their bodies, then yes, we'll get a hit. But he's got to have done something serious enough to have his DNA taken. That usually means serving significant time." Claire sagged with visible relief. "But the fact that you didn't tell us about him makes the whole thing look off," Nikki continued. "You know that." Claire's hand flew to her mouth. "I wasn't trying to hide him. He didn't even cross my mind. He's not that kind of person. He's an ass, not a killer." Nikki's tone stayed even. She didn't want to push Claire so hard that she clammed up. "I need to know what kind of man he is, what he's capable of." Claire's eyes filled with sadness. "Seth isn't violent," she said finally. "He's not brave enough to be violent. He's the cowardly type, the kind who slinks around behind people's backs and screws things up without ever facing anyone directly. He never confronts anyone. He avoids conflict like it's contagious." Nikki watched her carefully. "Cowardly doesn't mean harmless." "I know," Claire whispered, "but he was always afraid of guns growing up. Wouldn't even touch one. He used to cry if my stepdad took him hunting. He's not someone who could walk into a place and do something like this. He's a mess, but he's not a killer." Nikki let that settle, weighing it, turning it over. "Is there anything else you want to tell me? Anything you didn't think mattered before?" Claire shook her head quickly, almost desperately. "No, I promise, Nikki. I've told you everything, I swear." Nikki held her gaze for a long moment, searching for cracks, for hesitation, for the telltale flicker of someone holding back. "We'll be talking to him tomorrow." Claire exhaled, a shaky, uneven breath, as though she'd been holding it since the moment Nikki said her name. From the kitchen, Mark called out that dinner was ready. Claire wiped the tears from her eyes. "What about the red-headed girl from the security tapes?" "We know her name is Isla, and that the girls were feeding her," Nikki said. "But we're still piecing the connection together." Claire's voice softened, weary but firm. "Then keep at it. Don't let tonight distract you. Larry deserves his celebration, but I know you'll keep pushing." Nikki nodded, then followed Claire back into the dining room. The dining table gleamed under the overhead light, plates steaming with steaks, mashed potatoes, and green beans. The German chocolate cake sat in the center, its glossy layers catching the glow. Claire had baked it herself, mentioning softly, "My grandmother taught me. It was her favorite." Conversation filled the room, the cadence of voices rising and falling. For a moment, Nikki let herself breathe into the rhythm, the illusion of ordinary life, as she gazed around the table at her family. Rory and Lacey joking around, Larry and Ruth sharing a knowing smile, Mark and Claire looking haunted, but trying to join in. Larry leaned back, savoring the moment. "You know, 70 doesn't feel much different than 60, except the knees. The knees remind me every morning." Lacey giggled, rolling her eyes. "You're officially old now, Grandpa." Larry wagged his fork at her. Old enough to know better, young enough to still eat cake. The warmth carried, voices overlapping, until Claire's weariness slipped into her words. "It's been hard, keeping everything together, especially with what happened to Mark." The shift was immediate. Lacey's fork stilled. The sound of cutlery stopped, the hum of conversation fractured. Nikki looked at Rory as his eyes stayed focused on Lacey. "Why haven't you and Rory told me that Mark was wrongfully accused of murdering your parents, Mom? My grandparents?" Lacey's voice trembled with anger, steady but rising. The table went silent. The air thickened, the hum of the refrigerator suddenly louder in the pause. Shock rippled across faces, warmth collapsing into tension. "I heard it on the news," Lacey pressed. "You still treat me like a little kid." "Of course I'm going to see it. I'm 11 now. I pay attention. You should know that, Mom." Nikki wanted to crawl beneath a rock and stay there. Lacey was right. She was growing up, and Nikki couldn't stop it. Mark leaned forward, his voice calm but firm. "Your mom and I wanted to tell you together. We didn't want you to think there were issues in the family. It's water under the bridge. Everyone's moved on. I don't want to think about that time, period." Lacey's eyes flicked to her mother, searching, hurt. Nikki's heart sank. She saw the anger forming, the possibility that her daughter would blame her for putting Mark behind bars for half his life. Mark caught the look, his voice steady. "Don't be mad at your mother. I was framed by a crooked cop. Nikki was 16. I don't hold it against her, and neither should you." Rory cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension. "We've all carried heavy things. Tonight's supposed to be about family, about celebrating. Let's not let the past steal this moment." Claire's voice was quiet but insistent. "Rory's right. We can't undo what happened, but we can choose how we move forward." Awkward silence lingered. Cutlery scraped softly, hesitantly. The laughter was gone, replaced by careful words, voices lowered, the rhythm broken. Larry raised his fork again, forcing cheer. "Well, I say we focus on the cake. 70 years deserves chocolate, doesn't it?" Claire forced a smile, sliding the knife through the glossy layers. Rory leaned toward Lacey, his voice softer now. "You're right to want honesty. We should have told you sooner. But your mother and I love you, and we're not hiding anything from you anymore." Lacey's shoulders eased slightly, though her eyes stayed angry. "I just don't want secrets. Not about family." Larry chuckled gently, trying to lighten the mood. "No secrets tonight. Just too many candles and not enough breath to blow them out." The family murmured agreement, but the warmth was fractured, the celebration thinner now. They left a couple of hours later, riding the first few minutes in uncomfortable silence. Nikki turned to Lacey, her voice low, thick with regret. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Rory and I just wanted you to understand that you still had a stable environment, that our family unit was real, not fake." Lacey stared out the window. Her breath fogged faintly against the cold pane, her shoulders rigid. "I'm not as fragile as you think. I'm growing up. You have to understand that." Rory's hands were steady on the wheel, his eyes flicking to hers in the rearview mirror. Their gazes met, a silent exchange, a small smile breaking through the tension. His eyes carried reassurance, a quiet reminder that they were still a unit, still together. "Okay," Nikki said softly, turning back to her daughter. "I promise to work on that." The car rolled on through the quiet streets, headlights cutting pale arcs across pavement slick with frost. Houses passed in blurred silhouettes, windows glowing faintly against the dark. Nikki sat still, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze fixed on the faint reflection of her daughter in the window. Chapter 17. The reek of burnt coffee and copier toner clung to the walls of the Brooklyn Park field office. Nikki pushed through the glass doors, balancing a white paper box of assorted donuts, the lid already dusted with sugar. Fatigue settled between her eyes after too many hours of case files and not enough sleep. Relief flickered at the sight of Liam at his desk. Liam sat at the head of the bullpen, his desk angled to overlook the cluster of younger agents working below him. Papers were stacked in uneven piles, his pen tapping against one as he tried to make sense of the backlog. He looked mired in paperwork, but his posture was familiar, grounding. Nikki felt her chest ease. Kendall was intelligent and more than competent, but she and Liam had a rhythm that came from years of working side by side, predicting each other's decisions before they were spoken. She nudged the box onto his desk, sliding it across the clutter. "Welcome back," she said, her voice carrying a faint smile. Liam's eyes lit up. He flipped the lid, grabbed a jelly-filled donut and inhaled it in 2 bites, powdered sugar dusting his shirt. "Awesome," he said around the mouthful, grinning. "Honeymoon was awesome. I'll give you the PG-rated details later." Nikki shook her head, amused despite herself. The fatigue didn't vanish, but it loosened. Kendall came in then, notebook tucked under her arm, her stride brisk. She glanced at Liam, then at Nikki. "I filled him in on the case," she said, her tone careful. "Hope that's okay." Nikki waved it off, sliding into the chair beside Liam's desk. "Less for me to do." The bullpen hummed around them, phones ringing, agents moving between desks, the faint clatter of keyboards. Nikki leaned forward, elbows on her knees, her gaze steady on Liam. "So, what do you think?" Liam wiped sugar from his fingers, his expression shifting from casual to focused. "Sounds like we need to find Isla. I'm not sure what to think of her yet." "There doesn't seem to be a motive for her to be involved," Nikki said. "Even the cop who arrested her had good things to say about her." Liam leaned back, chair creaking. "What about the supplier?" Nikki exhaled, frustration pressing against her ribs. "Toby claims he hasn't dealt in months, says the supplier doesn't even know who he is. I think he's telling the truth. Chun's working his CIs, but I just think it's a dead end." Liam's brow furrowed. "Surveillance?" Nikki shook her head, her voice clipped. "One of Chen's informants has agreed to meet us. We can have a conversation, but I need you to back me up with Garcia. He'll want to take the time to do full surveillance, and we don't have that time. Isla's out there. Every hour we wait is a risk." Liam's gaze held hers, steady, weighing the urgency against caution. Nikki felt the fatigue pressing harder, but beneath it was resolve. The door to the bullpen opened. Garcia stepped in, coffee mug in hand, his expression irritated. His gaze swept the room, landing on them. "Office. Now." Nikki rose, her chair scraping against tile. She glanced at Kendall, her voice firm. "Come to." Garcia's office was a box of shadows and light, blinds half drawn to slice the room into narrow stripes. The radiator hissed faintly, filling the silence between voices. Papers were stacked in uneven piles across his desk, coffee rings staining the edges. The air smelled of burnt coffee, paper, and the faint trace of dust that clung to old carpet. Nikki stepped inside, Liam and Kendall close behind. Garcia settled into his chair, arms folded. "All right, let's get to it." Nikki began, her voice clipped but steady. "We're circling dead ends. Suspect Barron's cleared by Flock. Kendall still working on Toby Nelson's financials. Toby insists he hasn't seen the supplier in months. He's out of the game, and I believe him. We're meeting with Chen's informant this afternoon. We've also got Claire's brother." She told him about Seth Moran. Claire didn't have much good to say about him, but she insisted he didn't have the stomach to murder anyone. "We're headed to interview him after this." "You think it's worth meeting with Chen's informant?" Garcia asked. "I think that's the best chance we have to find out about the supplier and confirm Toby's telling the truth." Nikki looked at Kendall. "Liam and I will meet up with Chen, but why don't you go with me to talk to Claire's brother?" The glass doors of TC Staffing reflected the pale winter sky, streaked with thin clouds that looked as though they had been dragged across the horizon with a wide brush. Nikki pushed inside with Kendall at her side, the cold air clinging to their coats before the warmth of the lobby swallowed it. The space smelled faintly of toner and stale coffee, a scent that lived permanently in office buildings, seeping into carpet fibers and upholstery until it became part of the architecture itself. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their hum constant, throwing a flat glare across the reception desk. The receptionist looked up, polite but guarded. Her pen hovered above a notepad, the ink bleeding faintly where it pressed too long against the paper. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked, her voice clipped and rehearsed, the tone of someone who had said the same sentence 100 times already that morning. Nikki slid her badge across the counter, Kendall doing the same. The metal caught the light, gleaming briefly before settling into shadow. The woman's eyes widened. "We're here to see Seth Moran," Nikki said. The receptionist nodded once, then turned toward the cubicle area without another word. The office was open, rows of desks visible from reception. Nikki watched her cross the floor, her heels clicking against the tile as she wove between partitions. The cubicles were lined with gray fabric, edges frayed, papers pinned haphazardly. The air carried the faint hum of printers and the low murmur of voices, punctuated by the occasional ring of a desk phone. A man in a headset leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Another typed furiously, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The place felt tired, worn down by routine. The receptionist stopped at a tall man with thinning hair, his posture bent slightly as though the weight of years had worn him down. He looked up, his face pale under the fluorescent glare. He didn't look anything like Claire. His features were more chiseled, his eyes darker, his expression guarded in a way that suggested he had learned to brace himself before life hit him. He came forward slowly, shoulders squared but wary, his steps deliberate. "I'm Seth Moran," Nikki introduced herself, her tone steady but firm. "Special Agent Nikki Hunt. This is Agent Kendall Gray. We're investigating the murders at your half-sister's bakery." The words hit him like a blow. Seth leaned against the counter, his hand bracing against the edge, his face draining of color. His eyes widened, the shock raw and unfiltered. "Claire," he whispered. His voice cracked, thin and strained. Nikki shook her head. "Claire wasn't at the bakery. 2 teenage girls were killed." Seth's dark eyes flashed. He rubbed his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly. "That's almost worse." He hesitated, his voice low. "Did Claire send you here?" Nikki held his gaze, unblinking. "We heard you came around asking for forgiveness the other day. She rejected you." Seth's jaw clenched, the muscle twitching. "That's true, but it doesn't make me a murderer. I've made mistakes, but I'm trying to atone. I've been at this job 18 months, the longest I've ever held one. I've even got insurance, A little 401k. His voice carried a mix of defiance and desperation, as though he needed them to believe him, to see him as more than his past. Nikki's tone softened. That's great, if it's the truth, but we need to know your whereabouts 2 nights ago. Seth exhaled, his shoulders sagging. His hand slid from the counter, fingers curling loosely at his side. I live in a basement income property in South St. Paul, near Lincoln Center Elementary School. Came home from work around 5:30. Never left. Kendall leaned forward, her voice precise. Do you have cameras? He shook his head quickly, his eyes darting toward the cubicles as though searching for escape. No, the homeowners have them everywhere. I trust them. I can give you their contact information. Nikki nodded, jotting notes, her pen scratching faintly against the paper. Thank you. If this checks out, you won't hear from us again. Seth's eyes flickered, something softer breaking through the tension. His voice dropped, almost a whisper. Tell Claire, despite everything, I'm here if she needs me. The words hung heavy in the air, the hum of the office pressing in around them. Nikki studied him for a moment, the lines etched into his face, the exhaustion that clung to him like a second skin. He didn't look like a man who had killed 2 girls. He looked like someone who had spent years trying to outrun the worst parts of himself and was terrified he would never get far enough. Nikki and Kendall turned, leaving the reception area, their footsteps echoing against the tile. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the sound grating against Nikki's nerves. She pushed through the glass doors, the cold air hitting her again. She'd had enough of winter. She pulled her coat tighter, her breath fogging in the air. The parking lot stretched before them, the sky still packed with gray. She glanced at Kendall, her mind unsettled. Seth might be the manipulator Claire described, but his alibi was straightforward. Too straightforward, clean in a way that made her uneasy. Kendall pulled out her phone, already dialing, her voice low. I'll call the homeowners, get the footage, their statements. We'll see if he's clean. Nikki nodded, her gaze drifting back toward the building. The glass doors reflected the gray sky, the hum of fluorescent lights still echoing faintly in her ears. The case twisted tighter, the line between guilt and innocence blurring. Seth had a past, a motive, and a reason to lie, but he also had eyes that had widened with genuine fear, a voice that had cracked at the mention of Claire, and an alibi that could be verified. Nikki exhaled slowly, the cold air burning her lungs. Let's hope he's telling the truth, she murmured. The diner's glass door gave a soft rattle as Nikki pushed it open, letting in a gust of cold air that carried the bite of late winter. The smell of fried food hit her immediately, thick and comforting in a way that reminded her of long nights on the road and early mornings spent chasing leads. Liam followed close behind, scanning the booths. His presence steadied her, the familiar rhythm of years working together settling into place as naturally as breathing. The diner was half full, the clatter of plates and low hum of conversation blending into a steady backdrop. A waitress refilled coffee at the counter, her movements practiced and quick. The overhead lights cast a warm glow across the vinyl booths, softening the edges of the room. Nikki spotted Chen in the far corner, seated across from a dark-haired man who kept glancing toward the door as though expecting someone to burst through it. The informant's shoulders were hunched, his fingers tapping nervously against the edge of his mug. Even from across the room, Nikki could see the tension in his posture. He looked like someone who had spent too many years watching shadows. They threaded their way around tables, weaving between families eating late breakfasts and truckers hunched over steaming plates. When they reached the back booth, Chen nodded and slid over to make room. Nikki sat down beside him, jamming her coat and bag between them, while Liam took the outside seat, his posture angled protectively toward the informant. The man watched them with wary eyes, his fingers tightening around his coffee cup. Nikki met his gaze, steady and calm. "I'm Special Agent Nikki Hunt," she said. She extended her hand. "This is Agent Liam Wilson. Thank you for trusting us." He hesitated for a second before shaking her hand. "Dmitri." His voice was low, rough around the edges. He gestured toward Chen. "He said I could trust you. I better not get wrapped up in any of this." "No one will know you spoke to us," Nikki assured him. Liam leaned forward, his voice calm but firm. "We're here to listen, not to drag you into anything." The waitress came by, her smile polite but distracted. Nikki ordered coffee. Liam waved her off, already focused on Dmitri. Nikki turned back to the informant. "You know who Toby Nelson is, right?" Chen had already told her Dmitri had been a pot dealer before legalization. He hadn't been as good at peddling meth and had been arrested the first time he tried. Chen had booked him on a misdemeanor and convinced him to become an informant. He'd also helped Dmitri get a job and spent time earning his trust and loyalty. Dmitri owed him, and he knew it. "Heard the name," Dmitri said. He took a sip of coffee, his eyes flicking toward the window. "Thought you wanted to talk about Knox." "I do," Nikki said. "Toby says he's no longer dealing. You have any idea if that's true?" Dmitri shook his head. "I heard he quit moving for Knox. Went legit." "Did it surprise you that Knox allowed that?" Nikki asked. "Knox has plenty of guys coming through the club and moving his product. What's he care about a low-level dealer who knows nothing about him? I heard he's not the first one." Liam cut in, his tone skeptical. "That's a lot of turnover for a drug dealer. Doesn't strike you as unusual?" Dmitri shrugged. "Not really. Clubs like that always have girls coming and going. Some stay a week, some a month. Knox doesn't blink. I never heard anything about him having an issue with Toby Nelson. Don't hear much about Toby at all." Toby Nelson said he never met Knox and that everything was exchanged through a locker system. "You ever hear that?" Chen asked. Dmitri nodded. "Heard something like that. Pretty sweet system." "You haven't heard anything about Nelson having a target on him?" Chen asked. "Nothing, man." "What's your connection with Knox?" Nikki asked. "He owns the strip club I like, and I pay attention." Dmitri glanced at Chen. "The lieutenant showed me the picture of that redhead. I'd remember her. She's never been around." "Have you been to the club in the last couple of days?" Nikki pulled the photo of Isla out of her bag and showed it to him. "You're certain you haven't seen her in the last few days?" Dmitri picked at his muffin, crumbs scattering across the plate. "Was there last night. Never saw her." "So there's no reason to think Knox would strike at Toby," Liam said. "If he did, I could see Isla being trafficked, but it sounds like Knox is a waste of our time." The waitress returned with Nikki's coffee, setting the mug down gently before moving on. Dimitri's eyes followed her for a moment, then drifted back to Nikki, his expression uneasy. "Am I good to go?" he asked Chen. Chen nodded. "You know the drill. Answer the phone if I call." They watched him hurry out of the diner. "So Knox is a waste of time, just like we thought," Nikki said. "At least the informant confirmed what we thought about Toby Nelson." Chen looked at his watch. "I've got about 20 minutes before I'm due in court." His phone rang, and he snapped it to his ear. "Chen?" Moments passed. "You're kidding. I've got to go to court, but I've got Hunt and Wilson with me. I'll send them right now." Nikki's heart raced as Chen ended the call. "What's up?" Someone reported seeing Isla at Big Marine Lake. Chapter 18. The drive out to Big Marine Lake took them through a stretch of early spring Minnesota that couldn't decide what season it wanted to be. The snowbanks were shrinking, but still clung stubbornly to the ditches. The trees were bare but swollen with the promise of buds, and the lake itself was in that dangerous in-between state where the ice was no longer trustworthy but not yet gone. "Look at them." Liam pointed to the die-hard ice fishermen scattered across the thinning sheet, hunched over their buckets and augers. "Taking their lives in their own hands." Park staff were out too, bundled in reflective jackets, hauling trash bags, clearing debris, checking trail signs. The whole place had the feel of a body stretching after a long sleep, shaking off winter one limb at a time. Nikki parked near the ranger station. She jumped out of the Jeep, inhaling the scent of the lake and wet earth surrounding it. Nikki zipped her jacket to her chin and scanned the area. A few families were walking the shoreline, kids tossing rocks into the slushy water. A dog barked somewhere in the distance. She and Liam headed to the ranger station where the witness waited. Inside, the dusty scent of old coffee and pine cleaner mixed with the heat of the furnace made Nikki's eyes water. A broad-shouldered man with a sun-creased face and beard that looked several winters old stood behind the counter. He waved when Nikki and Liam approached, marking them as law enforcement. Ranger Pat. He offered his hand and Nikki shook it, quickly making the introductions. Pat hooked his thumb over his shoulder towards the young woman sitting in the corner in a puffy lavender coat. Her blonde hair was pulled into a messy bun, her hands wrapped around a steaming styrofoam cup. Haley Rogers. She's the one who called in. Haley looked up, her eyes wide, nervous. "Hi," she said, voice small. "I didn't know if it was important, but the ranger said I should report it." "You did the right thing," Nikki said, offering a reassuring nod as she pulled out her notebook. "I'm FBI Special Agent Nikki Hunt, and this is Agent Liam Wilson. We appreciate you taking the time to wait for us. Can you tell us what you saw?" Haley shifted in her seat, the styrofoam cup squeaking softly between her hands. "I was walking the trail on the west side of the lake. I come out here a lot. It's kind of my place to clear my head, you know? Anyway, I was heading back toward the parking lot when I saw this girl walking along the shoreline. She looked out of place. No coat, just a hoodie. And she kept looking over her shoulder like someone was following her." Nikki felt a small tug in her chest. "What did she look like?" "Red hair," Haley said immediately. "And she was thin, like she hadn't eaten in a while. She had a backpack, too, kind of beat up. I thought about the story on the news and knew I had to call someone." "Did she talk to anyone?" Liam asked. Haley shook her head. "No, she didn't even look at me, just kept walking. I almost said something, but I don't know. She looked like she wanted to be left alone." Nikki pulled out her phone and brought up the photo of Isla that Claire had sent. Nikki had stared at it so many times, it felt burned into her retinas. "Is this the girl you saw?" Haley leaned forward, squinting, her brow furrowed. I'm not sure. The hair looks right, and the backpack, but her face." She hesitated, chewing her lip. "It could be her. It really could. But I don't want to say yes if I'm wrong." "That's okay," Nikki said gently. "Uncertainty is better than a bad ID." Haley nodded, relieved. "Can you show us where you saw her?" Liam asked. "Yeah," Haley said, standing. "It's not far." They thanked Ranger Pat and followed Haley outside. The wind had picked up, carrying the cold bite of the lake with it. Haley led them down a narrow trail that wound through a stand of leafless trees, their branches rattling softly overhead. The ground was muddy in places, patches of snow clinging stubbornly in the shadows. "She was right around here," Haley said, stopping near a bend in the trail where the trees opened to a view of the lake. The ice stretched out in a mottled sheet, white, gray, slushy in places, cracked in others. A few ice fishermen sat far out, their shelters bright dots against the bleak surface. Nikki scanned the shoreline, her eyes tracing every footprint, every disturbance in the mud, every broken twig. She crouched, touching the ground, feeling the cold seep through her glove. "Anything?" Liam asked quietly. "Nope." They spent the next hour canvassing the area. As the ice fishermen came in off the lake, they showed them Isla's photo. Most shrugged, a few squinted, and one man insisted he'd seen her before realizing he was thinking of someone else entirely. They talked to a couple walking their dog, a teenager taking photos of the lake, an older man picking up trash along the trail. No one had seen Isla. No one had seen anyone who looked like her. By the time they circled back to the spot Haley had indicated, Nikki felt the familiar frustration building, the tightness in her chest, the pressure behind her eyes, the sense of chasing shadows that dissolved the moment she got close. Liam watched her quietly, hands in his pockets, breath fogging in the cold air. "Nothing," he said, though he didn't need to. The emptiness around them said it for him. Nikki exhaled, long and slow, her breath trembling slightly. "I'm so damn tired of this," she said, her voice low but edged with something raw. "Chasing child killers, chasing the worst of the worst. Every case, every time, it's the same thing. Some kid who didn't deserve any of it. Some monster who thinks they can do whatever they want. And us running around trying to piece together the scraps they leave behind." Liam didn't interrupt. He just let her speak. Nikki kept going, the words spilling out in a slow stream. "Sometimes I think about what normal people do on days like this. They go to brunch, they take their kids to the park, they plan vacations. They don't spend their lives standing on the edge of a half-frozen lake looking for signs of a girl who might already be dead." Her voice cracked on the last word, just barely, but enough for Liam to hear it. He stepped closer, not touching her, just standing beside her in that steady, grounding way he had. "I get it," he said quietly. "More than you know." She shook her head. "You still have a life. You still have space for things outside this job. I don't even know if I remember how to do that anymore." "Nikki," he said, his voice firm but gentle, "you weren't dealt normal. You never were. Not with what you've lived through. Not with what you've seen. But that doesn't mean you're broken. It doesn't mean you're lost." She looked out at the lake, the ice shifting with a low groan that echoed across the water. "It feels like it sometimes." "I know," he said. "But the fact that you're mourning these girls, that you're carrying them with you, means the job hasn't taken everything from you. It means you're still human. It means you still care." She swallowed hard, her throat tight. "Caring hurts." "Yeah," he said softly. "It does. But it's also why you're good at this. Why you're the one people trust. Why these girls deserve you." Nikki closed her eyes for a moment, letting the wind brush against her face, letting the cold settle into her bones. "We're going to catch him," Liam said, his voice certain in a way that didn't feel like false hope. "Whoever did this, we're going to find him." Nikki nodded slowly. "Yeah," she said. "We will." Nikki jolted awake to the shrill buzz of her phone, her heart thudding as she fumbled across the nightstand. Snow hammered against the windows, rattling the panes like fists trying to break through. The room was dark, the storm outside swallowing what little light the early morning might have offered. She pressed the phone to her ear, breath still uneven. Miller's voice came through the line, clipped and urgent. "A body's been found, another young girl. Don't know if it's connected to your bakery murder, but figured you'd want to be there. Abandoned barn, South Washington County. Think it's Kara Ramsey." For a moment, Nikki sat frozen, the weight of regret pressing hard against her chest. Kara Ramsey, 17, missing since January. A case she hadn't taken because Woodbury hadn't asked, because jurisdictional lines had been drawn and she'd respected them. Now she wished she'd pushed harder, insisted, inserted herself anyway. The storm outside roared, wind howling against the house like something alive. Miller warned her there were wrecks all over the county, cars sliding into ditches, semis jackknifed across the interstate. She ended the call and stared into the dark, her pulse still racing. Rory stirred beside her, blinking sleepily as he pushed himself upright. "What's going on?" Nikki pulled on her jeans, her voice low. "They found a body. I have to go to the scene." Rory sat up fully, worry etched into his face. "In this storm? Nikki, the roads are a mess." "The Jeep can handle it," she said, forcing steadiness into her tone. "I'll be careful." She didn't wait for him to argue. She grabbed her coat, her boots, her badge, and stepped into the hallway, the cold from the windows seeping into her skin. The storm howled as she opened the front door, snow swirling in thick sheets across the yard. The Jeep's headlights cut pale arcs through the blizzard, illuminating only a few feet ahead before the white swallowed everything again. Twice she slowed behind Rex, the vehicle's tires grinding against ice as she eased around them. Tractor trailers loomed like hulks in the snow, their hazard lights blinking through the whiteout like dying stars. Nikki gripped the wheel tighter, her knuckles aching. The heater hummed, but the cold seeped in anyway, pressing against her ribs. Her thoughts kept circling back to Cara Ramsey. She'd vanished in January, and Woodbury PD had insisted they had it under control. Nikki had told herself it wasn't her case to take, but guilt knew better. If she'd pushed, if she'd insisted, maybe they wouldn't be driving to a barn in the middle of a snowstorm to look at her body. By the time she reached the old farm, Liam and Courtney were already there, their figures blurred against the swirling snow. Emergency lights flickered faintly, barely visible through the storm. The barn loomed ahead, sagging against the wind, its roof bowing under the weight of snow. The farmhouse nearby had collapsed long ago, only a skeleton of beams remaining. Liam emerged from the storm, his coat zipped to his nose, red hair sticking out beneath his winter cap. Snow clung to his eyelashes, melting in tiny droplets. "Place is junkie paradise," he muttered. Needles, trash, feces everywhere. Kara's body was found by a couple having an affair. They came here to get high and saw her foot sticking out. Nikki's stomach turned. The storm whipped around them, the cold biting through her gloves. She pulled her scarf higher, eyes narrowing against the sting of ice. "What condition is she in?" Liam's voice was grim. "That's where we got lucky. She's been missing since the end of January, and the weather hasn't let up. Normally, we'd have some semi-warm days by early March, but not this year. She's preserved. Could have been dead since she disappeared." Nikki glanced around. "Where's Woodbury PD? It's their case." Miller stepped forward, snow crusting his shoulders. "I spoke to their detective. He's stuck at another scene, plus the roads are impassable. I told him we'd update him. No sense risking 20 miles in this storm." Nikki nodded, then followed Liam into the barn. Inside, the air was colder than outside, the wind slicing through gaps in the boards. Klieg lights blazed against the dark, illuminating the stall where Kara's body lay. She was naked, her clothes missing. Marks ringed her neck, consistent with strangulation. Blanchard, the medical examiner, crouched nearby, her breath fogging in the cold. "Body's frozen solid," she said. "We'll have to thaw her slowly or risk losing evidence." The barn smelled of rot and ammonia, damp hay molding in the corners. Trash littered the floor, syringes, broken bottles, cigarette butts. Courtney moved carefully, camera in hand, snapping photos from every angle. "Evidence collection's going to be tough," she said. Debris everywhere, rotting hay, trash. Kara was buried under hay. Her foot was sticking out, gnawed on by small animals, but the freezing kept the damage minimal. Blanchard's voice was low, clinical. She was likely raped. We'll know more once she's thawed, hoping to collect trace evidence from beneath her fingernails. The storm outside echoed the churning nerves inside Nikki. She forced herself to look at Kara's face, pale and still beneath the frost. A girl who should have been in school, laughing with friends, planning her future. Instead, she lay here, frozen in a stall meant for livestock. She straightened. "We've got 2 child killers running around now." Miller frowned. "You think they're connected?" Nikki shook her head. "This looks like a sexual kidnapping. The bakery murders were hits. Clean, deliberate, different signatures. Still, something nags at me." Her gaze lingered on Kara's frozen body, the marks on her neck, the emptiness of the stall. Determination settled in her chest. "Once we're finished here, I'll go to Woodbury. I want to meet the detective who worked Kara's case." Liam stepped closer, his voice steady. I'll go with you." Nikki nodded, resolve hardening against the storm. Apprehension gave way to determination. They weren't just chasing killers. They were racing against time, and she wasn't going to let Kara's case slip through the cracks again. Chapter 19. Nikki led the way into the station. Like most of Woodbury, the station had an upscale feel. The building wasn't very old, and Nikki knew other departments around the city were envious of Woodbury's setup. "So now we've got 3 dead young women," she told Liam. "We should have been given Kara Ramsey's case from the beginning, but Woodbury refused. Now we're juggling 2 cases with no real connection." Kendall had spent hours cross-referencing Kara Ramsey with both Faith and Leslie on social media. Different schools, different friends. Before they had a chance to check in with the desk sergeant, a man hurried toward them from the hallway, waving as if afraid they might vanish before he reached them. Detective Morris looked like he'd been dragged backward through the last 48 hours. His shirt was wrinkled, his tie loosened, and his hair stuck up in uneven tufts. His eyes were red-rimmed, lined with exhaustion. "You must be Hunton Wilson," he said, extending a hand first to Nikki, then to Liam. "Thank you for coming, really. I'm juggling a court appearance and a homicide case today, running all over the damn place. I appreciate you making the trip." "We're glad to help," Nikki said. "Where can we talk?" "Back here," Morris said, already turning. "My cubicle's a disaster, but it's the only place I've got." They followed him through a maze of low partitions. Officers sat hunched over desks, typing slowly or staring blankly at screens. The whole room felt like a collective exhale that never quite finished. Morris's cubicle was wedged in a corner, overflowing with case files, empty coffee cups, and a whiteboard covered in half-erased notes. He kicked a rolling chair out of the way and pulled 2 empty ones from a neighboring cubicle. "Sit, sit," he said, dropping into his own chair with a sigh. "Tell me what you need." Nikki sat, Liam beside her. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees. "Walk me through Kara Ramsey's disappearance." Morris rubbed a hand over his face. "Right, okay. Kara told her mom she'd be at a friend's house that night. That turned out to be a lie. She didn't come home. Mom called us the next morning. We started with the usual: friends, school, social media. Nothing. But flock cameras picked up her car heading toward St. Paul. We traced it to a parking garage downtown." "And the car?" Nikki asked. "Found it on the 3rd level. Empty. No signs of struggle. She'd taken her purse with her." Nikki exchanged a glance with Liam. "So she left the car willingly?" "Looks that way," Morris said. "But after that? Nothing. No phone pings, no credit card use. She just vanished." He hesitated, then added, "We did find her phone, though, dumped in a trash can near the garage entrance. Wiped clean. No prints. That's a detail we kept from the press." Liam tapped his pen against his notebook. "What were your initial thoughts? Was she treated as a runaway?" Morris shook his head quickly. "No, she wasn't. She had no history of running. Good student. No drugs, no boyfriend trouble we could confirm. But she also left us very little to work with. No digital trail. No witnesses. We had one guy, a creep who'd been bothering her at school. She told a friend he made her uncomfortable. We really thought he was the guy." "What happened?" Nikki asked. "His alibi is rock solid. He was at work the entire night. Security footage, time-stamped logs, the whole thing. We had nothing else." Nikki felt frustration tighten in her chest. A girl doesn't just vanish from a parking garage without someone seeing something, without someone knowing something. But she kept her voice even. "So after that, the case stalled." Morris nodded, shoulders slumping. "We kept it open. We checked tips. We followed up on anything that wasn't total garbage. But nothing stuck. The family complained about our handling of the case, and I lost a much-needed detective for misconduct. Ripken." "Ripken?" Nikki couldn't keep the shock from her voice. "He's now an officer with Stillwater PD." What about security video from the garage? Liam asked, moving the conversation on. We've got one camera at the entrance, Morris said. That's it. The rest were down for maintenance, or so the garage manager claims. Can we see it? Nikki asked. I want the full picture. Sure. Morris turned to his computer, waking it with a tap of the mouse. His desktop was a chaotic sprawl of icons and open tabs. He clicked through folders until he found the file. Here. The video opened in a grainy window. A timestamp blinked in the corner. The camera angle showed the entrance ramp, lit by harsh fluorescent lights. Cars passed in and out, their headlights flaring against the lens. Watch, Morris said. Kara's car appeared after a few seconds, a small sedan turning into the garage. It drove up the ramp and disappeared from view. That's all we've got, Morris said. She never comes back out. Nikki leaned closer. Can you rewind? She asked. Morris frowned but dragged the slider back. Slower, Nikki said. He played it again, this time at half speed. There, Nikki pointed. Pause. Morris froze the frame. A figure flashed across the screen, barely visible, just a blur of movement near the edge of the entrance. But Nikki knew that silhouette, the slight frame, the dark jacket, the way the girl's hair swung as she walked. It was the missing girl from the bakery case, Isla, the girl whose last name they still didn't know, the girl who'd vanished without leaving so much as a footprint behind. Nikki's stomach dropped. That girl is a person of interest in another murder, she said quietly. Morris leaned in, squinting. You sure? It's fast. I'm sure. Her name's Isla. Liam exhaled slowly. So she was there, same night Kara disappeared. Nikki turned to Morris. I think Kara's abduction might be tied to my murder case and the missing girl. What if Isla saw Kara get murdered and her killer hunted Isla down to the bakery? Or what if Isla was an accomplice at both scenes? Morris sagged back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Jesus, I knew this case was bad, but I didn't think it was this far-reaching. Do you mind if we help with it? Nikki asked. Or take it over entirely, whatever works for you. Morris let out a humorless laugh. Mind? Hunt, take the damn case. I'm drowning. I've got 2 bodies on my desk, 3 officers out sick, and a chief who thinks I can clone myself. I can't do the girl justice, not like this. Nikki nodded. We'll take it from here. Thank you, Morris said, sounding genuinely relieved. Really. Nikki and Liam stood. Morris didn't follow them out. He just slumped deeper into his chair, staring at the frozen frame of Isla on the screen like it was a ghost. They walked down the hallway in silence until they reached the exit. The early morning light was just beginning to seep through the station's glass doors, pale and cold. Liam finally spoke. Where next? Nikki pulled her coat tighter around her shoulders. McDonald's. Liam blinked. For breakfast? I could eat. To talk to Kai. Nikki rolled her eyes. She might have seen something, or someone, and right now she's the only hope we have of finding Isla. Nikki and Liam shook off the snow in the McDonald's small entrance. Snow clung to the edges of their boots, melting into small puddles on the tile. She made a face. How often did they change the fryer oil? Liam rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry. You're always hungry. She pointed at a dark-haired girl. That's her. Behind the counter, Kai stood at a register, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, her visor slightly crooked. She was taking an order from a man in a reflective vest, her voice flat with exhaustion. When she glanced up and saw Nikki and Liam, her expression flickered with surprise, then worry, then something like resignation. Nikki approached the counter slowly, not wanting to spook her. Kai, she said gently, we need to talk. Kai swallowed hard. I'm working. We can wait, Nikki said, but it's important. Kai looked toward the manager, a middle-aged woman wiping down a prep station. The woman gave a small nod, barely looking up. Kai exhaled shakily and stepped away from the register, motioning for Nikki and Liam to follow her to a small table near the window. The morning light was gray and thin, barely cutting through the frost on the glass. Kai sat, twisting her hands together. "What's going on?" Nikki didn't waste time. "We saw the video from the parking garage. We saw Isla." Kai's breath hitched. Her eyes filled instantly, tears welling so fast it was like she'd been holding them back for weeks. "Oh God," she whispered. "I knew this was coming." Nikki leaned forward. "Kai, did Isla witness Kara Ramsey's abduction?" Kai covered her mouth with her hand as the first sob broke free. She nodded, shoulders shaking. Yes, she did." Liam slid a napkin dispenser closer to her. Kai grabbed a handful, pressing them to her eyes. "I begged her to tell the police," she said, voice cracking. "I begged her, but she said it wouldn't do any good. She was sure the guy saw her. She said he'd find her if she talked." She was terrified. Nikki felt a cold knot form in her stomach. "Did she tell you anything else?" Kai shook her head, tears streaking down her cheeks. "She wouldn't. She shut down every time I asked. She kept hoping Kara would turn up alive. She kept saying maybe she misunderstood, maybe it wasn't what she thought. But she didn't believe that. Not really." Liam's voice was soft but steady. "When did she tell you what she saw?" "A few days after Kara went missing," Kai said. "She was freaking out. She couldn't sleep. She kept checking the news, waiting for anything about the girl. And then one morning," her voice broke again, "I woke up and she was leaving without saying goodbye." Nikki exchanged a glance with Liam. "Do you know where she was going?" "She didn't tell me," Kai whispered. "She just left. She didn't even take all her stuff. She just disappeared." Nikki felt the weight of it settle over her. Isla had run because she believed she was next, because she believed the man who took Kara had seen her. Liam leaned forward. "Kai, we need you to tell us exactly what Isla told you about that night. Every detail you remember." Kai wiped her eyes again, nodding. Okay, I'll try." She took a shaky breath. "Isla said Kara parked her car on the 3rd level and got out. She looked as though she was waiting for someone, and soon another car pulled up next to her with a guy driving. Kara walked toward the other car like she knew him, but hesitated before she got in the passenger seat. Then they started arguing." Nikki's pulse quickened. "Arguing?" "And then he hit her," Kai said, flinching as she said it. "He beat on her. Hard. Isla said it happened so fast she didn't even understand what she was seeing at first. He hit her, knocked her out, and then he got out of the car, came round and put her seatbelt on. She was slumped down in the passenger seat." Nikki felt her jaw tighten. "And then he drove out?" Kai nodded. "Yeah." Isla said he drove out like nothing happened, like it was normal. Liam scribbled notes, his expression grim. "Did Isla say anything about the man? What he looked like? What he was wearing?" Kai shook her head helplessly. "She wouldn't tell me. She kept saying she couldn't, that if she said anything, he'd kill us both." Nikki leaned in, her voice low but steady. "Kai, did Isla know the man?" Kai froze. Her eyes darted between Nikki and Liam, as if searching for a way out of the question. Her hands trembled on the table. Nikki softened her tone. "It's okay. You're safe. We just need the truth." Kai swallowed hard. "Yes," she whispered. "She knew him." Nikki's breath caught. "She recognized him?" Kai nodded. "On sight. She said she knew exactly who he was, and she thought he saw her too. That's why she ran. She kept waiting for the missing girl on the news to turn up. When she didn't, Isla panicked. She said she couldn't stay. She said he'd come for her next." Something shifted inside Nikki as things clicked into place. She reached across the table, resting her hand lightly on Kai's trembling fingers. You did the right thing, telling us. You might have just given us the break we needed. Kai let out a shaky breath, tears still streaming. I just want her to be okay. I just want her to come home. Nikki squeezed her hand gently. We're going to do everything we can to find her. Kai hesitated, then wiped her face again. There's one more thing. I didn't know if it mattered. Nikki stilled. Tell me. Kai's voice dropped to a whisper. Isla said she saw him take Kara's phone. He used his sweater to hold it, like he didn't want to touch it. Then he threw it in the trash. Nikki felt the air leave her lungs. That detail hadn't been released. Nikki stood, her determination settling like steel in her chest. Isla had witnessed Kara's abduction and fled, eventually winding up at Hearth and Scone. Kara's killer must have found her, taken Isla, and killed Leslie and Faith to make sure there were no witnesses. The question was, had he killed her already? Nikki shut the Jeep's door. Liam climbed in beside her, rubbing his hands together once before pulling out his phone. Neither of them spoke at first. The weight of Kai's confession sat between them. Liam exhaled slowly. We need to loop the others in. Nikki nodded. Call Miller, add Chen. Liam tapped the screen, put the phone on speaker, and set it on the console. The line rang twice before Miller answered, his voice rough, like he'd been talking non-stop since dawn. Yeah, it's us, Liam said, putting you on conference with Chen. Liam made the same call to Chen. I've got the sheriff waiting to conference. Go ahead, Chen said. Liam messed with his iPhone. Sheriff, you there? Here, what's the big news? Nikki leaned forward. We just spoke with Kai. She confirmed Isla witnessed Kara Ramsey's abduction. Silence hit the line hard. Even through the speaker, Nikki could feel the shift. Miller spoke first. Confirmed how? She broke down, Nikki said. Told us Isla saw Kara get attacked in the parking garage. Said the man hit her, knocked her out, settled her into the passenger seat, and drove off like nothing happened. Chen swore under his breath. Jesus. Liam added. Isla recognized him. She knew who he was. Miller's voice dropped. And she thought he saw her. Yes, Nikki said. She was terrified. She told Kai she was sure he'd come after her if she talked. That explains why she ran, Chen said. Nikki nodded, even though they couldn't see her. She left town without warning, didn't take all her things, just disappeared. Liam tapped his thumb against his knee, restless. And then she ends up hanging out at Hearth and Scone. Nikki stared through the windshield at the snow-dusted lot. He must have found her. Liam shifted in his seat, jaw tight. Then why didn't he just kill her? Why take her? Nikki didn't hesitate, because she's a loose end he didn't want discovered. If her body turns up, it raises questions. But if she disappears, if she's moved, he buys himself time. He can dispose of her on his terms. Miller exhaled. So he kills Faith and Leslie to cover the grab? And takes Isla, Nikki said, because she's the only one who can identify him. Chen's voice cut in. He doesn't know she told Kai anything. Exactly, Nikki said. He thinks he's the only one who knows she witnessed the abduction. Liam rubbed his forehead. So he's trying to punish her. That's the only reason not to kill her with Faith and Leslie. Not necessarily, Nikki said. He might have needed information from her first, or he wanted to find out what she knew. But Kara's body showing up today complicates things, Nikki said. He didn't plan on that timeline. He's scrambling. Miller's tone hardened. We need to find him before he finishes whatever he started. Chen agreed. I'll get a team pulling every connection between Kara and Isla. Anyone who overlaps. Anyone who had access to both. We're dealing with someone who's been careful, Nikki said. Someone who knows how to move without being seen. Liam looked over at her. But he slipped. Isla saw him. The line stayed quiet for a moment, the four of them breathing in the same tension. Chen broke it. "Keep moving. We'll regroup once we have more." Miller added, "Good work getting Kai to talk." The call disconnected. Nikki stared ahead, the engine idling beneath them, the heater humming. Liam waited, watching her. "Ramsey's next. Do we tell them?" "Not yet," Nikki said. "Let's let them process Kara's death a little bit before we pile on. We need to find out who Kara was seeing, and my gut is telling me that the family doesn't have a clue. It would have come up by now." "Still, they might remember something," Liam said. "Plus, given the fact they complained about Woodbury's handling of the investigation and got Ripken removed, a visit from the FBI might give them hope Kara's murder will be solved." Nikki finally reached for the gear shift. "Let's go." Chapter 20. Then. Closing time at Hearth and Scone always felt like a massive exhale after the rush of the day, the ovens cooling, the lights dimming one switch at a time, the last customers drifting out with their paper bags and their thank yous. Faith loved the quiet rhythm of this part of the evening, the soft rattle of the dishwasher, the way Leslie hummed under her breath while drying the last of the mixing bowls. It felt like the world slowed down just enough for her to breathe. Tonight, their new friend Isla was already in the back corner of the kitchen, perched on the same stool she had claimed the last week or so, her backpack at her feet, her hoodie sleeves pulled over her hands. She looked more comfortable than she had the first night, less like a stray animal ready to bolt, but there was still a guardedness in her posture, a tension in her shoulders that never fully eased. Isla was more open now, but she was also hiding something. Faith could see it in her eyes. Leslie glanced at Isla as she passed her a plate of leftover pastries. "You want the blueberry scone or the chocolate chip muffin?" Isla shrugged, but her eyes flicked toward the muffin. Leslie smiled and set it in front of her. Faith watched the exchange, the way Isla's fingers curled around the muffin like she wasn't sure it belonged to her. She had learned that Isla rarely asked for anything, even when she needed it. She took what was offered, but she never reached. Faith wiped down the counter beside her, letting the silence settle before she spoke. "You're getting comfortable here." Isla looked up, her expression unreadable. "It's warm. And safe," Leslie added, her voice soft. Isla didn't respond to that. She just took a bite of the muffin, chewing slowly, her gaze drifting toward the back door, as if she needed to know she could leave at any moment. Faith leaned her hip against the counter, studying her. "You don't have to be so tense. We like having you here." Isla's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "I'm not used to people liking me anywhere." Leslie's brow creased. "Why not?" Isla shrugged again, the movement small and tight. "People don't like what they don't understand." Faith exchanged a glance with Leslie. They both wanted to ask more, but Isla had a way of shutting down when questions got too close to whatever she was hiding. For a few minutes, the only sounds were the clatter of dishes and the soft hum of the refrigerator. Faith thought Isla might stay quiet the rest of the night, but then Isla spoke, her voice low, almost casual. "You ever seen someone get hit?" Faith froze mid-wipe. Leslie stopped drying the bowl in her hands. Faith turned slowly. "What do you mean?" "Like domestic stuff," Isla said, her eyes fixed on the muffin. "People fighting, someone getting hurt." Faith felt her stomach tighten. "Are you talking about yourself?" "No," Isla said quickly, too quickly. "I'm talking about something I saw." Faith stepped closer, her voice gentle. "What did you see?" Isla hesitated, her fingers picking at the edge of the muffin wrapper. "A girl, in a car. Guy hit her. Hard. She went still. He drove off." Leslie's eyes widened, her face pale. "Oh my God!" Faith felt a chill crawl up her spine. "When was this?" "A while ago," Isla said, her voice flat. "Downtown." Faith exchanged a look with Leslie, a silent conversation passing between them. Isla had said a lot of strange things over the past few nights, little fragments of stories that didn't always line up, but this felt different. This felt like something she didn't want to say but couldn't keep in. "Did you call the police?" Faith asked. "No." "Why not?" Isla's jaw tightened. "People like me don't call the cops." Faith opened her mouth to argue, but Isla cut her off. "And it's not the first time I've seen shit like that." The words were quiet, but they hit Faith like a slap. She stared at Isla, trying to understand the weight behind them. "What do you mean?" Faith asked softly. Isla leaned back on the stool, her eyes distant. "Street fights, drug deals gone bad, people getting jumped. I've seen it all. You learn to keep your head down. You learn to walk away." Leslie swallowed hard. "That sounds terrifying." Isla shrugged. "It's life." Faith felt something twist in her chest. Isla said it like it was normal, like violence was just another part of the world she had to navigate, like hunger or cold or loneliness. Faith couldn't imagine living like that, couldn't imagine being so used to danger that it barely registered anymore. But even as Isla talked about street fights and drug deals, Faith couldn't shake the feeling that the story about the girl in the car was the one that mattered, the one Isla hadn't meant to reveal. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Isla, about the girl you saw, the one who got hit, what happened to her?" Isla's eyes flicked up, wary. "I told you, he drove off." "But what happened after?" Faith pressed. "Did you see her again? Did you hear anything?" Isla looked away. "She's missing." Faith felt her breath catch. "Missing?" "Yeah." "Isla," Faith said, her voice trembling slightly, "how do you know that?" Isla's fingers gripped the edge of the counter. "I just do." "That's not an answer." Isla stood abruptly, her stool scraping against the tile. "I shouldn't have said anything. Forget it." Faith reached out, but Isla stepped back, her eyes shuddering, her walls slamming back into place so fast Faith almost felt the impact. "Isla, wait," Faith said. "I'm not trying to pry. If you know something, if someone's in danger—" "I don't know anything," Isla snapped, her voice hard with fear. "I shouldn't have said anything. Forget it." Leslie stepped forward, her hands raised in a calming gesture. "We're not judging you. We just want to understand." "There's nothing to understand," Isla said, her voice cracking on the last word. "I need to go." Faith felt panic rise in her chest. "You don't have to leave. We're just talking." "No," Isla said, grabbing her backpack. "We're not." She pulled her hood up, her movements quick and jerky, like she needed to get out before she said something she couldn't take back. Faith took a step toward her. "Isla, please, just tell us." "I said no." The words were final, a door slamming shut. Isla pushed through the back door, the cold night air rushing in behind her, and disappeared into the alley without looking back. The door swung closed, leaving Faith and Leslie standing in the warm kitchen, the smell of sugar and butter suddenly too sweet. Leslie set the bowl down slowly. "Faith, do you think she was telling the truth?" Faith stared at the door, her heart pounding. "I don't know." "But you think she knows something?" Faith nodded, her throat tight. "Yeah, I do." Leslie wrapped her arms around herself. "Do you think she's in danger?" Faith didn't answer right away. She thought about Isla's eyes, the fear behind them, the way she had shut down the moment Faith pressed too hard. She thought about the girl in the car, the missing girl, the violence Isla had described like it was just another Tuesday. Finally, she whispered, "I think she is." And the worst part was, Faith had no idea how to help her. Chapter 21. Nikki parked along the curb in front of the Ramsey home, a small cottage-style house with pale siding and a porch crowded with wind chimes that barely stirred in the stillness. The place looked like it had once been warm and lively, but today it felt muted, as if the color had drained from it overnight. The sky over Woodbury hung low and gray, a dull winter light that flattened everything it touched. The cold air clung to her skin, as though grief itself had settled over the neighborhood and refused to lift. Liam stepped out beside her. Neither of them spoke. They didn't need to. The weight of the morning sat heavy on their shoulders, the discovery of Kara Ramsey's body still fresh in their minds. Several hours had passed since the call, but the shock hadn't faded. A Woodbury officer had phoned ahead, so the family was expecting them. Nikki wished they weren't. She wished she could give them more time, more space, more anything. But time was the one thing they didn't have. If these cases were related, Kara's was likely to be the first murder. Could she have known her attacker? It now made sense that Leslie and Faith's murders were so impersonal, but Kara's was not. It was clear from Kai's reports that she trusted the man whose car she was in. They walked up the shoveled path. The porch light was on despite the hour, casting a weak glow across the steps. Before Nikki could knock, the door opened. A college-aged boy stood there, tall and lanky, his dark hair sticking up as though he'd run his hands through it too many times. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face pale. "I'm Rex," he said quietly. "Kara's brother." Nikki offered a gentle nod. "I'm Special Agent Nikki Hunt. This is Agent Liam Wilson. We're with the FBI. We're very sorry for your loss." Rex swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. "Thanks. Come in." The warmth inside hit them immediately, but it didn't soften the atmosphere. The house felt suspended, like every breath inside it had been held since the moment the police called. Family photos lined the hallway walls, Kara smiling in most of them, her brown hair pulled into a ponytail, her eyes bright. Nikki felt an ache in her chest. Rex led them into the living room, where a woman sat on the edge of the couch, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She looked up when they entered. Her brown hair was streaked with gray at the roots, her eyes swollen from crying. She looked like someone who had been hollowed out from the inside. "This is my mom, Nora," Rex said softly. Nikki stepped forward, her voice low. "Mrs. Ramsey, I'm so sorry." Nora nodded, but her gaze drifted past Nikki, unfocused. "Thank you for coming," she murmured. "I don't know what we're supposed to do now." Rex sat beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Dad was a St. Paul officer," he said, his voice tight. "He died in the line of duty a few years ago. It's just been the three of us since then." The grief in the room thickened, pressing against Nikki's ribs. She felt her own emotions rising, threatening to break through, but she forced herself to breathe, to stay steady. The family needed clarity, not her sorrow. "If it's all right," Nikki said gently, "we'd like to ask you some questions about Kara. I'm afraid the discovery of her body and some facts about the case have led us to believe her murder is connected to the deaths of 2 other girls and the potential kidnapping of another. Anything you can tell us will help us find the girls still out there." Nora nodded again, though her hands trembled. "Of course." A mug of untouched tea sat near Nora's elbow, steam long gone. Nikki and Liam took seats across from mother and son, notebooks ready but not yet open. Nikki began softly. "We've had reports that suggest Kara might have known and trusted her killer, a male." Nora wiped her eyes with a tissue and looked at her son, horror-struck. "They didn't listen to us about Brendan Walsh. He's the one who did this." Her voice rose, a flash of anger breaking through the grief. Rex nodded vigorously. "We told them. We showed them everything. They didn't take it seriously." Nikki exchanged a glance with Liam. "Who is Brendan?" Nora's hands twisted together. "A guy she knew from school. Nerdy-looking guy. Quiet. She had a few classes with him. He seemed normal enough, but he was obsessed with her, always showing up where she was, messaging her non-stop about dumb stuff like the weather or video games. Sometimes he'd ask for dating advice, and it inevitably led to him asking her out. She blocked him, but he kept finding ways to contact her. We told the police. They said it looked like stalking, but then they said he couldn't have done it. Liam leaned forward slightly. We'll review the notes on him and reconsider him as a suspect. Nikki let a moment pass before shifting. Can you walk us through Kara's last day? Anything you remember? Nora took a shaky breath. She went to school like normal. She had a test in her English class. She said it went well. After school, she had errands. She was supposed to stop by her friend Robin's house before coming home, but she never made it. Rex added, We checked with the friend. She never showed. His voice cracked. She followed the rules. Always. Nikki nodded slowly. We're trying to understand how her car ended up in a parking garage downtown. If she didn't drive it, someone else did. Nora's face crumpled. She wouldn't have gone with anyone she didn't trust. Liam leaned back slightly. Then tell us more about Brendan. What proof did you show the police? Rex stood abruptly, walked to a drawer, and returned with a folder. He slid it across the table. Inside were printed screenshots of messages, photos of Brendan's car parked near Kara's school, timestamps, notes. Nikki flipped through them carefully. He stalked her, Rex said, voice shaking. He followed her. He waited outside her job. We told Woodbury PD. They agreed it looked bad, but then they said his alibi cleared him. Why would Kara get into Brendan's car so willingly if she was afraid of him? The man Isla had described to Kai didn't sound like Brendan either. Nikki closed the folder gently. We're going to look at all of this. I know it feels like no one listened, but we are listening. I promise we're going to do everything we can to bring Kara justice. Nora's voice broke. Please find who did this. Please don't let her be forgotten. Nikki felt the determination settle inside her, steady and cold. We won't. Before we leave, would you mind if we looked at Kara's room? Kara Ramsey's bedroom sat at the end of the hallway, the door half open as if she had stepped out for a moment and meant to return. Nikki paused there, letting the stillness settle around her, letting the air tell her what it could. The room smelled faintly of citrus shampoo and vanilla lotion. It was warm, lived in, but now it felt like a place holding its breath, waiting for someone who would never walk back through the door. Liam stood behind her, quiet, respectful, giving her space. Nikki stepped inside, her shoes sinking into the plush rug. The walls were covered in snapshots, Polaroids, printed photos clipped to twine, little squares of memory pinned in place. Kara at the lake with friends, Kara in a Stillwater High hoodie, Kara holding a tray of cupcakes, Kara hugging her mother, both of them laughing, Kara with her father in uniform, his smile wide, his arm around her shoulders. Nikki moved closer to inspect it. The frame was simple, silver, slightly tarnished at the corners. In another photo, Kara's father stood with 3 other officers, all in uniform, all smiling for the camera. Nikki studied their faces, searching for anything familiar, any hint of someone who might matter to the case. But none of them sparked recognition. They were strangers, frozen in a moment of camaraderie that now felt painfully distant. She set the frame back gently. Anything? Liam asked. Not yet, Nikki said, but she kept this close. That means something. She crossed to the nightstand. The top drawer slid open with a soft scrape. Inside were the usual things: lip balm, a half-used pack of gum, a tangle of hair ties, a small bottle of perfume, a folded note from a friend. Nothing that hinted at secrets. Nothing that suggested a hidden relationship or a private life her mother didn't know about. The second drawer held a stack of journals, but when Nikki opened the first one, she found blank pages. All of them were blank. Pretty notebooks bought with good intentions and never used. She set them aside. Liam stepped in, leaning against the dresser. You think she kept anything private? Most teenagers do, Nikki said. even the good ones, especially the good ones. She moved to the dresser, opening each drawer carefully. Clothes folded neatly, a few shirts balled up in the corner, a pair of jeans with a rip in the knee. Nothing tucked beneath the stacks, nothing taped to the underside of the drawer, nothing that felt like a secret stash. She checked the closet next, shoes lined up in a row, a few dresses hanging in garment bags, a box of keepsakes on the top shelf. She pulled it down and set it on the bed. Inside were ribbons from choir competitions, a program from a school musical, a dried corsage from a dance, a handful of ticket stubs, sweet things, innocent things, nothing that pointed to danger. Nikki sifted through the items slowly, letting her fingers brush the edges of Kara's life. She was a good kid, she murmured. She didn't hide much. Or she hid it well, Liam said. Nikki nodded. Maybe. She moved to the desk. The drawers were filled with schoolwork, pens, sticky notes, a half-finished English essay printed and marked with teacher comments. A yearbook lay on the surface, the cover worn at the edges. Nikki opened it, flipping through the pages. Kara had circled a few faces, drawn hearts around friends, scribbled inside jokes in the margins. Nikki scanned the photos of upperclassmen, teachers, clubs. No nasty notes or scribbled-out faces that suggested a beef with anyone at school. She flipped to the back, where students had signed their names. Most messages were cheerful, predictable. You're the sweetest. Don't change. See you next year. One note caught her eye, written in neat handwriting. You're stronger than you think. No name, no signature, just the sentence. Nikki traced the words with her thumb. Who wrote this? Liam stepped closer. Could be anyone, or someone she didn't want her parents to know about. You think it's from the guy she was seeing? Maybe, or maybe it's nothing. She closed the yearbook and set it aside. The last place to check was under the bed. Nikki knelt, lifting the dust ruffle. A plastic bin sat pushed against the wall. She pulled it out and opened the lid. Dozens of printed photos were inside, loose, unorganized, snapshots of Kara's life. Nikki spread them across the bed, scanning each one. Kara at the lake, Kara with friends, Kara making silly faces, Kara hugging her mother, Kara sitting on the hood of a car with a boy who looked like a classmate, not a secret boyfriend. Nikki studied every face, every background, every detail. No older men, no police officers, no one who matched the profile of someone she might have been hiding. She exhaled slowly, frustration tightening her chest. Nothing. Not a single hint. Liam picked up one of the photos, studying it. She didn't leave much behind. She left everything behind, Nikki said quietly. Just not what we need. She gathered the photos back into the bin, her movements slower now, the weight of the search settling into her bones. She had hoped for something like a diary, a note, a name scribbled on a scrap of paper, anything that would point them toward the man Kara had been seeing. But the room felt too clean, too open, too honest. Kara had not been a girl who hid things easily, or she had hidden them somewhere else. Nikki looked around the room one more time, letting her gaze sweep over the photos on the wall, the neat bedspread, the soft glow of the lamp on the nightstand. It felt wrong to leave without answers. It felt like failing her. Liam touched her arm. We'll find it. Whatever she was hiding, whoever she was seeing, we'll find it. Nikki nodded, though the knot in her chest didn't loosen. I know, I wanted something here, something that told me who she trusted, who she loved, who she feared. She picked up the framed photo of Kara's father again, studying the officers beside him. Their faces were unfamiliar, their smiles easy. None of them matched the man she was looking for. She set the frame back down, her fingers lingering on the edge. Let's go, she said finally. There's nothing left to find here. Liam nodded, and together they stepped out of the room, leaving behind the quiet, the stillness, and the unanswered questions that clung to the air like dust motes in the fading light. They walked toward the Jeep in silence until Liam finally spoke. They're convinced it's Brendan. I know, Nikki said, and I get why. She flicked through Woodbury PD's notes. But his alibi is solid. He was at the high school working on the yearbook. Confirmed he didn't leave until nearly 10 p.m. Kara's car was found before that. You still want to talk to him? Absolutely. He's 18. We don't need parental permission. We'll go to Stillwater High and surprise him. See if we can shake anything loose. Liam nodded. You think he'll crack? I think he knows more than he's said, Nikki replied, and I think Kara's family deserves every answer we can get. They reached the Jeep, the cold settling around them, the weight of the case pressing harder. Nikki opened the door, her resolve sharpening. Let's go, she said. We're not done yet. Stillwater High's brick facade and new additions made it look more like a large college complex than a high school. The parking lot was half full, students drifting toward the entrance in loose clusters, backpacks slung over shoulders, voices carrying in bright, careless bursts that made Nikki feel old. She pulled into a visitor spot and cut the engine. Liam watched the students for a moment, his gaze thoughtful, then turned to her. You ever have any fond memories of this place? His voice was soft, not prying, just curious in that way he had when he wanted to understand her without pushing too hard. Before everything happened? Before your parents? Nikki had been at the beginning of her junior year when her life had been ripped apart. She rested her hands on the steering wheel and tapped her fingers. The building had changed a lot since she'd attended, but she still recognized the familiar lines of the windows. The banners hanging near the entrance advertised school events, including the upcoming spring musical. For a moment, she could almost hear the echo of her own laughter in those halls, the warm hum of rehearsals, the way the auditorium lights had felt like a second sun. Yeah, she said quietly. I did. Liam waited, giving her space. I loved theater, she said, her voice softening as the memories rose. Choir, too. Stillwater was always big on the arts. They supported it in a way a lot of schools didn't. We had a real program, real productions, real teachers who cared. It felt like a place where I could breathe. Liam nodded, his expression warm. I can see that. She smiled faintly. I used to spend hours in the auditorium, after school, weekends, whenever I could. I knew every backstage corridor, every costume rack, every loose floorboard. It was the one place I felt like I belonged. And we were a little family. Theater kids are close. And after? Liam asked gently. Nikki's gaze drifted toward the far end of the building, where the old theater wing sat tucked behind a row of trees. After my parents were murdered, everything changed. I couldn't walk these halls without feeling like I was walking through a different life. I pushed everyone away. But there are good memories from here. They're just buried. Liam didn't say anything for a moment. He just watched her, the way he always did when he wanted her to know he was listening, really listening, without needing to fill the silence. Nikki drew in a slow breath, letting the air settle in her lungs. It's always strange coming back. Feels like stepping into a photograph. Familiar, but not mine anymore. A group of students hurried past their car, laughing about something that had nothing to do with murder or missing girls or the weight of the world. Nikki watched them go, feeling the faint tug of something she couldn't quite name. It might have been nostalgia, but it felt more like grief for the version of herself who had once walked through those doors without fear. She reached for the door handle. Come on, let's go talk to Brendan Walsh. If he stalked her, Liam said as he shut the passenger door, he knows more than he is saying. And after reading all of Woodbury's notes, I think he definitely stalked her. Kara kept a good record. We come at him with the stalking, let him know his alibi is solid. If he stalked her as much as she says, he likely saw plenty of things he wasn't supposed to. Nikki pressed the buzzer, holding her badge up to the camera. Liam did the same beside her, his breath rising in pale clouds in the cold. A moment later, the lock clicked and the door swung open with a soft, hydraulic hiss. The smell of lunch greeted them, thick and unmistakable, a warm mix of fries, pizza, and something vaguely cheesy that clung to the air like a fog. Students moved through the lobby, their voices echoing faintly, the clatter of trays and the scrape of chairs carrying all the way to the entrance. The hallway was bright with fluorescent lights, the floors polished to a shine. Posters lined the walls advertising club meetings, sports tryouts, and an upcoming winter dance. The midday bustle surrounded them, and Nikki felt a pang of envy. These teenagers still had no idea how dark the world could be. Nikki wished she could say the same. Nikki and Liam walked straight to the front office. A secretary sat behind a counter cluttered with attendance sheets, a stack of late passes, and a bowl of pens. She looked up, startled for a moment, then straightened when she saw the badges. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice polite but cautious. Nikki stepped forward. "Special Agent Nikki Hunt, FBI. This is Agent Liam Wilson. We need to speak with a student, Brendan Walsh. He's 18. The secretary blinked, her expression shifting from surprise to something more guarded. "Of course, let me get him." She stood, smoothing her sweater, and disappeared down a hallway. Another staff member, a man in his 50s with a lanyard full of keys, approached them. "You can use the conference office," he said. "It's empty during lunch." He led them down a short corridor to a small room with a table, 4 chairs, and a window that looked out onto the parking lot. The hum of the building filled the silence. Voices in the hall, lockers slamming, the distant clatter of trays in the cafeteria. Nikki took a seat with her back to the window. Liam sat beside her, flipping open his notebook. The tension between them was familiar. The quiet before an interview where the truth could go in any direction. A few minutes later, the door opened. Brendan Walsh stepped inside. He was tall, easily over 6 feet, and still growing into his body. His shoulders were broad but slightly hunched, as though he wasn't used to taking up so much space. His face was pale, dotted with acne, but he wasn't a bad-looking kid, just tired, exhausted really. His eyes were rimmed red, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days. "I know why you're here," he said quietly. "It's about Kara. I saw it on the news." His voice cracked. "I'm devastated." Nikki gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit down, Brendan." He lowered himself into the seat, his long legs folding awkwardly beneath the table. He rubbed his palms against his jeans, his breath unsteady. "Are you here to accuse me?" he asked suddenly, his voice thick with fear. "Like Woodbury did? I was here until almost 10 p.m., the night Kara disappeared." "No," Nikki said. "We've already verified your alibi. Woodbury police is confident you weren't involved." He stared at her, searching her face for any sign of deception. "Then why are you here?" Nikki didn't look away. "Because we need the truth, and I think you might know more than you realize. Did you stalk Kara?" Brendan froze. His eyes flicked to Liam, then back to Nikki. He studied her as if trying to decide whether he could trust her. Finally, he nodded. Nikki didn't flinch. "If you followed her, then you know things about Kara that her family and friends don't. You know her secrets." Brendan glared. "Don't you think I'd have told the police if I had something that could help?" Nikki leaned forward slightly. "No, I don't, because they didn't trust you, and you didn't trust them. But Kara is dead, Brendan, and another girl is missing." "We need to know what you saw," Liam added. "You won't get in trouble for following her." Brendan looked down at his hands. His fingers trembled. He looked like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, as though truth had been sitting inside him for weeks, eating him alive. Nikki softened her voice. "You're not going to get in any more trouble." Brendan swallowed hard. 2 weeks before she disappeared, he said slowly, "I saw Kara with a police officer." Nikki's pulse spiked. "Who? Where?" "I don't know. In downtown Minneapolis," he said. "Near the river. I was following her because she'd been acting weird. She was nervous, jumpier than usual. I thought maybe someone else was bothering her. "What did you see?" Nikki asked. Brendan's voice dropped to a whisper. "She got into a police car. At first I thought she was in trouble," Brendan said, "but then she got out of the car and kissed him." He looked between them, panic rising. "You don't believe me, because he's one of yours." "We believe you," Nikki said immediately. "We need you to describe him." Brendan nodded, though his hands shook. "He was in a Woodbury police car, I'm sure of that. I saw the logo on the door. He had dark hair. I was walking toward them, so I saw part of his face, but not all of it." "Did you see the cruiser number?" Liam asked. "No," Brendan said. "I was so shocked I didn't think to look. I just got out of there. And then I think I saw him on the news the other day, in the background of the news story about the girls murdered at the bakery." Nikki felt adrenaline surge through her. Her mind raced. The image Brendan had just painted made her feel sick. She reached into her coat and pulled out her phone. Her fingers moved quickly, tapping through the Stillwater Police Department's website. She found the staff page, scrolled, and stopped when she reached the photo she dreaded. Ripken. She turned the screen toward Brendan. Could this be him? Brendan stared at the photo. His breath hitched. "Yes," he whispered. "It could be." Nikki felt the floor tilt beneath her. Her pulse hammered in her ears. Ripken, the same officer who had arrested Mark without reviewing the footage, the same officer who had dismissed Claire, the same officer who had been hostile to Nikki from the moment she stepped into the station. Liam leaned forward. "Brendan, would you be willing to sit with a sketch artist?" Brendan nodded quickly. "I'll do anything to help, anything." Nikki closed her notebook, her mind already racing ahead. "Good. I know the best sketch artist in the city. I'll call in a favor." Brendan sagged back in his chair, as though the confession had drained the last of his strength. Nikki watched him for a moment, studying the grief on his face. He wasn't lying. She felt it in her bones. She stood and Liam followed. Brendan rose too, uncertain, as though he wasn't sure if he was allowed to leave. "You did the right thing," Nikki said. "This helps more than you know." Brendan nodded, his eyes shining. "Please find who did this to her." "We will," Nikki said. "I promise." They stepped out into the hallway, the smell of lunch still hanging in the air, the noise of students drifting through the building. But Nikki barely heard it. Her pulse was still racing, adrenaline humming through her veins. Liam walked beside her, his voice low. "If Ripken was involved—" "I know," Nikki said. "We need to move fast." They pushed through the front doors into the cold, the gray sky pressing low above them. Nikki felt the shift inside her, the suspicion that had followed her all morning, morphing into something fierce and electric. Chapter 22. Nikki rang the buzzer, held her badge up to the camera, and waited. The lock clicked and the door released with a soft mechanical thunk. She pushed it open and stepped inside, the warmth of the station wrapping around her, but it didn't touch the adrenaline still running through her system. Liam came in behind her, letting the door close with a muted thud. The Stillwater police station smelled the way it always did after lunch, like the building had absorbed every meal ever eaten inside it and refused to let any of them go. Burnt coffee, old paper, a lingering haze of pizza grease, and the faint tang of fast food clung to the air. Nikki caught all of it the moment she and Liam stepped into the main hallway. "Before you go charging in," he said under his breath, "remember everything we've got on Ripken is circumstantial." "I know," Nikki said. "I'm serious." His voice stayed low, meant only for her. "He's a cop. Chen's a cop. You're about to walk into his office and float the idea that one of his own might have been involved with a dead 17-year-old and could be tied to a double homicide. He's not going to love that." "I don't love it either," Nikki said, "but we can't pretend we didn't hear what Brendan told us." They moved down the main corridor. The floor was a dull, waxed gray, scuffed in the center where boots and shoes had worn a path. Doors lined both sides, some open, some closed. Phones rang behind them, a printer whirred somewhere. A radio crackled faintly from a squad room, a dispatcher's voice cutting in and out. The smell of burnt coffee grew stronger as they passed the break room. Someone laughed once, then stopped. An officer carrying a stack of files nodded at them, his gaze flicking to their badges and then away. Nikki's pulse stayed high, her thoughts circling the same point. Brendan's face when he'd said he'd seen Kara kiss a cop. The way his voice had shaken when he'd looked at Ripken's photo and said it could be him. The way the pieces had shifted in her mind, not locking into place, but lining up just enough to demand attention. Liam glanced at her again. "Just don't go in there like you've already decided it's him." "I haven't," she said. He gave her a look that said he didn't entirely believe that. Chen's office sat at the end of the hallway, the door mostly closed, a narrow strip of light cutting across the floor. A nameplate sat slightly crooked beside it, the screws not quite even. Nikki stopped in front of the door and took a breath that didn't do much to steady her. She knocked. "Come in," Chen called. She pushed the door open. Chen sat behind his desk, a stack of files spread out in front of him, a legal pad off to one side filled with tight, slanted handwriting. A mug of coffee sat near his elbow, the surface gone flat and cold. The blinds on the small window behind him were half open, letting in a thin wash of gray afternoon light that made the room feel smaller. He looked up as they entered, his gaze moving from Nikki to Liam and back again. He waved them toward the chairs opposite his desk. "You look like you've got something," he said. Nikki sat, the chair creaking softly under her. Liam took the seat beside her, his posture relaxed on the surface, but she could see the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers tapped once against his thigh before he stilled them. "We do," Nikki said. "An update." Chen leaned back slightly, giving them his full attention. "All right, let's hear it." Nikki didn't ease into it. "We talked to Brendan Walsh at Stillwater High about Kara Ramsey." Chen nodded once. "The kid Woodbury cleared, the stalker." "Yeah," Nikki said. "He's still cleared. His alibi holds, but he told us something new." Chen's eyes narrowed a fraction. "Go on." "Brendan is positive Kara had something going with a police officer," Nikki said. "He saw her with him." Chen's expression didn't change at first. His eyes narrowed. "A police officer?" "Yes," Nikki said. "He said 2 weeks before Kara disappeared, he saw her get into a Woodbury cruiser in downtown Minneapolis. She wasn't being arrested. She wasn't upset. She got out of the car and kissed the officer." The room went very still. The hum of the station outside the office door felt louder by contrast. Chen's voice dropped. "He's sure it was a Woodbury car?" "He saw the logo," Nikki said. "He was close enough to see part of the officer's face. Dark hair, late 20s to early 30s. Brendan didn't get the cruiser number. He panicked and left." She cleared her throat. "Ripken was the detective on Kara's case before he got busted down to officer for alleged misconduct. Then he transferred here." "You're saying Ripken is this cop?" Chen looked incredulous. "What the hell are you basing that on?" Nikki held his gaze. Brendan's description and Ripken's proximity to the case. For the first time, Chen's composure slipped. His eyes widened, just a fraction, before he caught himself. "You're telling me one of my officers was involved with a 17-year-old girl whose case he was assigned to, all based on the description from a kid who admitted he stalked the girl?" Chen stared at her, stunned, then angry, then something more controlled. "What actual evidence do you have, Nikki? Because right now, you're accusing a cop." Nikki felt the tension in the room ratchet up another notch. She could feel Liam watching her, waiting to see how hard she'd push. "It's circumstantial," she said. "All of it. I know that. And I may be wrong, but Brendan saw Kara with a Woodbury officer. He identified Ripken, who does indeed match the description. He worked her case. That's not nothing." Chen rubbed a hand across his jaw, his fingers dragging over a day's worth of stubble. "Ripken was on shift when Faith and Leslie were murdered," he said. "You know that." "We do," Liam said, "and we all agree we need to do everything we can to locate Isla ASAP." Chen nodded once. "Right, So what do you have that connects Isla to Ripken? Nikki hesitated. The pause felt like it stretched longer than it actually did. Nothing, she said finally. Not directly. Chen's expression hardened. Then you're asking me to consider one of my officers as a suspect based on a description from a kid who was stalking a girl and a coincidence in assignment history. Nikki felt heat rise in her chest. I'm asking you not to ignore it. I'm not ignoring it, Chen said. I'm asking what you want to do with it. I want to talk to him, Nikki said. Even if he's not involved, he worked part of Kara's case. She went through the Woodbury detective's notes again. According to the reports, Ripken was hostile with the family and dismissive of their concerns of Brendan Walsh. He wasn't wrong about that, but he pissed off the family enough that he got kicked off the case. That was the catalyst for his coming to Stillwater. Chances are he's not involved, but he might remember something, a detail that didn't seem important then, but matters now. We're trying to solve her murder. He's part of that history. You want to interview him? Chen demanded. Yes. As what? Chen asked. A witness? A source? A suspect? Nikki didn't answer right away. She knew how it sounded. She knew how it would land. She also knew she couldn't soften it enough to make it comfortable. As someone who might be able to help us, she said, and someone we can't rule out. Chen leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. The leather creaked softly. He stared at a point just past Nikki's shoulder, thinking. The silence in the room thickened, layered with the faint sounds from the hallway, the ring of a phone, the murmur of voices, the distant slam of a locker. Liam shifted beside her, but he didn't speak. Finally, Chen exhaled. I don't think it's a good idea for you to talk to Ripken. Nikki felt the words land like a weight. Why not? Because he won't talk to you, Chen said. Not honestly, not without shutting down or getting defensive. You two already have a problem. He feels like you went over his head with Mark. He's not going to sit across from you and open up about anything, let alone a case that got him knocked down a rank. If he's innocent, Nikki said, he should want to clear his name. If he's innocent, Chen said, he doesn't think he needs to. And if he's guilty, you walking in there with that look on your face is going to make him lawyer up before you finish your first question. Nikki clenched her jaw. So we do nothing? I didn't say that, Chen replied. I said you're not going to be the one to talk to him. Liam spoke up, his tone careful. Then who is? I am, Chen said. Nikki stared at him. You're going to question him? I'm going to talk to him, Chen said. I'm not going to sit him down in an interview room and read him his rights based on a description and a bad feeling. I'm not putting that on an officer without something concrete. But I will ask him what he remembers from Kara's case. I'll ask about his impressions, his gut. I'll see if anything he says doesn't sit right. Nikki's fingers curled against her knees. You think he'll be honest with you? If he's got nothing to hide, yes, Chen said. If he's got something to hide, I'll see it. Nikki didn't doubt that. Chen wasn't naive. He'd been doing this long enough to know when someone was feeding him a line. But the idea of sitting on the sidelines while someone else probed the one lead that had lit up in her mind made her chest feel tight. We're running out of time, she said quietly. If he took Isla that night, she could be anywhere. That's a real stretch considering he was on shift, Chen cut in. The air between them felt charged, a wire pulled too tight. Liam spoke again, his voice low. We're not saying he's our guy. We're saying he's a lead we can't ignore. Chen looked at him, then back at Nikki. And I'm telling you I'm not ignoring him. I'm telling you I'm going to handle it in a way that doesn't blow up in our faces. Nikki swallowed down the urge to push harder. She knew the line she was standing on. She also knew that if she crossed it, she'd lose more than this argument. When will you talk to him? She asked. Chen glanced at the files on his desk, then at the muted screen of his computer. "I've been working through Claire's security videos from the past few weeks, and we've got the meeting with Miller in an hour. Ripken doesn't come in until second shift. I'll catch him tomorrow." Nikki nodded once, though the motion felt stiff. "You'll let us know what he says?" "Yes," Chen said, "if there's anything to tell." She held his gaze for another second, searching for any sign of hesitation, any hint that he was brushing her off. She didn't see it. He looked tired, irritated, and wary of the implications, but not dismissive. She stood. The chair legs scraped softly against the floor. Liam rose beside her. Chen gathered the papers on his desk into a neater stack, already shifting his focus back to the work in front of him. "You two keep working your angles. I'll handle Ripken. I'll see you both shortly." At the sheriff's station, Nikki and Liam headed toward the big conference room, where they'd worked many other cases with Sheriff Miller. They hurried in the door, both of them carrying the cold from outside on their coats and boots. The long oak table stretched nearly the length of the room, its surface scarred from years of elbows, coffee mugs, and case files. The overhead lights buzzed faintly, and the scent of burnt coffee drifted in from the hallway. Nikki and Liam dropped their stuff in the extra chairs and sat down. Sheriff Miller was already seated at the far end of the table, a stack of folders in front of him. Lieutenant Chen stood near the whiteboard, arms crossed, his expression alert despite the early hour. A speakerphone sat in the center of the table, its green light blinking steadily. "Kendall, you still with us?" Miller asked. A crackle, then Kendall's voice came through, slightly tinny. "Yep, I'm here, just finishing up some things at the office." Nikki took a seat halfway down the table, Liam settling beside her. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel something close to optimism. They finally had real threads to pull. Isla sighting, Kara's phone, the timeline tightening. It wasn't much, but it was more than they'd had yesterday. Miller looked at her expectantly. "All right, Hunt, you said you've got something big." Nikki nodded. "We do." She took a breath, steadying herself. "Liam and I believe Isla witnessed Kara Ramsey's abduction, and we believe Isla was taken because of what she saw." Chen's eyebrows shot up. Miller leaned forward. Even the speakerphone seemed to go quiet. Nikki continued. "We talked to Kai, the girl Isla was staying with before she disappeared. Kai said Isla saw Kara get into a car with a man she knew. He hit her, knocked her out, and drove off with her. Isla was terrified. She said the man saw her too." Liam added, "Kai said Isla begged her not to tell anyone. She was convinced he'd come after her." Nikki nodded. "And there's more. Isla told Kai she saw the man take Kara's phone, use his sweater to hold it, and throw it in the trash. That detail was never released to the press." Chen let out a low whistle. "So Isla really did see it." "She did," Nikki said, "and she ran because she thought he'd kill her next." Miller rubbed his jaw. "And Faith and Leslie?" "Collateral damage," Chen said before Nikki could answer. "Wrong place, wrong time." "Probably," Nikki agreed. "But the question is, why take Isla? Why not just kill her at the bakery?" Liam leaned back in his chair. "Maybe he panicked. Maybe he didn't expect her to be there." "Or," Nikki said, "he was done with Kara and decided to keep Isla. Maybe she was the one he wanted all along. Or maybe she was a replacement." The room went still. Miller exhaled slowly. "You think she's still alive?" "I'm hoping," Nikki said. "If he wanted her dead, he could have killed her at the bakery. He didn't." Chen tapped a pen against the table. "It's a stretch, but not impossible." "It's all we've got," Nikki said. Miller opened one of the folders in front of him. "All right, here's what we know from Blanchard so far." Nikki braced herself for the autopsy report. "Kara's body shows clear signs of strangulation," Miller said. "Ligature marks around the neck. Blanchard thinks she was assaulted before death. She's taking swabs now. Nikki felt her stomach twist. She'd expected it, but hearing it aloud made it real in a way the frozen body hadn't. Because she was frozen, Miller continued, she needs to thaw the body before she can do a full autopsy. That'll happen tomorrow, but she should be able to get blood today. Chen nodded grimly. We'll run it for tox, DNA, everything. Liam leaned forward. Courtney's working the barn scene. There was a lot of debris. Hay, dirt, old tools. She took the items closest to the body for prints. She's also going to check Kara's skin. Since she was frozen, there's a chance we might get something. Miller grunted. Small chance, but I'll take it. Nikki looked around the table. We need to talk to Kara's family and friends. Find anyone she might have trusted enough to get into a car with. Chen nodded. Agreed. We've done more door-to-doors in the neighborhood with Isla's picture, and no one else recognized her. I'm also checking with all the homeless shelters in the area, just in case she's hiding there. So far, no one has seen her. Miller tapped his pen against the folder. We also need to figure out why Isla recognized the man. That's the key. If she knew him, then he's local, or connected to her somehow. Nikki told Miller of Brendan Walsh's information about the police officer. We have no reason to think the kid is lying. He admitted to stalking her. He had to have seen things. She glanced at Chen. The officer he described matched Officer Ripken of Stillwater PD's description. He initially worked the Kara Ramsey case and ticked off the family. Lieutenant Chen is going to speak with Ripken. Chen looked irritated. Hopefully tonight, but for now, we need to be looking at Isla's connections. Did Kai give you any other names? Nope, and Kara's circle is the priority. Isla saw the aftermath. Kara knew him. Miller tapped his pen on the desk. Just to be clear, your theory is that Isla witnessed a man, possibly a cop, assault Kara and take her from the parking garage. You're basing this on her friend Kai's information, as well as the security tapes. Nikki nodded. It all circles back to Kara. The speakerphone crackled. I have something, Kendall said. Everyone turned toward the device. Kendall hesitated. I didn't want to interrupt earlier, and I didn't want to say anything until I was sure. Nikki frowned. Kendall didn't usually sound nervous. What is it? Nikki asked. It's about Toby Nelson, Kendall said. Nikki stiffened. What about him? Kendall exhaled. I pulled financials on the Nelson family, standard background check, and Toby took out a life insurance policy on his stepdaughter. The room went silent. Chen's eyes widened. Miller muttered something under his breath. Nikki felt heat rise in her chest. You're kidding. I wish I were, Kendall said. It's a sizable policy. He's got one on both Leslie and his ex-wife. Nikki's irritation flared white-hot anger. Why the hell would he do that? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Kendall said, but it complicates things. If Toby had a financial motive, he might have been desperate. No, Nikki snapped. This isn't about Toby Nelson. This is about Kara Ramsey. Isla witnessed her abduction. That's why she ran. That's why she was taken. Chun raised an eyebrow. You can't ignore the insurance hunt. I'm not ignoring it, Nikki said, though she absolutely wanted to. But it doesn't fit. Toby didn't abduct Kara. He didn't kill 2 women at a bakery. He didn't dump a body in a barn. Miller leaned back in his chair. Maybe not, but if he had a reason to want Leslie gone. He didn't, Nikki said. He seemed protective of her this whole time. Liam shot her a warning look, but she didn't care. She was tired, she was cold, and she was sick of theories that pulled her away from the truth she could feel in her bones. Kendall spoke again, her voice softer. I'm not saying he did anything. I'm saying it's a factor, and it's going to come up. We need to be ready. Nikki pinched the bridge of her nose. Fine. Liam and I will talk to Toby, ask him about the insurance. But this case is about Kara Ramsey. Isla was taken because she saw something she shouldn't have. Everything else is noise. Chen didn't argue, but his expression said he wasn't convinced. Miller closed the folder. All right, Hunt, Wilson, you talk to Toby. Chen and I will keep working the Ramsey angle. Kendall, keep digging on the financials. Everyone stood. Chairs scraped against the floor. Papers shuffled. The speakerphone clicked off. Nikki grabbed her coat, irritation simmering under her skin. She hated detours and distractions, and she hated that Toby Nelson, of all people, was now part of her investigation. Liam fell into step beside her. You okay? No. Nikki's irritation turned into resolve. Let's go talk to Toby, she said. Chapter 23. Nikki slammed the car door harder than she meant to, the sound cracking through the air like a gunshot. Toby Nelson's work sat at the edge of town, concrete with 3 open service bays and the smell of burnt oil drifting into the parking lot. Liam stepped out beside her, watching her with that careful, quiet look he used when he knew she was running hot. You good? He asked. No, Nikki said, but let's get this over with. She strode toward the open bay where Toby Nelson was bent over the hood of a pickup truck, a smear of grease across his cheek and a wrench in his hand. He didn't notice them at first. He hummed to himself, tapping the wrench against the engine block in a steady rhythm. Toby! Nikki snapped. He jerked upright, hitting his head on the hood. Jesus, what the hell? He rubbed the back of his skull, scowling. Agent Hunt? What the hell are you doing here? We need to talk, Nikki said. Now. Toby looked between her and Liam, suspicion tightening his jaw. I'm working. This won't take long, Nikki said, and it's not optional. Liam stepped forward, calm but firm. Toby, I'm Special Agent Liam Wilson. I'm Nikki's partner. Toby's eyes flicked to Liam, then back to Nikki. What's this about? Nikki didn't soften it. We found out about the life insurance policy you had on Leslie. Toby froze. The wrench slipped from his hand and clattered to the concrete floor. For a moment, he just stared at Nikki, his face going pale beneath the grease smudges. Oh, for God's sake. Toby dragged a hand down his face. Is that what this is? You think I had something to do with this? I think, Nikki said, that you need to explain why you had a life insurance policy on your stepdaughter who is now deceased. A life insurance policy you forgot to tell me about. Toby let out a humorless laugh. Jesus Christ, I knew this was going to come back around. Start talking, Nikki said. He held up both hands. Fine. Yes, I have a policy on Leslie and on Mary. Convenient. Not convenient, Toby snapped. Responsible. I've had them for years. Mary knew about both. She signed off on them. Liam crossed his arms. And the beneficiaries? I just changed them, Toby said. A week ago. Mary is the beneficiary on Leslie's. Leslie is the beneficiary on Mary's. Nikki narrowed her eyes. Why? Because, Toby said, exasperated, if something happened to me, I wanted them both taken care of. And if something happened to one of them, I wanted the other protected. We didn't want to cancel the policies because they'd matured. It would have been stupid to throw that money away. I wanted to make sure they were taken care of. Nikki didn't blink. Financial records still show the old setup. Toby shrugged. Then financial is behind. It takes days, sometimes weeks for that stuff to update. Mary has the paperwork. She signed everything. Liam nodded slowly. He's right. It can take a while, and everything we're pulling is at least a day old. We'll confirm with Mary, Nikki said. Call her, Toby said immediately. Right now. I'll put her on. He pulled his phone from his pocket, hit a contact, and held it to his ear. Hey, Mare. Yeah, they're here. Just tell Agent Hunt about the life insurance stuff. He handed the phone to Nikki. She pressed it to her ear. Mary? Mary's voice came through, thin and tired. Nikki, Toby said you had questions. Did you know Toby had life insurance policies on you and Leslie? Yes, Mary said without hesitation. We set them up years ago. We just changed the beneficiaries last week. I have the paperwork. Toby wanted to make sure we were both protected if something happened to him. And if something happened to one of us, the other would be okay. Nikki closed her eyes for a moment. And you signed everything? Yes, Mary said. I was there. I agreed to all of it. I don't know why the system hasn't updated yet, but I can show you the forms. Nikki exhaled slowly. All right, thank you. She handed the phone back to Toby, who ended the call and shoved the phone into his pocket. Anything else? He asked, arms crossed, chin lifted in defiance. Nikki stared at him, her pulse still pounding. She hated being pulled sideways, hated anything that threatened to muddy the clarity she'd fought to build. You should have told us, she said. Toby scoffed. Told you what? That I have life insurance? That I'm not a complete idiot and want my family taken care of? I didn't think it mattered. It matters, Nikki snapped. Everything matters. Toby stepped closer, lowering his voice. Look, I get it. You're trying to find the bastard who took that girl. But don't you dare stand here and act like I'm some kind of monster. I loved Leslie. I love Mary. I would never hurt them. Nikki didn't respond. She couldn't, without letting her frustration spill over into something unproductive. She knew this trip would be a waste of time. Toby Nelson wasn't involved in the murders. They were likely chasing a police officer. Liam stepped in. We're not accusing you of anything. We're verifying information. That's all. Toby snorted. Sure feels like accusing. Nikki turned away, pacing a few steps toward the open bay door. The cold air hit her face. She needed something to cut through the irritation buzzing under her skin. Her theory still held. She knew it did. Isla had witnessed Kara's abduction. Isla had run. Isla had been taken. Leslie and Faith had been collateral damage. Toby Nelson's life insurance policies didn't change any of that. But the detour pissed her off. She turned back to Toby. We're done here, for now. Toby shook his head. You people are unbelievable. Nikki didn't rise to it. She walked out into the parking lot, Liam following close behind. Nikki slid into the driver's seat without a word, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the frame. She didn't wait for Liam to settle before she turned the key, the engine coughing awake as she threw the Jeep into reverse. Her pulse was still pounding from the confrontation with Toby Nelson. Nothing but a pointless detour, a waste of time, and she hated wasting time more than anything. Liam clicked his seatbelt into place. You want to breathe for a second? No, Nikki said, whipping the Jeep out of the parking lot. I want to get back to the actual case instead of babysitting Toby Nelson's financial decisions. The tires hissed over the thin layer of slush on the road. Nikki's jaw was clenched so tight it felt fused. She gripped the wheel like she was trying to strangle it. He didn't lie, Liam said carefully. That's not the point, Nikki snapped. The point is we're burning daylight on crap that has nothing to do with Kara Ramsey or Isla. Liam didn't argue. He knew better. Her phone buzzed in the cup holder. She ignored it. Liam glanced down. It's Rory. Nikki's irritation faltered. She snatched the phone and answered. Hey, I'm in the middle of a meeting. Rory's voice came through tight, strained. Nikki, you need to meet me at the jail. Her stomach dropped. Why? It's Mark, Rory said. They arrested him. Nikki's grip on the wheel tightened until her fingers went numb. What? They arrested Mark, Rory repeated, voice cracking. He called me and I'm headed there now. He got into it with Claire's brother and Stillwater police arrested him. He said they didn't even look at her home security video. Nikki's mind spun. I'm on my way, she said, and hung up before he could say anything else. Liam was already watching her, eyebrows raised. What happened? Nikki quickly explained the situation. How could the police not look at the security videos? I bet it was Ripken. He wanted to pull Mark into the investigation from the start. Just because he's dating Claire? Liam asked. Because he had access to the girls, and because he spent time in prison. Doesn't matter that he was innocent, she told him. Chen and Chief Ryan both interviewed Mark and Claire after I did, and their alibi is rock solid. They were at her house the entire night, and the cameras prove it. Didn't you and Kendall already rule out the brother, too? Yep, Nikki said. Who the hell knows why he was at her house, but I highly doubt it's for anything good. She hit the gas. The Washington County Government Center loomed ahead like a slab of concrete dropped from the sky, gray and cold and utterly indifferent. Nikki pulled into the lot too fast, the Jeep's tires crunching over packed snow, her pulse hammering in her ears. She slammed the Jeep into park and was out before the engine finished shuddering. The air hit her like a slap, but didn't cool her temper. Rory was pacing near the entrance, shoulders hunched, hands buried deep in his coat pockets. He looked up the second he heard her door slam. His face was tight, pale, frantic. Claire stood beside him, arms wrapped around herself, her breath fogging in short, uneven bursts. Nikki strode toward them. What happened? Rory didn't answer right away. He dragged a hand through his hair, the gesture jerky. Nikki, it's bad. Start talking. Claire stepped forward, eyes red and swollen. It's my fault. No, Rory said immediately. It's Seth's fault. Nikki's stomach dropped. What did he do? Claire swallowed hard. He showed up at my house. Again. Banging on the door, yelling. He tried to push his way inside. Nikki felt her blood pressure spike. And Mark? He told him to leave, Claire said. He told him he wasn't welcome. Seth shoved him. Mark shoved back. Seth swung first. Mark hit him once, just once, and Seth went down. Rory added. Ripken was the responding officer. Nikki's jaw clenched. Of course he was. Claire nodded miserably. I told him I had security footage. I told him Seth started it. Ripken wouldn't even look at it. Nikki stared at her. He refused? He said it didn't matter, Claire whispered, because Seth was the one bleeding. Nikki's vision narrowed into a dark tunnel. Where's Mark now? Inside, Rory said. They're booking him. Nikki turned toward the entrance, fury tightening every muscle. Stay here, both of you. Rory reached for her arm. Nikki! She shook him off. I'm going to fix this. But he didn't let her go yet. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Before you go in, I dropped Lacey at my parents' place. I told them I'd handle everything. She's spending the night there. They'll take her to school in the morning. Nikki blinked, the words cutting through her anger for a moment. Is she okay? She was scared, Rory said quietly. She heard enough to know something was wrong. I didn't want her here for any of this. Nikki nodded once, her gratitude immediate. Thank you. Then she turned and walked toward the doors. The automatic doors hissed open, releasing a wave of stale, overheated air that smelled faintly of disinfectant and old coffee. The lobby felt claustrophobic. Low ceiling, hard plastic chairs, a glass partition separating the public from the intake desk. Ripken stood behind the counter, filling out paperwork with the bored slowness of someone who enjoyed having power and no oversight. He looked up when Nikki approached, his expression souring instantly. You shouldn't be here, he said. You're related to the perp. Nikki planted her hands on the counter. Why did you refuse to look at Claire Moran's security footage? Ripken blinked, then smirked. Doesn't matter. Seth's the one bleeding. That's not how assault charges work, Nikki said, her voice low and dangerous. You know that. Ripken shrugged. Mark Todd hit him. End of story. No, Nikki said. The story starts with Seth forcing his way into Claire's house. The story starts with Seth shoving Mark. The story starts with Seth throwing the first punch. Ripken leaned back, folding his arms. You're too close to this. You shouldn't even be in the building. And you shouldn't be ignoring evidence, Nikki shot back. But here we are. You need to leave, Ripken's nostrils flared. Nikki pulled out her phone. No, what I need is a supervisor. Ripken snorted. Good luck. Chen's off site. Nikki hit Chen's number and put the phone on speaker. Ripken's smirk faltered. Chen answered on the second ring. Hunt, what's going on? Nikki didn't take her eyes off Ripken. Lieutenant, I'm at the jail. Officer Ripken arrested Mark Todd for assault without reviewing the victim's security footage. Claire Moran has video showing Seth Moran as the aggressor. Ripken refused to look at it. Ripken's face flushed an ugly red. He refused? Chen demanded. Yes, Nikki said. He said it didn't matter because Seth was bleeding. A beat of silence. Then, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Thank you, Nikki said, and hung up. Ripken's mouth twisted. You think calling Chen is going to change anything? Yes, Nikki said. I do. Ripken stood straighter, puffing himself up. You're interfering with an active case. No, Nikki said. I'm correcting your incompetence. His nostrils flared. Watch it. Nikki leaned in, her voice dropping to a razor-thin whisper. By the time I'm through, you'll be on desk duty for the rest of your career. Ripken opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Nikki didn't wait for him to recover. She turned on her heel and walked back toward the doors, pulse still pounding, adrenaline burning through her veins. The cold air outside hit her like a shock, but this time it steadied her. Rory and Claire rushed toward her. Well? Rory asked. Chen's on his way, Nikki said. 15 minutes. Claire sagged with relief. Thank God. Rory scrubbed a hand over his face. Nikki, thank you. She shook her head. Don't thank me yet. Mark still has to be processed out. Claire's voice trembled. He was just trying to protect me. I know, Nikki said, and we're going to make sure that's what the record shows. Rory stepped closer, lowering his voice again. You sure you're okay? Nikki exhaled slowly, the anger ebbing into something heavier, more resigned. I'm tired of cleaning up other people's messes. Rory gave a humorless laugh. Welcome to our family. Nikki managed a small, tight smile. Let's just get Mark home. Nikki worried the entire drive home. Rory was upset and she didn't blame him. Mark had been put through a traumatic experience just to appease Ripken's ego. She knew Rory didn't blame her for any of it, but he was also pissed off at cops right now, and Nikki fell into the category. She arrived home first, Rory's headlights right behind her. Anxiety settled over her as they went into the house in silence. Rory kicked his shoes off and tossed his coat onto the floor. Nikki hung her coat on the hook, her fingers stiff with cold and tension. The house was chilly, the thermostat still set low from when they'd left hours earlier. Rory walked straight to it and jabbed the button until the heat kicked on with a groan. Warm air began to push through the vents, but it didn't touch the cold knot in Nikki's stomach. She followed him into the kitchen, the overhead light casting harsh shadows across the granite countertops. Rory stood with his back to her, hands braced on the edge of the sink, shoulders tight. She waited. He didn't make her wait long. I'm suing the city, he said, voice low but vibrating with fury. There it was, the outburst she'd felt building since the moment Ripken slapped cuffs on Mark. Nikki exhaled slowly. Rory, she started. No, he turned, eyes blazing. This was harassment, wrongful arrest, abuse of authority. They humiliated him. They terrified Claire. I know, Nikki said, keeping her voice steady. I know you're angry. You should be, but a lawsuit won't help Mark. The hell it won't. It won't, she repeated. Ripken will be handled. Chen's already on it. But suing the city? That'll hurt the department, the county, people who had nothing to do with this. Rory let out a humorless laugh. There it is. What? The badge talking. Nikki stiffened. Excuse me? You're choosing them. Rory said, jabbing a finger toward the door as if the entire law enforcement system stood outside waiting for her. Over your own family. The words hit her like a slap. That's not true, she said, heat rising in her chest. Mark is out tonight because of me, because I went in there and forced Ripken to answer for what he did. If I hadn't shown up, he'd still be sitting in a holding cell. Rory didn't back down. And you think that makes up for it? You think that means you get to defend them? I'm not defending them, Nikki snapped. I'm telling you the truth. A lawsuit won't fix what happened. It'll just make everything worse. For who? Rory demanded. For you? For your department? Because it sure as hell won't make things worse for Mark. Nikki's pulse hammered. She took a step back, needing space, needing air. I'm not doing this with you right now. Oh, of course not, Rory said bitterly. Because I'm angry, and you don't like angry. That's not it, Nikki said. I'm telling you to cool off. Rory's mouth opened, then closed. His jaw flexed. For a moment, she thought he might argue, but he didn't. He just shook his head, grabbed a blanket from the hall closet, and walked past her without another word. The silence he left behind was colder than the house had been. Hours later, the house had warmed, but Nikki hadn't. She sat curled on the couch in the living room, a soft throw draped over her legs, the only light coming from the lamp beside her. She wasn't reading. She wasn't watching TV. She was just sitting, letting the quiet settle around her like dust. She heard him before she saw him, the soft creak of the hallway floorboards, the hesitant shuffle of bare feet. Rory appeared in the doorway, hair mussed, blanket draped over one shoulder. He looked smaller somehow, deflated. He didn't speak at first. He just crossed the room and lowered himself onto the couch behind her, sliding an arm around her waist, pulling her back against his chest. She didn't resist. I'm sorry, he murmured into her hair. I shouldn't have said that, about you choosing them over us. I know that's the one thing I shouldn't have touched. Nikki closed her eyes. You were angry. I was wrong, he said, and I took it out on you. I know better. She let out a slow breath. I don't blame you. You should, he said softly. No, Nikki said, because sometimes I wonder the same thing. Rory stilled behind her. What do you mean? She swallowed, the words thick in her throat. I don't know why I'm still doing this. Every day, every case, every tragedy, especially with Lacey going through so much. I keep thinking maybe I should walk away. Maybe I should be done. Rory's hand squeezed her hip. But I don't, she said. I can't. And I don't know what that says about me. I don't know who I am without tragedy, without the next crisis, without something to fix. Rory pressed his forehead to the back of her shoulder. There's nothing wrong with that. She let out a shaky laugh. You think so? I know so, he said. You don't chase tragedy. You face it. You walk into the worst moments of people's lives and you don't flinch. That's not broken. That's strength. You just need to accept that this is who you are. Nikki leaned back into him, letting the warmth of his body seep into her. The tension in her chest loosened, just a little. I hate fighting with you, she whispered. I hate it too, Rory said, but I love you more. She smiled faintly. Good. They sat like that for a long time, the house quiet around them, the earlier storm between them finally settling into something gentler, something steady. Nikki didn't know what tomorrow would bring. Another crisis, another case, another tragedy. But for tonight, she let herself breathe. Chapter 24. Nikki yawned so hard her eyes watered. She poured herself a third cup of coffee and loaded it with cream and sugar. She settled down at the kitchen table, notes in organized piles, and listened to the silence. Rory had left before dawn, and now the place felt hollowed out, the quiet settling into corners like dust. Outside, a thin layer of frost clung to the windows, softening the view of the neighborhood. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, the kind that promised cold without the courtesy of sunlight. Nikki sipped her coffee and stared at the same damned image she'd been looking at for the last 15 minutes. She'd replayed the moment Seth Moran stepped into Claire's kitchen the night before multiple times, studying his posture, the way he moved, the tension in his shoulders. She kept trying to read something in it, something beneath the surface. He seemed to be more interested in Mark than Claire. Granted, the footage wasn't great. Claire's security cameras were positioned for coverage, not clarity. Nikki scrubbed back 10 seconds and watched again. Seth stepped into the frame, jaw tight, standing between Claire and Mark. He said he was there to check on Claire. He said he'd heard about the murders. He said he wanted to help. But Nikki couldn't shake the feeling that he'd come for something else. She leaned back in her chair, rubbing her thumb along the edge of her mug. The house creaked softly as the furnace kicked on. A faint smell of detergent drifted from the laundry room, where she'd thrown in a load earlier. The normalcy of it all felt at odds with the knot forming in her stomach. She clicked out of the footage and opened the folder containing the videos from Seth's rental. The homeowners had sent footage of everything, including the front door, garage, side yard. She pulled up the front door camera first. Nothing. No movement, no door opening, no sign of Seth leaving. She checked the garage feed. His truck sat parked beside the house, just barely in view. It never moved. She checked the side yard. Empty. According to the cameras, Seth hadn't left the property all night. But Nikki didn't buy it. She opened Google Maps, pulling up the satellite view of Seth's neighborhood. The rental sat on a corner lot, the basement apartment tucked beneath the main house. The cameras covered the obvious exits, but the yard wasn't fenced. The neighboring houses were close. The alley behind the property connected to a side street that fed into a larger road. He could have slipped out, walked through the neighbor's yard, cut across the alley, gotten into a car that wasn't his. An Uber, a Lyft, a friend's car, anything. The cameras only proved he didn't leave through the monitored doors. They didn't prove he stayed inside. Her pulse picked up. She grabbed her phone and called Liam. He answered on the second ring. "Hey, you good?" "Define good," she said. "That's what I thought." "I've been reviewing the footage from Seth's rental," she said. "Front door, garage, side yard. No sign he left." "That's what the homeowner said." "Yeah, but that doesn't mean he didn't go anywhere." Liam was quiet for a few seconds. She could picture him at his desk, leaning back in his chair, eyebrows drawn together. "Nikki," he said slowly, "are you being impartial about this?" She bristled. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know exactly what it means," Liam said. "Seth treated Mark like garbage last night. You're pissed about it, I get it. But that doesn't make him a suspect." "I'm not saying he's guilty," Nikki said. "I'm saying he could have left the house without being caught on camera. The yard's open. The alley connects to the street. He could have walked out and gotten into another car." "And then what?" Liam asked. "If he wasn't driving his own truck, which stayed parked all night, how did he move Isla from the restaurant? He'd need a vehicle, or help, or something that explains how he got her out of there." "That's a valid point," Nikki said. "Yeah," Liam said. "It is." She stared at the map again, tracing the route from Seth's rental to Hearth and Scone. It wasn't impossible. It wasn't even unlikely. But she knew what Liam was really asking. Was she chasing this because it made sense, or because she wanted it to? "I don't think I'm being biased," she said. "I really don't. Seth could have snuck out, and if he did, we need to know where he went." "Then what do you want to do?" Liam asked. "Run his driver's information," she said. "Get his license plate. See if we can match it to any flock cameras near Hearth and Scone. If he was in the area the day of the murders, we'll know. Then we'll have him in a lie." That's a lot of work for a maybe. It's better than ignoring him. Liam sighed. All right, I'll run it. I'm in the office anyway. Good, Nikki said. Thank you. But Nikki, he added, don't go after him like he's a suspect. Not yet. I'm not, she said. You're thinking about talking to him. She didn't answer. Liam groaned. Nikki. I'm not going to interrogate him, she said. I'm going to talk to him as a friend to Mark and Claire. He said some awful things about Mark, and I think it's up to me to set him straight. You're walking a fine line. I know. And you're not great at staying on the safe side of fine lines, Liam reminded her. She almost smiled. I'll be careful. Liam exhaled, the sound soft and resigned. All right, I'll call you when I have something from the flock cameras. Thanks, she said. Nikki set her phone down and looked back at the map. The neighborhood lines blurred slightly as she zoomed in and out, tracing possible paths Seth could have taken. The more she studied it, the more certain she became that the cameras hadn't caught everything. She closed the laptop and stood, stretching the stiffness from her shoulders. The house felt too quiet again. Quiet made her thoughts louder. She grabbed her keys from the counter. She slipped on her coat, the fabric cold from hanging near the door. She was in control, and she was going to get answers. Nikki squinted against the bright sun. It had that hard winter shine that made everything look pretty, and her eyes water. She pulled into the lot of Seth Moran's workplace and parked near the edge, where the plowed snow had been pushed into gray, crusted mounds. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, the air so cold it made her teeth ache when she breathed too deeply. Her body felt heavy from a rough night's sleep, the kind where she drifted in and out without ever really resting, her mind looping through footage, faces, and questions. She shut off the engine and sat for a moment, hands on the steering wheel, watching her breath fog the inside of the windshield. She rubbed her thumb along the seam of the steering wheel, then grabbed her coat from the passenger seat and shrugged into it. The fabric was cold against her neck. She stepped out of the Jeep, locked it, and crossed the lot, nearly slipping over the ice. Inside, a woman in her 40s sat behind the counter, typing. Her hair was pulled back into a low ponytail, and she wore a fleece jacket with the company logo embroidered on the chest. She looked up when Nikki approached. "Can I help you?" she asked. Nikki pulled out her badge and flipped it open. "Special Agent Nikki Hunt. I'm looking for Seth Moran. Is he here?" The woman's eyes widened slightly at the badge, then flicked gaze towards the cubicle area. "Yeah, he's here. I'll get him." "Thanks," Nikki said. The woman disappeared. Nikki stayed where she was. Her fatigue sat like a weight behind her eyes, but underneath it, her anger simmered. She wasn't here to chase a suspect anymore. She was here to draw a line. Seth appeared in front of her. The first thing she saw was the bruise. It spread across his left eye in a dark, ugly bloom, purple and blue and edged with yellow at the outer rim. The skin was swollen, the lid slightly puffy. He tried to angle his face so it wasn't the first thing she saw, but it didn't matter. It was impossible to miss. Nikki kept her expression neutral. A small, private satisfaction flickered in her chest, but she didn't let it reach her face. Seth stopped a few feet away, hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket. "You again," he said. "What now?" His tone was defensive, but there was a thread of wariness under it. He knew she'd watched him get in Mark's face and then watched Mark put him on the floor. "I'd like to talk," Nikki said. "Do you have a few minutes?" He snorted. "Not really, but I'm guessing that doesn't matter." "It'll matter to your boss if I have to ask him to pull you," she said mildly. He studied her for a second, then huffed out a breath that might have been a laugh if it had any humor in it. "Fine, let's go outside. I need a smoke." He turned and pushed through a door marked Employees Only without waiting for her answer. Nikki followed him down a short hallway that smelled like dust and old coffee. At the end, he shoved open a metal door with a crash bar, and cold air rushed in. The back of the building opened onto a narrow concrete pad bordered by a chain-link fence. A couple of plastic chairs sat against the wall, one cracked along the seat. A dented metal ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts, some half buried in old snow. Cold bit at her cheeks. Seth pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tapped one out, and lit it with a cheap plastic lighter. He cupped his hand around the flame, then took a long drag, exhaling smoke that curled in the sunlight. He leaned against the wall, one foot braced behind him. "All right," he said. "What do you want?" Nikki stayed a few feet away, not wanting the smoke in her hair. She slid her hands into her coat pockets, more to keep them from clenching than for warmth. "I want to know why you felt the need to show up at Claire's last night," she said. "Why you thought it was a good idea to go after Mark when your sister was already shaken." Seth's eyes flashed. "I didn't go after him." "You showed up uninvited," Nikki said. "You escalated things. You're not exactly a regular in Claire's life, from what I've seen. So what changed?" He looked away, focusing on the cigarette between his fingers. He took another drag, exhaled slowly, watching the smoke drift. "I know I've been a shitty brother," he said finally. Nikki didn't respond. She let the admission hang there. He shifted his weight, the toe of his boot scraping against the concrete. "I've been absent for a long time. I know that. Claire and I—" He broke off, shook his head. "We're not close. Haven't been for years." "But you decided last night was the time to fix that," Nikki said. He gave a humorless half laugh. "I decided I should at least try not to be a complete waste of space." He glanced at her, then away again. "What happened at the bakery was bad. I saw the news. I saw the footage. Claire was terrified. I thought maybe I could be there for her, for once." "So you went to her house," Nikki said, "and picked a fight with the man she asked to stay with her." "I didn't go there to pick a fight," Seth snapped. "I went there to make sure she was safe." "And you decided Mark was a threat." He hesitated. "I decided I needed to know who she was letting into her life." "So you did a little research," Nikki said. He flicked ash into the over-full tray. "Yeah. Public records, news articles, court stuff. It's not hard. I found out he'd been in prison." "For murder," Nikki said. "For murder," Seth echoed. "You can't tell me that doesn't matter." "It matters," Nikki said. "It also matters why he got out." Seth shrugged, but it was stiff. "Some guy confessed. That doesn't mean Mark didn't do it. Confessions can be coerced. People lie. Cops screw up. You know that better than anyone." Nikki felt something cold and precise slide into place inside her. "Do you know who was murdered?" she asked. Seth frowned. "Some couple in a farmhouse in West Stillwater. That's what the article said." "They were my parents," Nikki said. The words landed between them like a dropped weight. Seth's eyes widened. The bruise around his left one made the reaction look even more stark. His mouth opened, then closed. The hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. "I discovered their bodies," Nikki said. Her voice stayed level, but she felt the familiar tightness in her chest, the old memory pressing against the present. "I'm the one who testified against Mark. I believed he killed them. I put him away." Seth stared at her, the cigarette forgotten between his fingers. "And I'm the one who eventually caught the real killer," she continued. "I know Mark didn't do it, not because of a coerced confession, because I found the man who did, because he confessed to details no one else knew, because the evidence matched him, not Mark." Seth dropped his gaze, staring at the ground. The cigarette burned down toward his fingers. "The state knows Mark didn't do it," Nikki said. "That's why they awarded him several $1,000,000 for wrongful incarceration. They don't cut checks like that because they feel bad. They do it because they're wrong and they know it." Seth swallowed hard. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it under his boot, grinding it into the concrete until it smeared. "I didn't know," he said quietly. "I swear I didn't know all that. I just saw Prison, murder, release. I thought he was a bad guy. You thought you knew enough to walk into Claire's house and treat Mark like a threat, Nikki said, in front of her. He flinched again, the bruise dark against his skin. I was trying to protect her. From the man who stayed with her when she was terrified, Nikki said. From the man who has done nothing but try to make up for a life that was taken from him. Seth's shoulders sagged. The fight went out of his posture, leaving something smaller, more uncertain. I didn't know, he repeated. If I had, I wouldn't have done what I did. You do now, Nikki said, and while your relationship with Claire isn't my business, I won't have you harassing Mark, not in her house, not anywhere. He nodded once, the movement jerky. I get it. Do you? She asked. He looked up at her, meeting her eyes. Yeah, I get it. She watched him for a moment, measuring whether that was true. He looked stunned, off balance, the certainty he'd carried into Claire's kitchen last night, gone. Good. He needed to sit with that. She let a bead pass, then shifted. One more thing, she said. Did you climb out a window and sneak out the night Faith and Leslie were killed? Seth's head snapped back. What? Your rental has cameras on the doors and the garage, Nikki said. They show you staying home, but there are ways around cameras. You know that. His mouth opened, then closed. Are you serious right now? It's a question I had to ask, she said. You showed up at Claire's. You inserted yourself into this. I needed to be sure. He stared at her, incredulous. No, I didn't sneak out. I didn't climb out a window. I didn't go anywhere. I was home. Ask my landlord. Ask the people upstairs. I was there. She held his gaze for another second, then nodded once. All right. He let out a breath he'd been holding, the air fogging in front of his face. Like I said, she added, I had to ask. He didn't argue with that. He just looked tired now, the bruise on his face making him seem younger and older at the same time. Nikki turned toward the door. Her body still felt heavy, but her mind felt clearer than it had when she'd pulled into the lot. She'd come here with two goals: make sure Seth understood exactly who Mark was, and to make sure Seth hadn't slipped through a crack in their timeline. She pushed the metal bar and stepped back into the hallway. The door swung shut behind her with a hollow clang, cutting off the cold and the smell of smoke. She walked back through the lobby without looking toward the receptionist, her focus already shifting to the next move. Nikki pulled out of the lot and turned onto the main road, sunlight flashing across the windshield in bright bursts and half blinding her. Her phone buzzed, the screen lighting up with Lieutenant Chen's number. She tapped the steering wheel button. Hunt. Chen's voice came through the speakers. Hey, Nikki, you got a minute? He sounded hesitant. She straightened a little. I'm driving. Go ahead. A beat of silence. She could hear him exhale, like he was bracing himself. So, I've been going through the Hearth and Scone footage again. The older stuff. 2 weeks back. Nikki's pulse ticked up. Okay. Yeah, Chen said. And I found something. Something I should have caught earlier. Another pause. Longer this time. Spit it out, Nikki said. It's Ripken, Chen said. I've got video of him talking to Isla at the bakery 2 weeks before the murders. Nikki's fingers dug into the leather steering wheel. The road blurred for a second before she blinked it back into focus. Talking how? Not hostile, Chen said quickly. Not friendly either, just talking. Nikki's heart thudded once, hard. And you're sure it's him? Positive, Chen said. I pulled the angle from the side camera. It's clear. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. The implications were already spinning through her mind. Chen cleared his throat. I'm talking to him in 30 minutes. I'm handling it. But if you and Liam can get here to observe, I'll let you sit in. Nikki didn't hesitate. We're on our way. I'll text Liam. I mean it, Nikki, Chen said. I'm running the interview. You two stay behind the glass. "Understood." "Good," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. "See you soon." The call disconnected. Nikki kept her eyes on the road, her pulse steadying into something more focused. She reached for the console and hit Liam's number. "Pick up," she muttered, already accelerating. Chapter 25. Then. The night had settled over Stillwater in a soft, blue-gray hush that made the street lamps glow like distant moons and turned the bakery windows into bright squares against the dark. Inside Hearth and Scone, the ovens were cooling, the lights dimming one by one, and the kitchen held the last traces of the day's warmth, the smell of sugar and butter and cinnamon lingering in the air. Faith was wiping down the stainless steel counters, humming under her breath, her curls pulled into a loose ponytail that bounced every time she moved. Leslie was rinsing bowls at the sink, her braids swinging as she leaned forward. Isla sat on the metal stool in the back corner, her backpack at her feet, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea Faith had insisted she take. She didn't drink it. She just held it, letting the warmth seep into her palms. She liked the kitchen at night. It felt safe in a way few places ever had. The hum of the refrigerator, the soft clatter of dishes, the warmth of the ovens cooling behind her, all of it wrapped around her like a blanket she didn't deserve. But tonight, something felt off, a tightness in her chest she couldn't explain, a prickling at the back of her neck that made her glance toward the back door every few minutes. Faith noticed. "You okay?" she asked, her voice light but edged with concern. "Yeah," Isla said, though her voice came out thin. "Just tired." "You're always tired," Leslie murmured, not unkindly. Isla didn't answer. She didn't want to explain the kind of tired she meant, that it came from running too long and carrying too much, from never knowing when the next blow would land. Faith tossed her towel into the laundry bin. "We're almost done. You can hang out as long as you want." Isla nodded, though something inside her whispered that she shouldn't stay, that she should leave now, that she should listen to the warning she couldn't name. But she didn't move. She stayed on the stool, her fingers tightening around the mug. The back door made a splintering sound and creaked open. All three girls froze. Faith turned, her brow furrowing. "Claire," she called out, "is that you?" No answer. Leslie stepped closer to Faith, her eyes wide. "She said she wasn't coming back tonight." The door creaked again, a slow, deliberate sound that made Isla's stomach drop. She knew that sound. She had heard it in shelters and alleyways and abandoned buildings. The sound of someone entering a space they shouldn't be in. Someone who didn't care who heard them. Faith took a step toward the back. "Maybe it's the wind. I swear I locked the back door earlier. I'm going to go check." Isla stood abruptly. "Faith, don't!" Faith turned, startled by the urgency in Isla's voice. "It's probably nothing." But Isla was already backing away, her pulse pounding in her ears. "Leslie," she whispered, "go hide." Leslie blinked. "What? Why?" "Just go." Leslie hesitated, then slipped into the pantry behind the counter, closing the door behind her. Isla and Faith headed into the back room. Faith looked between Isla and the back door, confusion tightening her features. "Isla, what's going on?" Isla didn't get the chance to answer. The back door swung open. A man stepped inside. He filled the doorway, his shoulders broad, his posture rigid, his breath coming in rapid bursts that made his chest rise and fall too quickly. His eyes were wild, unfocused, like something inside him had snapped long before tonight. He scanned the kitchen, his gaze landing on Faith first, then sweeping toward Isla. Faith took a step back. "Sir, we're closed. You can't be back here." He didn't respond. He just kept walking. Isla felt her breath catch. She knew him. She slipped behind the metal rack of baking sheets, pressing herself into the narrow space between the wall and the shelving, her backpack digging into her spine. She curled into herself, making her body as small as possible, her breath shallow, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might give her away. "You need to leave." Faith's voice trembled. The man didn't even look at her. He reached into his jacket. Isla didn't see what he pulled out. She didn't need to. The sound echoed through the kitchen as Faith fell. Isla clamped a hand over her mouth, her breath trapped in her chest, her vision blurring. She didn't scream. She couldn't. Her body wouldn't let her. The man turned toward the kitchen. Leslie was hiding in the pantry. She heard the kitchen door open, followed by shuffling on the front counters. She heard Leslie's voice, small and terrified. She heard another sound. Isla pressed her forehead against the cold metal rack, her eyes burning, her throat tight. She wanted to run to them. She wanted to scream. She wanted to disappear. But she stayed still. She stayed hidden. The man moved back through the kitchen, his footsteps slow, deliberate, like he was savoring the quiet. Isla held her breath, praying he wouldn't look behind the rack, praying he wouldn't hear the tremor in her lungs. He stopped, right in front of her hiding place. Isla closed her eyes. "Please, please, please." After a long moment, he turned away. She waited until his footsteps faded toward the front of the bakery, until she heard the faint creak of the floorboards, until she was sure he wasn't coming back. Then she moved. She slipped out from behind the rack, her legs shaking so badly she nearly fell. She grabbed her backpack, slung it over her shoulder, and ran to the back door. She pushed it open and stepped into the alley, the cold air hitting her like a slap. Run now. She took 3 steps. A hand closed around her arm. She gasped, twisting, but the grip tightened, pulling her back, slamming her against the brick wall hard enough to knock the breath from her lungs. The man stood inches from her, his face half lit by the flickering alley bulb, his eyes wild with something she couldn't name. "You," he said, his voice low and shaking with rage. "I knew you'd be here." Isla shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know you." "Oh, you do," he said, stepping closer. "You think you can run from this? You think you can hide? You're going to pay for everything." Her pulse roared in her ears. "Please, I don't know what you're talking about." "You saw," he hissed. "You think I don't know that? You think I don't know who you are?" Isla's breath hitched. She didn't understand what he meant. She didn't know why he was saying these things. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. He wasn't going to let her go. She tried to pull away, but his strong fingers dug in. "Let me go," she whispered. "No," he said, his voice shaking with fury. "Not this time." He dragged her deeper into the alley, his grip unbreakable, his breath harsh against her ear, the night closing in around them like a trap she had walked into without realizing it. "You should have stayed gone," he said. Chapter 25. Then. The night had settled over Stillwater in a soft, blue-gray hush that made the street lamps glow like distant moons and turned the bakery windows into bright squares against the dark. Inside Hearth and Scone, the ovens were cooling, the lights dimming one by one, and the kitchen held the last traces of the day's warmth, the smell of sugar and butter and cinnamon lingering in the air. Faith was wiping down the stainless steel counters, humming under her breath, her curls pulled into a loose ponytail that bounced every time she moved. Leslie was rinsing bowls at the sink, her braids swinging as she leaned forward. Isla sat on the metal stool in the back corner, her backpack at her feet, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea Faith had insisted she take. She didn't drink it, she just held it, letting the warmth seep into her palms. She liked the kitchen at night. It felt safe in a way few places ever had. The hum of the refrigerator, the soft clatter of dishes, the warmth of the ovens cooling behind her, all of it wrapped around her like a blanket she didn't deserve. But tonight, something felt off. a tightness in her chest she couldn't explain, a prickling at the back of her neck that made her glance toward the back door every few minutes. Faith noticed. "You okay?" she asked, her voice light but edged with concern. "Yeah," Isla said, though her voice came out thin. "Just tired." "You're always tired," Leslie murmured, not unkindly. Isla didn't answer. She didn't want to explain the kind of tired she meant, that it came from running too long and carrying too much, from never knowing when the next blow would land. Faith tossed her towel into the laundry bin. "We're almost done. You can hang out as long as you want." Isla nodded, though something inside her whispered that she shouldn't stay, that she should leave now, that she should listen to the warning she couldn't name. But she didn't move. She stayed on the stool, her fingers tightening around the mug. The back door made a splintering sound and creaked open. All three girls froze. Faith turned, her brow furrowing. "Claire," she called out, "is that you?" No answer. Leslie stepped closer to Faith, her eyes wide. "She said she wasn't coming back tonight." The door creaked again, a slow, deliberate sound that made Isla's stomach drop. She knew that sound. She had heard it in shelters and alleyways and abandoned buildings. The sound of someone entering a space they shouldn't be in. Someone who didn't care who heard them. Faith took a step toward the back. "Maybe it's the wind. I swear I locked the back door earlier. I'm going to go check." Isla stood abruptly. "Faith, don't!" Faith turned, startled by the urgency in Isla's voice. "It's probably nothing." But Isla was already backing away, her pulse pounding in her ears. "Leslie," she whispered, "go hide." Leslie blinked. "What? Why?" "Just go." Leslie hesitated, then slipped into the pantry behind the counter, closing the door behind her. Isla and Faith headed into the back room. Faith looked between Isla and the back door, confusion tightening her features. "Isla, what's going on?" Isla didn't get the chance to answer. The back door swung open. A man stepped inside. He filled the doorway, his shoulders broad, his posture rigid, his breath coming in rapid bursts that made his chest rise and fall too quickly. His eyes were wild, unfocused, like something inside him had snapped long before tonight. He scanned the kitchen, his gaze landing on Faith first, then sweeping toward Isla. Faith took a step back. "Sir, we're closed. You can't be back here." He didn't respond. He just kept walking. Isla felt her breath catch. She knew him. She slipped behind the metal rack of baking sheets, pressing herself into the narrow space between the wall and the shelving, her backpack digging into her spine. She curled into herself, making her body as small as possible, her breath shallow, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might give her away. "You need to leave." Faith's voice trembled. The man didn't even look at her. He reached into his jacket. Isla didn't see what he pulled out. She didn't need to. The sound echoed through the kitchen as Faith fell. Isla clamped a hand over her mouth, her breath trapped in her chest, her vision blurring. She didn't scream. She couldn't. Her body wouldn't let her. The man turned toward the kitchen. Leslie was hiding in the pantry. She heard the kitchen door open, followed by shuffling on the front counters. She heard Leslie's voice, small and terrified. She heard another sound. Isla pressed her forehead against the cold metal rack, her eyes burning, her throat tight. She wanted to run to them. She wanted to scream. She wanted to disappear. But she stayed still. She stayed hidden. The man moved back through the kitchen, his footsteps slow, deliberate, like he was savoring the quiet. Isla held her breath, praying he wouldn't look behind the rack, praying he wouldn't hear the tremor in her lungs. He stopped. Right in front of her hiding place. Isla closed her eyes. "Please, please, please." After a long moment, he turned away. She waited until his footsteps faded toward the front of the bakery, until she heard the faint creak of the floorboards, until she was sure he wasn't coming back. Then she moved. She slipped out from behind the rack, her legs shaking so badly she nearly fell. She grabbed her backpack, slung it over her shoulder, and ran to the back door. She pushed it open and stepped into the alley, the cold air hitting her like a slap. Run now. She took 3 steps. A hand closed around her arm. She gasped, twisting, but the grip tightened, pulling her back, slamming her against the brick wall hard enough to knock the breath from her lungs. The man stood inches from her, his face half lit by the flickering alley bulb, his eyes wild with something she couldn't name. "You," he said, his voice low and shaking with rage. "I knew you'd be here." Isla shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know you." "Oh, you do," he said, stepping closer. "You think you can run from this? You think you can hide? You're going to pay for everything." Her pulse roared in her ears. "Please, I don't know what you're talking about." "You saw," he hissed. "You think I don't know that? You think I don't know who you are?" Isla's breath hitched. She didn't understand what he meant. She didn't know why he was saying these things. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. He wasn't going to let her go. She tried to pull away, but his strong fingers dug in. "Let me go," she whispered. "No," he said, his voice shaking with fury. "Not this time." He dragged her deeper into the alley, his grip unbreakable, his breath harsh against her ear, the night closing in around them like a trap she had walked into without realizing it. "You should have stayed gone," he said. Chapter 26. Nikki hurried down the hallway beside Liam, her pulse already elevated. The air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and the remnants of someone's breakfast sandwich, the grease lingering in the vents. Sunlight pushed through the narrow windows, bright but cold, casting long bars of pale light across the floor. She felt wired. Nowhere near rested, she hadn't slept well at all, but she felt more focused than ever, driven by adrenaline and the acute sense that something big was about to break open. Now, as she and Liam stepped into the observation room, she felt that same jolt of anticipation she always felt before an interview that mattered. The two-way mirror stretched across the wall, reflecting a faint ghost of her own face as she approached it. On the other side, Ripken sat alone at the metal table, hands clasped, foot tapping a restless rhythm against the floor. He looked confused, agitated. His eyes kept darting toward the door, like he expected someone else to walk in first. Nikki moved closer to the glass, drawn to him like a magnet. Her pulse thudded in her throat. She wanted to be in that room. She wanted to be the one asking the questions, watching his reactions up close, feeling the shifts in the air when he lied, or when he told the truth. Liam stood beside her, arms crossed, his reflection faint in the glass. "You're vibrating," he murmured. "I'm fine," Nikki said. "You're not fine. You're ready to pounce." She didn't deny it. She didn't look away from Ripken. He looked smaller in the interview room than he had in the jail hallway last night when he'd tried to block her from seeing the footage. Smaller, but still coiled, ready to strike. Good, she thought. Let him squirm. The door opened and Chen stepped inside. He carried a laptop under one arm and a folder in his hand. He set both on the table before sitting across from Ripken. His posture was relaxed, but Nikki knew him well enough to see the tension in his shoulders, the way he held his jaw slightly tighter than usual. Ripken leaned forward. "Lieutenant, what's going on? Why am I here?" Chen didn't answer immediately. He opened the folder, glanced at a page, then looked up. "We need to go over some things about Kara Ramsey." Ripken blinked. "Kara Ramsey? From Woodbury?" "Yes," Chen said. "You started that case." Ripken's shoulders loosened a fraction. "Yeah, I did, before everything went sideways. I heard her body had been found. You guys figure out who did it?" Ripken worried his lower lip. Nikki felt a flicker of satisfaction. He was off balance. Good. Chen nodded. "We're revisiting some aspects of the case. There have been developments." Ripken frowned. "Developments? How?" Chen leaned back slightly. "We believe Kara was involved with a police officer, and that officer may have been responsible for her disappearance." Ripken's reaction was immediate. His eyes widened, his mouth parted slightly, and he shook his head. Wait, what? You're saying a cop kidnapped her? That's what we're looking at, Chen said. Ripken let out a low whistle. Jesus, that's a hell of an accusation. It is, Chen agreed, but we have a source. Ripken raised an eyebrow. Who? Brendan Walsh. Ripken laughed, actually laughed, a short, incredulous sound. The stalker? That's your source? Nikki stiffened. She hated that he had a point. He's not wrong, Liam murmured beside her. She didn't respond. Chen didn't react to the laugh. We've been reviewing footage from Hearth and Scone, and we came across something interesting. He opened the laptop, turned it toward Ripken, and hit play. Nikki leaned closer to the glass, breath catching. The video showed Ripken standing at the bakery counter, talking to Isla. The angle wasn't perfect, but it was clear enough. Ripken leaning in slightly, Isla nodding, her expression neutral but attentive. Ripken stared at the screen, brow furrowing. What is this? You tell me, Chen said. Ripken looked up, confused. What are you getting at? Chen folded his hands. You know we put out a BOLO on this woman. You didn't tell us you spoke to her. Ripken blinked. I don't remember speaking to her. Play it again. Chen obliged. Ripken leaned closer, his eyes narrowed. Sorry, I must have been making small talk. I just don't remember the girl. You also worked Kara's case until you were dismissed for misconduct, Chen said. Nikki felt her pulse spike. She leaned forward, eyes locked on Ripken. But Ripken didn't shift. He didn't get angry or defensive. He just looked tired. Yeah, he said quietly. I screwed up that case. I know that. I've been trying to live that down for weeks. Nikki's stomach rolled. Ripken gestured toward the laptop. And that? I didn't remember talking to her until I saw it. I think I asked if her bear claw was good. I don't know. I talk to people. It's a bakery. Chen didn't let him off the hook. You were finishing up at another scene the night of the bakery murders and Isla's disappearance. Ripken nodded. Yeah, I was. You know that. Nikki felt the adrenaline drain from her chest, leaving something hollow behind. She glanced at Liam. He met her eyes. He's telling the truth. She didn't want to agree. She wanted Ripken to be the guy. She wanted the anger she'd been carrying toward him to be justified. But she knew what guilt looked like, and she recognized lying. Ripken wasn't. Chen shifted gears. We just needed to get all that straight. Now, what do you remember about Kara's case? We're certain it's connected to the murders and Isla's disappearance. Was Isla ever around during that investigation? Ripken shook his head. No, never saw her. That investigation was maddening. Everything pointed to the stalker. Everything. But he couldn't have done it. The timeline didn't work. The family was all over me about it, and I didn't handle it well. I got in trouble, and Kara just vanished. Chen nodded slowly. Do you think the stalker would lie about seeing Kara with a cop? Ripken leaned back, thinking, really thinking. His brow furrowed, his gaze unfocused as he worked through it. Finally, he said, I don't see why he'd lie. Not about that. And honestly, who better to make someone disappear than a cop? Sick as it is. Nikki felt the words hit her like a cold splash. Liam whispered, He's not involved. She nodded, throat tight. No, he's not. Nikki had learned to trust her gut a long time ago, and it was screaming at her that she'd overreacted about Ripken. She'd wanted so badly for him to have been their guy. She and Liam stepped back from the glass as Chen wrapped up the interview. Ripken looked exhausted, confused, and relieved all at once. Not guilty, not hiding anything, just a man who'd made mistakes and was still paying for them. Nikki exhaled slowly, the excitement she'd carried into the room dissolving into something heavier. Not disappointment exactly, more like recalibration. Liam touched her elbow lightly. You okay? Yeah, she said, just adjusting. He nodded. "Ripken's just not our guy." "No," she said, "but hearing him say that about the stalker, that matters." "Yeah," Liam said, "it does." They stood there for a moment, the hum of the building filling the silence, the two-way mirror reflecting their faint outlines. Nikki's cell phone buzzed with a text from the medical examiner. She wanted Nikki to stop by before she headed home for the day. Heaviness settled over Nikki as she pulled into the medical examiner's parking lot. She loathed this place, and yet it was an essential part of her job. She tried to think of the place as peaceful and a place that provided answers and respect for the dead, but all it truly represented was sadness. The building sat tucked behind the courthouse, a squat, windowless structure with a flat roof and a parking lot that never seemed to have enough cars to justify the work happening inside. Nikki stepped out of her Jeep and pulled her coat tighter, the March air biting at her cheeks. The sky was a washed-out gray, making the world look bleached and cold. The automatic doors slid open with a soft hiss, releasing a wave of sterile air that smelled faintly of disinfectant and something metallic underneath. The scent always hit her the same way, a reminder of where everyone eventually ended up. She tried not to think about that too hard. The lobby was quiet. A receptionist sat behind a glass partition, typing something with slow, deliberate keystrokes. She looked up when Nikki approached. "Agent Hunt," she said, "Dr. Blanchard is expecting you. You can go back." "Thanks," Nikki said. She pushed through the secured door when the buzzer sounded and walked down the hallway. The walls were painted a bland off-white, the kind that didn't show stains easily. The overhead lights hummed faintly. Somewhere deeper in the building, a metal cart squeaked across the floor. Nikki tried not to imagine what was on it. She reached Blanchard's office and paused at the open door. She knocked lightly on the frame. Blanchard looked up from her desk. "Nikki, come in." Her office was a small, cluttered space that somehow managed to feel both chaotic and organized. Reference books lined the shelves, thick medical texts with cracked spines, binders labeled with years and case numbers. Pictures of her daughters were pinned to a corkboard above her desk, mixed in with sticky notes and printouts. A stack of files sat on the corner of her desk, threatening to slide off. Nikki stepped inside, closing the door behind her. "Thanks for calling." Blanchard waved her toward the chair across from her. "I figured you'd want to hear this in person." Nikki sat, smoothing her coat over her knees. Tiredness washed through her body. She felt stretched thin from the last few days. The bakery murders, Isla's disappearance, Kara's body turning up. Everything circling the same drain without giving them anything solid to hold on to. Blanchard leaned back in her chair, studying her. "How are you holding up? How's the bakery case going?" Nikki let out a slow breath. "We're going in circles. We know it's connected to Kara Ramsey, but that's about it. We're hoping you can give us something that moves things forward." Blanchard's expression shifted to something between sympathy and professional detachment. "I might be able to help." Nikki straightened, pulse ticking up. "Please." Blanchard reached for the stack of files and pulled one from the middle. She opened it, flipped through a few pages, then slid a packet of paperwork across the desk toward Nikki. Kara Ramsey was 9 weeks pregnant when she was murdered. The words hit Nikki like a physical blow. A teenaged girl possibly dating a cop was bad enough, but she'd been pregnant. That sure as hell sounded like motive to Nikki. Her breath caught. A jolt of adrenaline shot through her chest. Blinked, trying to process it. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Blanchard said gently. "We confirmed it during the internal exam, early first trimester." Nikki stared at the paperwork, the words blurring for a moment. She felt her pulse in her throat, in her fingertips, in the hollow of her chest. "Do you have fetal DNA?" Nikki asked, her voice low but urgent. Blanchard held up a hand. "We collected fetal tissue. The DNA is being processed now. It'll be uploaded into the database as soon as the lab finishes." Nikki exhaled, the breath shaky. "How long?" A day or two, Blanchard said. Maybe sooner if the lab isn't backed up. Nikki nodded, her mind already racing ahead. A pregnant teenager, a missing girl, a stalker, a cop who might have been involved, a killer who knew how to make people disappear. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. Courtney's working on a partial print from Kara Ramsey's watch. If we can match that to someone in the system, we might be able to solve this. Blanchard raised an eyebrow. You're calling her from here? Yes, Nikki said. This can't wait. She dialed Courtney's number. The phone rang twice before Courtney picked up. Crime Lab. It's Nikki, she said. Where are you with the partial print from the watch? Courtney groaned softly. Still working on it. The machine's been malfunctioning all day. We think we've got it fixed, but I won't know until we run another test. Cops are all fingerprinted, Nikki said. If the print belongs to someone in law enforcement, that changes everything. I know, Courtney said. Believe me, I know. I'll call you tonight with something, one way or another. Thank you, Nikki said. She hung up and slipped the phone back into her pocket. Nikki let out a breath that felt like it had been trapped in her chest for hours. This could be the break we needed. It could, Blanchard agreed, but don't get ahead of yourself. We still need the DNA results. I know, Nikki said, but it's something. It's more than we had this morning. Blanchard nodded. I'll call you the moment the lab sends the report. Nikki stood, gathering the paperwork. Thank you, really. Be careful out there, Blanchard said. This case is getting messy. It already is, Nikki said. She stepped out of the office and into the hallway. The sterile smell hit her again. She walked toward the exit. The building felt heavier now, the weight of what she'd learned pressing against her ribs. Had a cop gotten Kara pregnant and killed her to keep her quiet? Nikki pushed through the doors and into the cold afternoon air. She pulled out her phone and dialed Liam. He answered on the first ring. Tell me you have something. I do, Nikki said. Meet me at the station. We need to talk. She didn't wait for his response. She ended the call, climbed into her Jeep, and started the engine. For the first time in days, she felt something close to hope. Chapter 27. Nikki's office was a small refuge inside the larger humming machine of the FBI building. The walls were a soft gray, the lighting warm instead of fluorescent, and the few plants she kept, 2 pothos vines and a Christmas cactus that stubbornly continued blooming long past December, gave the space a lived-in calm she didn't find anywhere else in the building. Her desk was organized, papers stacked neatly, pens in a ceramic mug Lacey had made in 3rd grade. The window behind her showed a slice of Brooklyn Park sky, pale blue and cloudless. She sat behind her desk now, leaning forward, elbows braced on the wood, case notes spread between her and Liam. He sat in the chair opposite her, long legs stretched out, one ankle crossed over the other. His expression was tight, thoughtful, the same look he'd worn since they'd hung up from the conference call with Chen and Miller. The room still felt charged from that call. There were still too many dead ends, too many maybes, and now Kara Ramsey's pregnancy sat at the center of it all, a new gravitational pull neither of them could ignore. Nikki tapped her pen against the margin of her notes. 9 weeks, she murmured. She was 9 weeks pregnant. If she was killed right after she disappeared, that puts conception, early November? Blanchard is still working on time of death. The cold makes it nearly impossible to tell. Right, Liam said. Brendan started stalking her and sees her with someone else. Liam nodded slowly. Someone she kissed. Someone in uniform. Saying the words out loud didn't make it any more unbelievable. Nikki knew bad cops were everywhere, but this was something she'd never encountered. They both fell quiet, the weight of that possibility settling between them. The office felt too still, the hum of the HVAC too loud, the faint scent of coffee from the break room drifting under the door. Nikki flipped a page in her notebook, scanning the scribbled lines. We've got Kara pregnant. We've got a witness who saw her with a cop. We've got Isla telling Kai she saw a girl matching Kara's description get hit and driven away in a car. And we've got Faith and Leslie dead because Isla was there. And we've got no suspect, Liam said. Nikki exhaled through her nose. Not yet. A knock sounded on her open door. Garcia leaned against the frame, coat draped over one arm, scarf hanging loose around his neck. His hair was mussed, like he'd been running his hands through it all afternoon. He looked tired, but alert. "You two still at it?" he asked. Nikki straightened, trying to make sense of what we've got. Garcia stepped inside, closing the door halfway behind him. "Before I head home, give me the quick version. What's new?" Nikki exchanged a glance with Liam, then turned back to Garcia. Kara Ramsey was 9 weeks pregnant when she was murdered. Garcia's eyebrows shot up. "Pregnant?" "Yes," Nikki said. "Blanchard confirmed it." "That's significant," Garcia said carefully. "Do we know who the father is?" "Not yet," Nikki said. "Fetal DNA is being processed, but we do know Kara was seen kissing a uniformed officer 2 weeks before she disappeared." "From what department?" Garcia drummed his fingers on the desk. "We don't know," Nikki said. "Brendan Walsh saw her get into a Woodbury cruiser, but he didn't see the cruiser number, just the uniform, dark hair, late 20s, early 30s. "And Isla?" Garcia asked. Nikki nodded. "Kai told us Isla witnessed a girl matching Kara's description get hit in the passenger seat of a car in a parking garage. She saw the guy drive off. Isla thought he saw her. She ran. She didn't tell anyone because she thought he'd come after her." "And now she's missing," Garcia said quietly. "And Faith and Leslie are dead," Nikki added. "Collateral damage." Garcia rubbed a hand over his jaw. "Jesus." Liam leaned forward. "We think the killer is someone who knew Kara, someone who knew that Isla saw something, someone who knew how to move without being seen." "A cop," Garcia said. Nikki didn't answer. She didn't have to. Garcia let out a slow breath. "All right, what about the fetal DNA?" "It's being run," Nikki said, "but cops don't always have DNA on file. It's not required unless they've been arrested or voluntarily submitted it. So we're not guaranteed a match. Courtney's working on a partial print from Kara's watch, but her AFIS terminal is malfunctioning. She can't upload the latent print." "Call her," Garcia said. Nikki didn't hesitate. She grabbed her phone and dialed the lab. Courtney answered on the second ring, sounding frazzled. "Crime lab." "It's Nikki," she said. "Where are you with the partial print?" Courtney groaned. "Still fighting with it. I've got the print cleaned up enough to run, but the AFIS terminal is dead. Completely dead. IT is sending someone up, but they're backed up with a server issue." Nikki closed her eyes briefly. "Courtney, we need that print." "I know," Courtney said. "I'll call you the second I can get it uploaded." "Thank you," Nikki said. She hung up and set the phone down, rubbing her forehead. Garcia watched her for a moment. "You look like you're about to start climbing the walls." "I'm fine," Nikki said, though she didn't feel fine. She felt stretched thin, like the case was pulling her in too many directions at once. Liam leaned back in his chair. "We're close. I can feel it." "Close isn't good enough," Nikki said. "We need something concrete." Garcia nodded. "And you'll get it, but not tonight." Nikki looked up. "Agent Garcia," she started to argue. "No," he said, holding up a hand. "You've both been at this non-stop. Go home. Get some rest. If the killer is a cop, this is going to turn into an all-hands-on-deck situation. You'll need your head clear." Nikki opened her mouth to argue, but the words didn't come. She was tired. Bone tired. And she'd promised Lacey she could help cook dinner tonight. Lacey loved everything about cooking, and Nikki loved being in the kitchen with her daughter. It reminded her of the good times with her own mother. Liam stood, stretching his back. "He's right. We're not going to get anything else done tonight." Nikki sighed, closing her notebook. Fine. Garcia gave her a small smile. That's the spirit. She rolled her eyes, but the tension in her shoulders eased a little. Garcia stepped back toward the door. Go home. Eat something. Sleep. Tomorrow we hit this hard. He left, pulling the door closed behind him. The office felt quieter without him, the hum of the building settling back into place. Liam gathered his notes. You okay? Nikki nodded slowly. Just tired. Go home, he said gently. Lacey's waiting. Nikki smiled faintly. Yeah, she is. They packed up in silence, the weight of the case still pressing on them, but softened by the promise of a break, however brief. As they stepped out of her office, Nikki glanced back at the Christmas cactus on her windowsill, its bright pink blooms stubbornly refusing to die. Maybe they'd solve this case after all. Chapter 28. The Ramsey house sat low against the cold morning light. Frost clung to the porch railings, glittering under the sun. Nikki pulled in just as a Woodbury police cruiser eased down the driveway. The deputy behind the wheel lifted a hand. She lifted hers back. He looked too young to be stuck checking on a grieving family before breakfast, but the young ones often caught the less popular assignments. He gave her a tight, respectful nod as he passed. Nikki admired the police fraternity, even with the bad apples that made the rest of them constantly look over their shoulders. Kara's father had died in the line of duty, and the department hadn't forgotten the family. She sat for a moment in her SUV, engine ticking as it cooled, hands wrapped around the steering wheel like she was bracing for impact. Delivering death notifications was one thing. Delivering this second loss was something else entirely. It felt like walking into a home and telling them their daughter had died all over again. She took a breath, then another. Then she forced herself out of the car. Her breath fogged in front of her as she walked up the path. The house smelled faintly of wood smoke. Curtains were drawn in most of the windows, but a thin line of light leaked from the kitchen. Someone was awake. Someone was trying to survive the morning. She rang the bell. Footsteps approached, slow, dragging. The door opened and Rex stood there, shoulders hunched, eyes rimmed red. He looked older than he had 2 days ago. Grief aged people in ways nothing else did. "Detective Hunt," he said, voice rough. Do you have news?" His hope gutted her. It was the wrong kind of hope, the desperate, impossible kind that wanted the world to rewind. "I do," she said gently, "and I need to talk to you and your mother." He swallowed hard, nodded, and stepped back to let her in. Warmth hit her immediately, almost suffocating. The air smelled like stale coffee and something fried from last night's dinner. A blanket lay crumpled on the couch. A pair of slippers sat abandoned near the fireplace. Nikki recognized the domestic clutter that happened when grief pulled the center out of a home. "She's in the kitchen," Rex said quietly. Nikki followed him. The kitchen was bright with morning sun, but it didn't make the room feel alive. Nora sat at the table, hands wrapped around a mug she wasn't drinking from. Her hair was pulled back in a loose knot, and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. Maybe she hadn't. When she saw Nikki, hope flickered in her eyes. "Detective," Nora said, "please tell me you found something." Her voice was thin, stretched to breaking. Nikki sat across from her, folding her hands on the table. The wood was warm from the sunlight, but her palms felt cold. "We got the autopsy results." Nikki's pulse pounded in her forehead. The words felt like grit in her mouth. Nora's breath caught. Rex sat beside her, his knee bouncing under the table. Nikki chose her words carefully. There was no good way to say this. "I'm so sorry, but Kara was about 9 weeks pregnant when she died." The silence that followed was immediate and absolute. It felt like the whole house inhaled and forgot how to exhale. Nora's face crumpled. Her hand flew to her mouth, and a sound escaped her. She sounded like a small, broken animal. Rex's chair scraped back as he stood abruptly, shaking his head. "No," he said. "No, that's not true. She would have told us." His voice cracked on the last word. "I'm so sorry," Nikki said again. Nora was crying now, shoulders shaking, tears slipping down her cheeks unchecked. Rex moved to her side, putting a hand on her back, but he was crying too, jaw clenched so tight Nikki could see the muscle twitch. "This can't be right," he said. "She wasn't seeing anyone. She wouldn't hide something like that." Nikki let them have the moment. She couldn't imagine trying to think coherently in a moment like this. She waited, the moment stretching. When the sobs quieted to sniffles, she spoke again. "There's something else." Rex's eyes were red, but there was anger there now too, simmering under the surface. "We've uncovered evidence that Kara may have been involved with a police officer." The reaction was immediate. "What?" Nora's raw voice shook. "No, absolutely not." Rex shook his head violently. "She would never. She hated cops after Dad died. She blamed the department for not protecting him." "I know this is hard to hear," Nikki said, "but we have to follow every lead." "That's not a lead," Rex snapped. "That's bullshit." Nora's hand tightened on his arm, but she was glaring at Nikki too now, eyes bright with fury and grief. "You come into my home," Nora said, voice trembling, "and you tell me my daughter was pregnant, and then you tell me she was involved with a cop? What are you trying to say? That she was irresponsible? That she was sneaking around? That she was a bad kid?" "I'm not saying anything about her character," Nikki interrupted softly. "I'm saying we have evidence that points in that direction, and we need your help to understand it." "We're not helping you smear her," Rex said, "or smear the department. My father died wearing that badge. You think we don't know what you're doing?" Nikki blinked. "What I'm doing?" "You're trying to make this about the police," he said, "trying to drag them into it. You think a cop killed her? Is that it? You think she was some kind of dirty secret?" His voice was rising, shaking with rage and grief and something else. Fear, maybe. "I think," Nikki said carefully, "that Kara was keeping something from you, and I think whatever she was keeping might be connected to her death. Would you mind if I looked in her room one more time?" "No," Nora said firmly. "You're wrong. You're on the wrong track, and I won't let you desecrate her memory." Rex stepped between them, jaw tight. "You need to leave." Nikki stood slowly. "I understand you're grieving. I'm not here to hurt you." "You already have," he said. "You've done enough." Nora turned her face away, tears slipping down her cheeks again. "Please go," she whispered. Nikki nodded. "If you think of anything, call me." Neither responded. She walked out of the kitchen, through the living room, past the couch and the slippers by the fire. The house felt heavier now, like the grief inside it had grown roots. She breathed in the unrelenting cold, letting it sting her lungs and fighting the urge to cough. Her hands shook as she reached for the SUV door. This was the part of the job no one prepared you for. Everyone asked about how she dealt with dead bodies, but that was the easy part. Moments like this were the ones when Nikki wanted to crawl into a hole and not come out. She climbed into the SUV and sat there for a moment, staring at the Ramsey house. Sunlight glinted off the frost on the roof. A dog barked somewhere in the distance. The world kept moving, indifferent. As Nikki pulled away, she caught a glimpse of Rex through the window, standing rigid, arms crossed, staring at nothing. The Ramseys were grieving and in denial, and they were wrong. Kara had been pregnant. She had been involved with someone, and someone didn't want that secret getting out. Nikki drove down the long gravel road, the weight of the morning settling into her bones. Chapter 29. The sun shined too bright for the kind of morning she'd just had. It bounced off the snow in hard white shards, forcing Nikki to squint as she steered the Jeep down the Ramsey driveway. Her hands were still unsteady on the wheel, her pulse still too high. The conversation replayed in her head in jagged pieces. Nora's face collapsing, Rex's voice cracking, the way the air in the kitchen had felt too thick to breathe. She delivered bad news before, plenty of it, but this one had lodged under her ribs in a way she couldn't shake. It felt like she'd walked into that house and torn open a wound that had barely scabbed over. And she hated that she'd been the one to do it, hated that it had to be done at all. The Jeep's heater hummed, blowing warm air against her face, but it didn't thaw the tightness in her chest. She flexed her fingers on the steering wheel, trying to work out the tremor. "Don't take it personal," she muttered to herself. "They're grieving. They're hurting. It's not about you." She kept hearing the accusation in Rex's voice, and the betrayal in Nora's eyes flashed through Nikki's mind on repeat. They had looked at her as though she'd been the one to leave Kara in that barn. She turned onto the county road, tires crunching over packed snow. The sky was a hard, cloudless blue that made everything seem colder. Pines lined the road, their branches dusted white. A hawk circled overhead, its shadow flickering across the snowbanks. Her phone buzzed in the cup holder. She flinched. Her nerves were shot. The screen lit up with Courtney's name. Nikki exhaled, long and shaky, and hit the answer button on her steering wheel. "Please tell me the damn fingerprint system is working again," she said by way of greeting. Her voice sounded rougher than she intended. "It is," Courtney said, "and I've got a name." Nikki straightened in her seat. "Already? Who?" Courtney hesitated just long enough to make Nikki's stomach tighten. "It's Ethan Brown." For a moment, Nikki didn't react. The name didn't compute. It floated there, disconnected, like Courtney had said it in another language. Then it hit. "Wait, Ethan Brown?" Nikki said. "Woodbury PD Ethan Brown?" "That's the one." Nikki blinked hard, trying to reconcile the name with the face she'd never actually seen. She'd only spoken to the man over the phone. Ethan Brown had been the officer who'd identified Isla. He'd spoken highly of her. He'd sounded steady, competent, helpful. She felt foolish and completely blindsided. "You're sure?" she asked. "Positive," Courtney said. "The system's clean, no glitches. The print from Kara's watch matches Ethan Brown." Nikki's grip tightened on the wheel. The Jeep drifted slightly toward the shoulder, and she corrected it with a hard jerk. "Jesus," she whispered. "Yeah," Courtney said. "That was my reaction, too." Nikki's mind raced. Ethan Brown. A cop. Had he been a colleague of Kara's father? Someone who'd been around the family? Someone who'd had access? Even if he hadn't worked directly with her father, cops reached out to fallen officers' families. Ethan had taken advantage of a grieving child. "I still can't believe this," Nikki said. "He called about Isla and Kai stealing, spoke well of her. I thought he might be one of the good guys. Court, he sounded normal." "Normal doesn't mean innocent," Courtney said gently. Nikki knew that, but the betrayal still cut deeper than she wanted to admit. It festered like a sting, settling beneath her ribs. She'd trusted his tone and his professionalism and the quiet steadiness he'd shown her, and she had let herself believe that he was one of the good ones, one of the rare few who didn't make her brace for the worst. "What are you going to do?" Courtney asked, her voice tight with worry. Nikki swallowed, the motion thick and painful, her voice low when she finally answered. "I'm going to loop in Liam, Miller, and Chen. We've got to figure out a way to approach him without tipping him off, and we need to do it fast." "Agreed," Courtney exhaled. "If he gets wind of this, he'll take off and we may never catch him." "He'll definitely run," Nikki said, already seeing the possibilities unfold in her mind. Or worse. The Jeep hit a patch of uneven snow, the jolt snapping through the steering column and up her arms. She steadied the wheel with practiced ease, her eyes scanning the road ahead where the sun glared off the drifts in a way that made everything feel too bright and exposed. "Be careful," Courtney said. "I know," Nikki murmured. "I will." She reached for the button to end the call, her thumb brushing the screen. "Nick," Courtney started, but Nikki never heard the rest. A violent impact slammed into the rear quarter of the Jeep, a brutal sideways force that snapped the vehicle off its lines so hard her teeth clacked together, the phone flying out of the cup holder as the world lurched. The Jeep skidded, fishtailing, the tires screaming against the icy road. "What the?" Another hit came, harder this time, deliberate in a way that sent a cold spike of recognition through her. Her training rose before full panic could take hold. A PIT maneuver. Someone was trying to spin her out. Only cops had that sort of training. Her heart slammed against her chest, her nerves a knot in her throat. She white-knuckled the wheel, muscles straining, her breath jagged as she tried to counter the slide. But the Jeep fishtailed again, snow spraying across the windshield in a blinding sheet, the horizon swinging in a dizzying arc. A third hit landed at the perfect angle with the maximum force. The Jeep spun, the world around her dissolving into a blur of white snow and sky and trees. Nikki's stomach lurched as the vehicle tipped, the weight shifting in a sickening roll. Glass cracked, metal groaned. Her head struck the window frame, a burst of pain exploding behind her eyes. The Jeep flipped again. Snow filled her vision. The seatbelt dug into her shoulder. Something hard slammed against her leg. Her breath tore out of her in a choked gasp as the world kept turning, kept collapsing, kept folding in on itself. Then, silence. The Jeep landed on its side in a field, the engine hissing, the world tilted at a wrong, impossible angle. Nikki hung sideways in her seatbelt, dazed, blood warm on her temple, the cold air rushing in through a shattered window. Her chest ached as she struggled to take a deep breath. Her arms felt pinned, her phone and radio lost somewhere in the wreck. Fog filled her head, her eyelids heavy. The darkness rose fast, swallowing everything before she could fight it. Chapter 30. Consciousness came back in pieces. Nikki heard sound first, thin and high, like wind squeezing through a crack in a window. Then she felt cold air on her cheek, bitter enough to sting, followed by the prick of something hard and tiny pressing into her temple. She blinked, but the world stayed smeared and doubled, white and gray shapes bleeding into each other. The faint shimmer of broken glass caught the morning sun, scattering it in fractured points of light. She tried to move. Pain detonated in her shoulder, hot, electric, blinding. It stole her breath and forced a strangled sound from her throat. Nikki froze. Her mind caught up a beat later, sluggish and disjointed. She'd blacked out. She was still in the Jeep, but the angle felt wrong. She was tilted sideways, hanging slightly in the seatbelt, only jagged teeth of glass left in the frame, and snow had blown in, dusting the dashboard, her lap, and the side of her face. Her head throbbed. A deep, pulsing ache bloomed behind her eyes. She definitely had a concussion. She'd had one before, years ago, after a suspect slammed her into a wall. That one had been bad. This felt worse. She swallowed and tasted blood, metallic, warm, thick. "Okay," she whispered, though her voice barely made a sound. "Okay, Nikki, focus." Her breath fogged in the cold air. She forced her eyes to track the interior of the Jeep. The windshield was cracked but intact. The steering wheel was bent slightly, the airbag deflated and hanging like a dead, pale balloon. Her phone was nowhere in sight. It must have flown during the roll. Nikki's shoulder screamed again when she shifted. She didn't need a medic to tell her she'd dislocated it. The joint felt wrong, loose and burning, like someone had poured fire under her skin. She sucked in a breath through her teeth, the sound thin and shaky. She needed to get out of the seatbelt and get to her gun. It was locked in the glove compartment, standard practice for off-duty transport. But the glove box was on the low side of the Jeep now, half buried in snow and shattered glass. She reached for the seatbelt release with her good hand. Her fingers brushed it, slipped, tried again. Her hand shook. She couldn't tell if it was from pain or adrenaline or the cold. A shadow moved outside. Nikki froze. The shadow passed across what was left of the driver's side window, slow and deliberate. Someone who had rammed her off the road and who knew exactly what they were doing was just outside the busted Jeep. Her pulse kicked into a panicked rhythm as reality settled in. A cop had PIT maneuvered her off the road, and now he was outside the wrecked Jeep, ready to do God knows what. Her mind drifted back to Courtney and the call. Nikki had been mid-sentence when the Jeep was hit. The line must have gone dead, but surely Courtney had heard enough to know that Nikki was in deep trouble. She'd call Liam. They'd find her. They'd know something was wrong. Nikki clung to that thought like a lifeline, even as the cold crept deeper into her bones. Her fingers found the seatbelt release again. She pressed. It didn't budge. The mechanism was jammed. "Come on," she whispered, pushing harder. Pain flared down her injured shoulder, white-hot and nauseating. She bit back a groan, her vision swimming. Outside, the shadow moved again, closer this time. The driver's window exploded inward. Glass hit her face in a spray of glittering shards. She flinched, instinctively turning her head, but a few pieces sliced her cheek, her forehead. She felt the sting, then the warmth of blood sliding down her skin in thin, hot trails. The world tilted again, her vision swimming, her ears ringing. She blinked hard, trying to clear it, but the edges stayed fuzzy, darkening. Her breath came fast and shallow, each inhale raw with cold. She tried again to free herself from the seatbelt, but her shoulder screamed and her fingers slipped. The belt was twisted from the roll, wedged tight. She was stuck. The crunch of boots on the ground sent terror down her spine. Nikki forced her head toward the sound, though the movement made her stomach lurch. A man crouched beside the broken window, his face half-shadowed by the bright morning sun behind him. For a moment, she couldn't make sense of him. She just saw shapes and colors and heard the wild pounding of her heart. Then he leaned closer. Her training kicked in. Average height, plain features, brown hair, a face you'd forget in a crowd. Except for the eyes. They were wild. Nikki's stomach dropped as her eyes connected with his. Ethan Brown's smile sent chills up her spine. "You're coming with me," he said. Her mind scrambled, trying to piece together a plan, an angle, anything. But her body wasn't cooperating. Her shoulder throbbed and her head swam. Her vision blurred at the edges. She reached again for the seatbelt release, desperation overriding pain. Her fingers slipped. The belt held. Ethan reached through the broken window, his hand closing around the strap near her shoulder. "Let's get you out of there," he said, voice calm and steady. Nikki jerked away instinctively, but the movement sent a bolt of agony through her shoulder. She gasped. Ethan's expression didn't change. "You shouldn't have come after me," he said. "You should have left it alone." Her pulse hammered. She tried to speak, but her throat felt tight, her tongue thick. The cold air made her lungs ache. He tugged the seatbelt, testing it. "Stuck," he murmured. "That's fine. I can work with that." He reached deeper into the Jeep, fingers brushing her jacket, her arm. She tried to twist away, but her body wouldn't obey. The concussion was pulling her under again, the edges of her vision darkening. "Don't," she managed, voice barely a whisper. Ethan leaned in until his face was inches from hers. His breath fogged in the cold air, warm against her cheek. "You should have stayed out of it," he said softly. "But you didn't, and now we're going to fix that." Her vision flickered. She tried to hold on and stay conscious, to think of Liam, of Courtney, of anyone who might be coming. She tried to remember the sound of Courtney's voice, the way she'd said Ethan's name. She tried to picture Liam's face when he realized she wasn't answering her phone. But the darkness surged up too fast. Her fingers slipped from the seatbelt. Her head sagged forward. The cold air felt far away. Chapter 31. Liam loved the way the office sounded in the morning. Phones starting to ring, printers warming up, chairs rolling across the floor, the low hum of agents settling into their routines. Liam liked that sound. It meant order and predictability. He sat in his cubicle with a bear claw on a napkin beside his keyboard, the pastry still warm from the bakery downstairs. He'd been saving it, telling himself he'd take the first bite once he finished rewriting his notes on the Ramsey case. The stack of papers in front of him was already marked up with red pen, filled with circles, arrows, question marks. He'd been staring at the same line for 5 minutes. How do you find a cop who dated an underage girl and has had time to cover his tracks? He rubbed the back of his neck. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The office smelled faintly of burnt coffee and winter coats drying on the backs of chairs. Outside the windows, the sky was a pale, washed-out blue, the kind that promised cold all day. He reached for the bear claw just as his phone rang. He froze, hand hovering over the pastry. The ringtone wasn't the office line, but his personal line. Courtney's number flashed on the screen. He frowned. She didn't usually call him directly unless something was wrong. She always called Nikki with results. He answered. "Court? What's the matter?" Her voice hit him like a slap. Her words tumbled over each other so fast they blurred. "Liam, oh my God! Liam, I don't know what she screamed. There was this sound like metal." "Courtney." He straightened in his chair. "Court, slow down. I can't understand you." But she didn't slow down. If anything, she sped up, panic rising in her voice. It was loud, like metal, like she hit something and then she screamed and then nothing. "Liam, I think something bad happened." His stomach dropped. He stood so fast, his chair rolled back and hit the cubicle wall. "Courtney!" He raised his voice, hoping to snap her out of it. "Stop. Breathe. Tell me what happened." A shaky inhale. "I was on the phone with Nikki. She was driving," Courtney said. "I called her to tell her we got a hit on the print. We were talking about it, and then there was this huge sound, like she got hit, and she screamed, and the line went dead." For a heartbeat, Liam couldn't move. "Stay on the line," he said, already moving. "Don't hang up." He didn't bother grabbing his coat or his notes. He sprinted down the hallway, weaving between agents, ignoring the startled looks. Garcia's office was at the end of the corridor. The door was half closed. Liam didn't knock. He pushed it open hard enough that it hit the wall. Garcia looked up from his computer, eyebrows lifting. "Agent Wilson, can I help you?" "Something's happened to Nikki," Liam said, breathless. "Pick up line 2 for Courtney." Garcia didn't ask questions. He reached for his phone immediately, pressing the button for line 2. "Courtney," he said, "it's Garcia. Tell me exactly what you told Liam." Liam stood in the doorway, chest tight, hands clenched at his sides. He could hear Courtney's voice through the receiver, thin, shaking, barely holding together. "I was on the phone with her," she said. "She was driving. I told her the system was back up and we had a name. Ethan Brown is a Woodbury police officer. It's his print on Kara's watch. He's probably the father of Kara's baby." Garcia's eyes flicked up to Liam. Courtney kept talking, voice cracking. "I was telling her, then there was this sound, metal hitting metal. She screamed and then nothing. The line went dead. I tried calling back. It goes straight to voicemail." Something cold settled in Liam's chest. Garcia nodded once. "Courtney, stay by your phone. We'll call you back." He hung up and stood. "Wilson," he said, already moving around his desk. "Call Miller and Chen. Tell them we have a missing agent and a suspect. Get BOLOs and APBS out statewide, and run a location search on Nikki's phone. We need to find that wreck." Liam turned and ran. The office had shifted. The hum of the morning routine was gone, replaced by an urgent energy. Agents moved with purpose. Someone called out for a map of Washington County. Someone else asked for the last ping on Nikki's phone. Liam reached his cubicle and grabbed his desk phone, fingers shaking as he dialed Miller. The sheriff answered on the second ring. "Miller?" "It's Liam," he said. "Nikki's missing." A beat of silence. "What?" "She was on the phone with Courtney when she was hit. We think she was run off the road. We have a suspect. Ethan Brown, Woodbury PD." Jesus Christ. "We need deputies on every road north of Woodbury. He's got a head start." "I'm on it," Miller said. "Sending units now." Liam hung up and dialed Chen. He answered immediately. "Wilson?" "Nikki's missing," he said. "We think Ethan Brown took her." Chen swore under his breath. "I'll get Minneapolis PD on alert and State Patrol." "Thank you." He hung up and turned to his computer. His hands were still shaking. He forced them to steady as he typed in the command to locate Nikki's phone. He stared at the screen, willing it to move faster. A ping appeared, then another. Liam's breath caught. Her phone had either been destroyed or turned off. He pushed back from his desk and stood, pacing once, twice, trying to think through the fog of panic pressing against his ribs. Nikki was smart, tactical. She knew how to survive. She knew how to fight. But she'd been hit while driving. She could be injured and unconscious. She could be... Liam cut the thought off before it finished. He grabbed his coat and headed for the exit. Garcia intercepted him halfway there. "Wilson," he said, blocking his path, "you're not going out alone." "I'm not sitting here," Liam said. His voice came out rougher than he intended. "She's out there, probably hurt, with a cop who killed 3 people. Garcia held up a hand. "I know, and we're going to find her, but you're not going without backup." Liam clenched his jaw. "Fine, then let's go." Garcia nodded once. "Chen's on his way. Miller's sending units. We'll coordinate from the field. We're already communicating with Woodbury PD. We've got his cruiser number as well as his personal vehicle. He won't get far." Liam exhaled, long and shaky. He won't need that much time to kill her. Garcia's voice softened. "We'll find her, Wilson. And you know he won't kill her. She's his bargaining chip." The wind knifed across the open field as Liam stepped out of the SUV, the cold slicing straight through his coat. The bright sun glinted off the snow in hard, blinding flashes. It was the kind of winter day that Minnesotans bragged about, but the scene in front of him scarred the landscape and hollowed out Liam's chest. Nikki's Jeep sat mangled at the bottom of a shallow ditch, its frame twisted, the roof partially crushed, the passenger side window blown out. Snow drifted through the broken glass, settling on the seats like ash. Garcia stood beside him, jaw tight, eyes narrowed against the glare. Lieutenant Chen and Sheriff Miller were already down near the Jeep, faces grim. Liam swallowed hard, the cold air burning his throat. He'd seen wrecks before, plenty, but this one felt personal in a way that made his pulse thrum in his ears. Garcia nodded toward the ditch. "Let's go." They descended the slope carefully, the snow slick underfoot. Liam's breath fogged in front of him, each exhale ragged and uneven. He forced himself to slow down, to take in the details the way Nikki would have, methodical, observant, controlled. But his heart was hammering too fast for control. Chen met them halfway down. His expression was grim, his breath coming out in white bursts. "It's bad," he said quietly. Liam didn't trust himself to speak. He just nodded and moved past him. Up close, the damage was worse. The Jeep had rolled at least twice, maybe 3 times. The roof was dented inward. The windshield was spiderwebbed but intact. The driver's side door was crushed in, the metal folded like paper. Miller crouched near the front bumper, his breath fogging in the cold. "No sign of her," he said. "No blood in the driver's seat. No body thrown from the vehicle." Liam exhaled shakily. Relief and dread tangled in his chest. Nikki had survived the crash, or Brown would have left her body in the Jeep. But what the hell was he planning? "He pulled her out," Chen added. "If she got out on her own and was injured, she couldn't have gone far." If she got out on her own, she'd be close by, Liam said. Nikki would know to wait for us. Garcia scanned the field. Where's her phone? Chen pointed. Over there. Liam followed his gesture. 20 yards away, half buried in snow, lay Nikki's phone, cracked, screen dark, the case scuffed and dented. He walked toward it, each step heavy, the wind whipping at his coat. He crouched and picked it up. The cold bit into his fingers. Someone had destroyed the phone. He turned it over in his hand, imagining it flying through the air as the Jeep rolled, imagining Nikki's voice cut off mid-sentence, imagining her alone in the wreckage, injured, disoriented. He closed his eyes for a moment. Garcia's voice carried across the field. Wilson, over here! Liam stood and jogged back toward the Jeep. Garcia, Chen, and Miller were gathered near the driver's side door, their faces grim. What is it? Liam asked. Miller pointed to the snow beside the Jeep. Tracks. Liam crouched. The prints were deep, clear. Boot treads, size average, leading away from the Jeep toward the tree line. And beside them, drag marks. Liam's pulse spiked. He took her. Chen nodded. Looks that way. Garcia exhaled, long and slow. We need to move fast. Liam stood, his breath coming quicker now. We need to call Rory. Garcia shook his head immediately. Not yet. He deserves to know. Liam's voice sounded harsher than he intended. And he will, Garcia said, but not until we have something concrete. Right now, all we have is a wrecked Jeep and his missing wife. We call him now, he'll be on the road in 10 minutes, and he'll get himself killed trying to help. Liam clenched his jaw. He hated that Garcia was right. Get Brown's address. We check there first. Before they could move, Miller's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Woodbury PD, he said before answering. Sheriff Miller. Liam watched Miller's expression shift, first confusion, then something darker. Say that again, Miller said. Chen and Garcia paused. Miller listened, jaw tightening. When? No, stay there. Don't touch anything. We're on our way. He hung up. Garcia stepped closer. What is it? Miller looked at them, the wind whipping his coat, his breath fogging in the cold. They found Ethan Brown's cruiser, he said, 3 blocks from the Ramsey home. Liam's stomach dropped. Chen frowned. His cruiser? But he's driving his personal vehicle, Miller finished. The cruiser was abandoned. No one inside. Weapons missing. A cold ripple went through Liam. This was getting worse by the minute. Brown hadn't taken Nikki on impulse, which meant he was less likely to make mistakes. Chen crossed his arms, shivering against the wind. He's armed and has a head start. Like Liam said, we start at his house. He's not there, but it might give us a lead. Liam took one last look at the wrecked Jeep, the twisted metal, the shattered glass, the empty driver's seat. Nikki had been here. She'd survived the crash, but she was hurt. And she was with a man who had already killed 3 people. Liam swallowed hard. We're going to find her, Garcia said quietly. Liam turned and climbed the slope, the cold wind biting at his face, the sun glaring off the snow, the urgency pounding in his veins. Chapter 32. Nikki's pulse hammered as she worked the cuffs loose. She needed to stay calm. Panic wouldn't help her. She needed to assess, to plan, to find any angle she could use. She shifted again, subtly, testing the cuffs. Her wrists were slick with sweat, and the metal scraped her skin. If she could get her thumb under the thing... You can stop that, Ethan said mildly. You're not getting out. She froze. He'd seen her in the mirror. His eyes were flat, unreadable. You think I don't know how small your wrists are? He said. You think I didn't check? Her stomach dropped. She forced her voice steady. Ethan, listen to me. You rammed a federal agent off the road. You abducted me. You're driving your own vehicle. You're leaving a trail a mile wide." He smirked. "You think I don't know where to hide?" "You think you can outrun the FBI? I don't need to outrun them," he said. "I just need time." Time for what? She didn't ask. She wasn't sure she wanted the answer. She shifted again, slowly, carefully. Her wrists burned. The metal scraped her skin raw. She felt a warm trickle of blood, but she kept going. "Why did you do it?" she asked quietly. "Faith, Leslie, why did you kill them?" Ethan's jaw tightened. "Collateral damage." The words were so casual, so dismissive, that for a moment Nikki thought she'd misheard. "Collateral damage?" she repeated. He shrugged. "They were in the way." Nikki's stomach twisted. She kept her face neutral, but inside, fear coiled tight even as anger welled up inside her gut. This man had taken an oath to serve and protect, and he'd just callously referred to two of his victims as collateral damage. "What about Isla?" she asked. "Is she alive?" Ethan didn't answer. He didn't even look at her. The silence was worse than a no. Nikki's heart pounded. She shifted again, working her wrists, trying to angle her right hand. The cuff scraped her skin, biting deeper. She winced, but kept going. "You know they already have a partial print," she said. "They know it's you. The entire FBI is looking for you." "Good," he said. The word hung in the air. "Good?" she repeated. He nodded. "Means I don't have to pretend anymore." A chill ran through her. She shifted again, slow, careful, silent. The cuff scraped deeper. Blood slicked her skin. Her thumb slid another millimeter. Almost there. Ethan turned onto a narrower road. Trees closed in on both sides, tall and dark, their branches heavy with snow. The sunlight dimmed. The air felt colder. "Where are you taking me?" she asked. Ethan smiled. "Somewhere no one will find us." Her pulse hammered. She kept working her wrist. Nikki kept breathing. She kept her eyes on the mirror. And she realized something. He wasn't watching her anymore. He was watching the road. Her heart kicked hard. There was only one thing she could do: wreck them. She'd force the vehicle off the road, force a crash, and give herself a chance. Courtney would tell the team, and they'd find her. Nikki just had to survive long enough. Her pulse pounded in her ears. She shifted again, subtly, testing the cuffs. Her wrists were bleeding now, slick and raw. She angled her hands, twisted, pulled. Nikki's right hand slipped free just enough. Her breath caught. She kept her hand behind her back, fingers curled, pretending she was still cuffed. She couldn't let him see. Not yet. She needed the right moment. The SUV hit a patch of uneven snow, jostling her. The road narrowed further, curving around a stand of pines. A drop-off loomed on the right, not a cliff, but steep enough to roll a vehicle. Her heart hammered. Now! She lunged forward, slamming both feet against the back of Ethan's seat. At the same time, she whipped her free hand up, grabbing the chain of the cuff still attached to her left wrist. She looped the chain over the headrest. Then she yanked. Hard. Ethan choked, jerking forward as the chain tightened across his upper chest and shoulder, pulling him violently off balance. "What the hell?" he sputtered. Ethan grabbed at the chain, but she braced her feet, using every ounce of leverage she had. Pain tore through her shoulder, white hot, but she didn't let go. The cuffs dug into Ethan's neck, and the Suburban swerved. Ethan fought the wheel, gasping, clawing at the chain. "Let go!" She pulled harder. The big vehicle fishtailed on the icy road. Snow sprayed across the windshield. The tires lost traction. Ethan yanked the wheel instinctively. The Suburban spun. Nikki held on, bracing, pulling, using the momentum to keep him off the wheel as the world tilted. The vehicle hit the snowbank sideways, lifting and then rolling. Nikki slammed against the door, pain exploding through her ribs. Glass shattered. Metal screamed. The world became a blur of white and sky and trees. She held the chain until her fingers went numb. The Suburban crashed down hard, the impact knocking the breath from her lungs. Cold air rushed in through the broken windows. Snow drifted across her legs. Her head throbbed, her vision blurred. She sucked in a raw breath. Nikki fought to stay conscious, but her body gave in to the surging darkness. Chapter 33. The drive to Ethan Brown's house felt longer than it should have, the long miles making Liam's pulse thrum harder with every passing second. The snow drifted across the road in restless sheets that caught the headlights and dissolved into the sky behind them. Miller sat beside him with a radio in his hand, updating Chen and the Stillwater units as they closed in on the address. His voice clipped and steady, even though Liam could see the tension in his jaw and the way his fingers tightened around the handset every time Nikki's name came up. By the time they turned onto the long gravel drive, Liam's hands were clenched so tightly around the steering wheel that his knuckles ached. The house sat back from the road, a tired two-story with peeling paint and a sagging porch. The place looked abandoned, the windows dark, and the yard half buried in snow that had drifted against the steps and the foundation. Miller scanned the property with narrowed eyes. No movement, no lights, no vehicle. "She's not here," Liam said, his voice low and steady in a way that cost him effort. "He took her somewhere harder for us to find." "We don't know that yet," Miller said, though his tone lacked conviction. "Yes," Liam said as he stepped out of the SUV, the cold biting at his face. "We do." They approached the house with weapons drawn, two Stillwater officers flanking them with their breath rising in pale clouds. The wind cut across the yard and carried the faint smell of pine, and something else that Liam couldn't place, something metallic and wrong that made the hair on the back of his neck lift. Miller reached the porch first and tested the knob. "Front door's locked." "Breach it," Liam said. Miller didn't hesitate. One hard kick and the door splintered inward, the sound echoing through the empty house. They swept inside, clearing room by room with practiced precision. The living room was a mess, with blankets on the couch, dishes in the sink, and a half-finished cup of coffee on the table. The television was still on, frozen on a paused news broadcast that cast a faint blue glow across the clutter. "Looks like you left in a hurry," Miller said. Liam moved deeper into the house, with his breath tight in his chest. "Nikki," he called, his voice cutting through the silence. "Nikki, can you hear me?" No one answered him. They cleared the kitchen, the hallway, and the bathroom. The bedroom was empty, the bed unmade, and clothes scattered across the floor. A duffel bag lay open and half-packed, as if Ethan had been interrupted mid-escape. "Backyard," Miller said, pointing through the window. "There's a shed." Liam didn't wait. He was already moving, already pushing through the back door, already crossing the yard with long, determined strides. The shed sat near the tree line, with its roof sagging under the weight of snow and the padlock hanging open as if someone had left in a hurry or hadn't cared whether anyone found what was inside. He felt it before he reached it, the wrongness, the dread, the sense that something inside was waiting for them. Miller reached the door first and pulled it open. The smell hit them immediately. Stale air and damp wood, and something faintly sour that reminded Liam of sweat and fear and time spent in darkness. Liam stepped inside. The shed was dim, lit only by a small window near the roofline. Tools hung on the walls, a workbench cluttered with old cans and rusted nails, and in the far corner, on a thin mattress laid directly on the floor, was a girl. Isla. She was tied at the wrists and ankles, her face bruised, her hair matted, her breathing shallow but steady. Her eyes fluttered open at the sound of their footsteps, and for a moment she looked confused and disoriented, as if she wasn't sure whether they were real or another part of whatever nightmare she'd been living. "Please," she whispered, her voice raw and thin. "Please don't leave me here." Liam dropped to his knees beside her, his hands already working at the knots. "You're safe," he said, his voice low and steady, the voice he used when he needed someone to believe him. "We've got you. You're safe now." Miller radioed for EMS with clipped urgency. "We've got a live victim. Repeat, a live victim. Female, late teens, conscious. We need medics now." Isla winced as Liam freed her wrists, her breath hitching. "He left me," she whispered. "He left me to die." Rage surged through Liam. "Ethan Brown!" She nodded, tears streaking down her cheeks. "He said he didn't need me anymore. He said he had something better." Liam froze. "Something better," he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Isla swallowed, her whole body trembling. "He said he was taking the FBI agent, the woman. He said he was going to take her to Canada. He said he was going to have fun with her." The words hit Liam like a physical blow, stealing his breath. Something inside him shifted, anger rising in his chest, his vision narrowing, his pulse hammered. Miller looked at him with wide eyes. "Liam!" But Liam was already standing, already pacing the small shed, his hands shaking with fury he couldn't contain. "He's keeping her," he said, his voice low and shaking. "He plans to keep her, and he's running north." "Liam," Miller said again, stepping closer, "we're going to find her." "He's going to hurt her," Liam said, his voice cracking. "He's going to do something to her." "No," Miller said firmly, "we're not letting that happen." Liam pressed a hand to his forehead, trying to breathe, trying to think, trying to force his mind into the calm, tactical place he needed it to be. But all he could see was Nikki, her smile, her stubbornness, the way she held herself together even when she was breaking, and the thought of her in Ethan Brown's hands made something inside him fracture. Isla reached for him weakly, her fingers trembling. "He said he was taking the Suburban, the dark one. He said he knew the roads. He said he could get across the border before anyone noticed." Liam turned to Miller. "We need to put out an alert. Every highway, every county, every cop in this state needs the information." His radio crackled. "Unit 12, come in." Miller answered. "Go ahead." "We've got a report of a rollover on Highway 169, single vehicle, dark Suburban, Minnesota plates. Witnesses say it was traveling northbound at high speed before it lost control." Liam's heart stopped. "Condition of the driver and passenger?" Miller asked. "Unknown. EMS is en route. State Patrol is on scene." Liam didn't wait for more. He was already moving, already out of the shed, already sprinting across the yard toward the SUV, the cold air burning his lungs, the world narrowing to a single point of focus. Nikki. Miller followed, shouting orders into the radio, coordinating units, calling for backup, but Liam barely heard him. His mind was already on the highway, already imagining the overturned vehicle, seeing Nikki trapped inside and fearing the worst. He reached the SUV and yanked the door open, sliding behind the wheel with a force that made the frame shudder. Miller jumped in beside him. "Liam, slow down. We don't know if he's still at the wreck." "If he's injured, we have a chance to catch him," Liam said, his voice low and steady and deadly calm. Miller swallowed. "She's alive. She has to be." Liam stared at the road ahead, his hands tightening around the wheel. He hit the gas. The SUV shot forward, gravel spraying behind them, the engine roaring as they tore down the drive and onto the road, the sirens wailing, the lights flashing, the world blurring around them. Liam didn't feel the cold. He didn't feel the fear. He felt only the burning, relentless need to get to Nikki before it was too late. Because if Ethan Brown had hurt her, if he'd touched her, if he'd done anything to her, Liam would have to deliver the news to Nikki's husband and daughter. He wasn't sure he could come back from that. Chapter 34. Cold air hit her first, biting at her skin. Then the smell of gasoline and snow. Then pain. A deep, nauseating throb radiating from her shoulder, pulsing behind her eyes, crawling down her spine. Nikki blinked. The world was sideways. The Suburban lay on its passenger side, the interior tilted at a sickening angle. Shattered glass glittered across the dashboard and floor like frost. Snow blew in through the broken windows, dusting her hair, her jacket, the blood smeared across her cheek. She wasn't belted in. Her body had been thrown across the interior during the roll, and every inch of her hurt. Her ribs screamed, her shoulder hung wrong, loose and burning. She supped in a breath, the cold air stabbing her lungs. "Okay," she whispered, though her voice was barely audible. "Okay, Mickey, move." She braced her good hand against the door and pushed herself upright. The movement sent a bolt of agony through her shoulder, white-hot and blinding. She bit down on a cry, tasting blood. The Suburban creaked around her as the wreck settled. Outside, the wind howled across the open field, carrying the faint sound of distant traffic. Morning sun glared off the snow, too bright, too clean for the wreckage she was sitting in. She blinked hard, trying to clear the haze. The chain of the cuffs biting into her wrists had made them bleed. She forced herself to look toward the driver's seat. Ethan Brown lay slumped against the steering wheel, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. His eyes were closed. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. Unconscious for now. Nikki had seconds, maybe less. Her gaze caught on something outside the broken window. Ethan's gun. It lay half buried in the snow, black metal stark against the white. 10 feet away, maybe 12. Close enough to reach if she moved fast. Nikki shifted toward the window, gritting her teeth against the pain. Her legs trembled, her ribs protested, her shoulder throbbed with every breath. She dragged herself toward the opening, glass crunching under her palms. The cold bit into her skin. Her breath fogged in front of her. The wind whipped snow into her face. She reached the window frame and hooked her good arm over the edge, pulling herself up. Almost there. A groan behind her made Nikki freeze. Ethan stirred, his fingers twitching, his head lifting slightly. A low, pained sound escaped him. Panic surged through her. She pushed harder, forcing her body through the window. Her boots hit the snow outside. Her knees buckled, but she caught herself, breath tearing from her lungs. A hand clamped around her ankle. Nikki gasped, twisting, pain flaring through her shoulder. Ethan's fingers dug into her boot, his grip iron-tight despite the blood on his face. His eyes were open now, wild, unfocused, but full of rage. "You're not," he rasped, voice raw, "going anywhere." Fear shot through her, cold and absolute, but beneath it, something else rose. Rory's face flashed in her mind, Lacey's laugh, the life she'd fought for, the people she loved, the cases she'd solved, the victims she'd sworn to protect. She wasn't dying in a field because of a scumbag cop who preyed on girls and murdered anyone who got in his way. Nikki kicked hard. Her boot connected with Ethan's wrist. He grunted, grip loosening. She kicked again, using every ounce of strength she had left. Pain tore through her ribs, but she didn't stop. His hand slipped. She scrambled forward, half crawling, half stumbling toward the gun. Snow soaked through her jeans. Her breath came in ragged gasps. Her vision blurred at the edges. A gunshot cracked through the air. Snow exploded beside her, spraying her face with ice. Nikki flinched, heart slamming against her ribs. Ethan must have a second gun on him. She dove for the other weapon in the snow, fingers closing around the cold metal. She rolled onto her back, gasping, the world spinning. Ethan was out of the Suburban now, staggering but upright, blood streaking down his face. His eyes were wild. His breath came in harsh bursts. He held a handgun in his right hand, arm shaking slightly. "You should have stayed down," he snarled. Nikki scrambled to her feet, slipping on the icy ground. Her boots skidded. Her shoulders screamed. She clutched the gun with her good hand, trying to steady her aim. The wind howled across the field, whipping snow into her eyes. The sun glared off the ice, blinding her. Her breath fogged in front of her, each inhale sharp and painful. "Stop," she warned him. "I'll shoot." Ethan took a step toward her, then another. Nikki backed up, boots sliding on the slick ground. Her heart pounded so hard she could feel it in her teeth. She raised the gun. Her hand shook. Ethan lifted his. "You're done," he said. Nikki's pulse roared in her ears. Could she grip hard enough to pull the trigger? Her shaking right hand ached from the effort. Her mind went to Isla, missing, maybe dead. She thought of Kara, pregnant, murdered. Images of Faith and Leslie flashed through her memories. Collateral damage, he'd said. She kept thinking of the girls he'd hurt, the lives he'd destroyed. She thought of the promise she'd made to herself years ago. Never let a monster win. Lacey's smile flashed through Nikki's mind. She heard Rory softly whispering her name. Ethan pulled back the revolver's trigger. Nikki fired. The recoil jolted her arm, pain shooting up to her shoulder. The sound echoed across the field. Ethan staggered, eyes wide. For a moment, the world held still. Then he fell. Nikki stood there, chest heaving, the gun trembling in her hand. The cold bit into her skin. Her shoulder throbbed, her ribs ached, her vision blurred. She just needed to stay alive long enough for the cavalry to find her. Epilogue. The world came back slowly, like someone turning up a dimmer switch one notch at a time. First came sound, soft, rhythmic beeping, the low hum of air vents, the distant shuffle of footsteps in a hallway. Then the smell, antiseptic, clean, strong enough to sting her nose. Then the ache, a deep, bone-heavy ache that radiated through her ribs and shoulder, pulsing behind her eyes. Nikki blinked. The ceiling above her was the bright kind of white that only existed in hospitals. A fluorescent light buzzed faintly overhead. Her throat felt dry. Her lips cracked. Her right arm was wrapped in a thick cast, elevated slightly on a pillow. Her left shoulder was strapped down in a sling, immobilized. Nikki tried to shift, and pain flared through her abdomen. She sucked in a breath. "Hey, hey, easy." The voice was soft, rough with emotion. "Rory." He leaned into her field of vision, eyes red-rimmed, cheeks unshaven, hair a mess like he'd been running his hands through it for hours, maybe days. His expression crumpled the moment their eyes met. "Oh, thank God," he whispered. He rested his forehead gently against hers, careful not to jostle her shoulder. His breath was warm against her cheek. His hands trembled where they cupped her face. "You scared the hell out of me," he said, voice breaking. "God, Nikki, you scared the hell out of me." She swallowed, her throat raw. "Rory." She didn't feel lucky. She felt like she'd been hit by a truck. Twice. But she was alive. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the truth settle. Rory brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. "I'm right here," he murmured. "I'm not going anywhere." She opened her mouth to speak, but her voice cracked. "Ethan Brown?" "He's dead," Rory said quietly. "You don't have to worry about him anymore." A wave of relief washed over her, followed by something darker. Grief, maybe, or the weight of everything she'd lost and almost lost. She hated that she'd been forced to take Ethan's life. He should have had to look the families in the eyes while he was found guilty. Instead, he'd gotten the easy way out. Rory squeezed her hand gently. "Liam's here. He's been here the whole time." Nikki blinked. "Really?" Rory nodded toward the door. "He wouldn't leave. I finally convinced him to get coffee. I'll get him." He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, then slipped out of the room. Nikki let her eyes drift closed again, exhaustion pulling at her. Her body felt like she was sinking into the mattress. The beeping of the monitors steadied her breathing. A moment later, the door opened again. Liam stepped inside. He looked rough, dark circles under his eyes, red hair sticking up in every direction, jacket wrinkled like he'd slept in it. His expression softened the moment he saw her awake. "Well," he said, voice low, "you look like hell." Nicky huffed a weak laugh. "You're one to talk." He moved to the side of the bed, hands shoved into his pockets like he didn't trust them not to shake. "Don't ever do that again." She raised an eyebrow. "Get kidnapped by a homicidal cop?" "Yeah," he said. "That. Or get run off the road. Or disappear. Or make me think I was going to have to tell Rory and Lacey that you—" His voice cracked. He looked away, jaw tight. "Just don't." Nicky swallowed hard. "I didn't plan on it." "Good," he said, "because I'm not built for that kind of panic." She studied him. "You found Isla?" Liam nodded. "We searched Ethan's house. Miller and I found her in a shed out the back. He'd left her to die. Said he had something better." His jaw clenched. "She was bound, malnourished, terrified, but alive. She's with the victims' advocates right now. Tough kid. They're setting her up with therapy and a place to stay." Nicky closed her eyes, relief flooding her. "Thank God." "He kept her there," Liam said. "Punished her for causing problems in his life. His words. Admitted to her that he killed Kara Ramsey. Never said anything about the baby, but I'm guessing that was the motive." Nicky nodded slowly, absorbing it. Ethan Brown was dead. Isla was alive. The case was over. Liam hesitated, then added, "Garcia says the shooting is justified, but you'll be on suspension until the investigation wraps." Nicky let out a slow breath. "I figured." "You okay with that?" She looked toward Lacey, still curled in the chair, breathing softly. "Yeah," Nicky said quietly. "I'm okay with it." Liam followed her gaze and nodded. "Good." Silence settled between them. After a moment, Liam cleared his throat. "You know, you scared the hell out of me, too." Nicky managed a faint smile. "Seems to be a theme." He huffed a soft laugh. "Yeah, well, don't make it a habit." She didn't promise. She couldn't. Their job didn't allow for promises like that. But she reached out with her good hand and Liam took it, squeezing gently. Rory returned a moment later, carrying 2 coffees. He paused in the doorway, taking in the sight of Nicky awake, Liam at her bedside, Lacey asleep in the corner. His eyes softened. "Everything okay?" he asked. Nicky nodded. "Yeah, everything's okay." Rory crossed the room and set the coffees down, then leaned over and kissed her forehead again. "Good," he whispered, "because I'm not letting you out of my sight for a while." Nicky smiled, exhaustion pulling at her again. "I don't mind." Liam stepped back, giving Rory space. "I'll let you two have a minute," he said. "I'll be right outside." He slipped out of the room. Rory sat on the edge of the bed, brushing his thumb over her knuckles. "You're safe," he murmured. "That's all that matters." Nicky let her eyes drift closed, the warmth of his touch grounding her. She had a long recovery ahead, a suspension, physical therapy, nightmares probably. But she was alive. Isla was alive, and Lacey was safe. For now, that was enough. Rory leaned down and rested his forehead against hers again. "It's all going to be okay," he whispered. And for the first time in days, Nicky believed him. The end.